Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
10 minutes later, Lu Qing returned to the palace steps carrying a child barely a meter tall in one hand. Another child was already standing there. That one was Duke Hambeson. He awkwardly straightened the oversized clothes hanging off his tiny body like loose rags, then stared at the newcomer in disbelief. Ninth elder, you're here too. The brat in Lu Qing's hand was none other than the ninth elder of the Bruch clan, whose bloodline power had just been devoured by Lu Qing using Time Zero and Dark Moons. The ninth elder struggled to jump down from Lu Qing's grip, but having forgotten his current size, he landed badly and tumbled onto the ground. He scrambled back to his feet with a dark expression and let out a cold snort. "What? Are you happy to see me like this?" Then he coughed twice in embarrassment. Cough, cough, damn it, not only is my strength gone, even my voice has turned into a child's. Duke Hambeson hurried over and tried to comfort him. "It's fine. You'll get used to it after talking a little more." The sight was absurd. Two once mighty vampire dukes, both highly respected within their clans, had now become fair-skinned little brats. If anyone from another clan saw this, they would probably laugh themselves to death. Lu Qing casually smacked both of them on the head. "Stand here quietly. If either of you runs around, you'll get trampled to death." Then he looked toward the distant battlefield, where the old Duke of the Lesenba clan was still struggling under the siege of the ancient corpse race. A smile spread across Lu Qing's face. "Wait here, I'll go bring you another companion." The ninth elder followed Lu Qing's gaze, and a vicious light instantly appeared in his eyes. "Yes, hurry and bring that old bastard over, drain him dry and make him even smaller than us." At this point, the ninth elder's mentality had already completely collapsed. His peak duke power was gone, and his body had regressed to this miserable state. Since he was already ruined, he naturally wanted to drag another unlucky soul down with him. And if that unlucky soul happened to be an old rival he had argued with for hundreds of years, even better. Lu Qing backhanded him across the head again. "Shut up. Do you think becoming like this means your life is over?" The ninth elder immediately covered his head and dared not speak again. Then Lu Qing turned toward the palace and shouted with a grin, "Kyukyu, come here. Brother found you two little followers." At once, an extremely delighted voice rang out from inside the palace. "Coming, where are they?" A moment later, Kyukyu's chubby little body came running out at astonishing speed, his grin almost reaching his ears. Lu Qing pointed at the ninth elder and Duke Hambeson. "These two are the troublemakers who came to our house to cause problems. Since they're already here, I'll leave them to you." With that, he turned and walked straight toward the battlefield, leaving the three little brats behind. After Lu Qing left, Kyukyu stepped in front of the ninth elder and Duke Hambeson, crossed his arms, and examined them with great seriousness. "So you two are the bad guys who came to my house to make trouble." The way he stared at them made both of their scalps tingle. The ninth elder forced a smile and tried to speak. "This, little girl, listen to me, I am." Before he could finish, Kyukyu flicked a finger against his forehead. Bang! The ninth elder let out a miserable cry and a huge bump immediately rose on his forehead. Kyukyu was already at peak count strength. Against these two fallen vampires, who now only had the strength of the weakest generation, even a casual blow was terrifying. The ninth elder clutched his forehead in pain and rage. "How dare you hit me? How dare you hit me? I am the honorable ninth elder of the Bruch clan." Bang! Another hit landed squarely on his forehead. Kyukyu glared at him angrily. "The Bruch clan, right? Ninth elder, right? Then take another one." Seeing that things were going badly, the ninth elder let out a wail and turned to run. His tiny body staggered clumsily from side to side, looking both pitiful and ridiculous. But Kyukyu stepped on the corner of his clothes, yanked him backward, and pinned him to the ground so he couldn't move. Then he put one hand on his waist, bent the middle finger of the other hand, blew on it dramatically, and flicked forward. Whoosh, bang. Another merciless hit landed right on the same swollen spot. "Ah, it hurts so much." The ninth elder rolled around on the ground, clutching his forehead and screaming. As one of the Bruch clan's elders, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? HMPH. "Let's see if you still dare lie." Kyukyu rubbed his little hands with satisfaction, then turned with a smile toward Duke Hambeson, who had been standing silent and trembling the whole time. "He says he's the ninth elder of the Bruch clan. What about you? What are you?" Duke Hambasson shivered violently. His face was full of grief. "Miss, please don't hit me. I'm nothing. I'm nobody." 10 minutes later, when Lu Qing returned carrying another despairing little brat, he saw a truly strange scene. The ninth elder and Duke Hambasson were standing obediently behind Kyukyu with swollen faces, bruised cheeks, and hollow eyes. They were slapping each other across the face again and again. With every slap, they mechanically muttered, "I'm sorry, I was wrong." The little brat in Lu Qing's arms was so shocked that he almost howled on the spot. "Ninth elder, Hambasson, what are you doing?" The ninth elder took a moment to turn his head and look at the old duke with eyes full of endless sorrow. Tears nearly streamed down his face. "So, you're here too, you'll understand soon enough." Lu Qing almost laughed but managed to suppress it. He reached out and patted Kyukyu on the head. "You trained them well." Then he handed over the new little brat. "Come on, this one's yours too." "Okay," Kyukyu answered sweetly, then grabbed the old duke by the scruff of the neck like a chicken and tossed him onto the ground in front of the other two. Then he looked down at him very seriously. "Who are you?" The old duke of the Lesenba clan was still dazed, but the noble habits he had cultivated for years made him instinctively lift his tiny chin with pride. "Listen well, little girl, I am a duke of the great Lesenba clan." Kyukyu nodded quickly. "A duke, right? Good." Bang, a vicious forehead flick nearly knocked the old duke unconscious on the spot. "He came late. You too, return all the slaps you gave him just now." The moment those words fell, both the ninth elder and Duke Hambasson lit up with joy. "Got it. Let's beat him." So, under the old duke's horrified gaze, the sound of slaps soon echoed endlessly across the palace steps. Outside Yanjing Mountain, Zhang Tianming paced back and forth anxiously, glancing from time to time at the wall of black flames surrounding the mountain. "Why isn't it over yet?" he muttered. "This commotion is way too big." The aura fluctuations and roars coming earlier from the top of Yanjing Mountain had nearly made him order missiles to bombard the entire place. The old dean beside him appeared calm on the surface, but his expression was filled with worry. "This really has become a huge disturbance," he said. "Looks like we'll have to hold another press conference tomorrow, but as long as we win, it'll all be worth it." In the darkness nearby, the members of Dragon Team were already on edge. They had received their highest order. If the Qing Manor on Yanjing Mountain fell to the invading Western vampires, then the Dragon Team would charge in at all costs and make sure none of those vampires left alive. More than 500 Dragon Team members were gathered in secret, all prepared to use their ability to die together with the enemy if necessary. Even if it cost every one of their lives, they would still wipe out these hateful invaders. Then, just as the tension outside reached its peak, something changed. Through the black flames, they vaguely saw hundreds of figures suddenly rushing down Yanjing Mountain in complete panic. Those figures looked insane. They ran with everything they had, using every last bit of strength in their legs. Even when a cliff appeared in front of them, they leapt without hesitation, as if they feared something far worse catching up from behind. The Dragon Team members were stunned. The low-level vampires who had been left outside the black flames because of their weak strength were even more confused. Through the shifting fire, they could vaguely make out those fleeing shapes, and panic quickly spread among them. "Why are they running? That's Marquis Wales from our clan. Why is he escaping? There's something terrifying behind them." Lord Duke mused. "Wait. Where's the ninth elder? Don't tell me. He lost." More and more low-level vampires became restless. Because of the black flames, they had no idea what was happening inside, but one thing they could see clearly was this. Their powerful clansmen and respected elders were fleeing for their lives. Yet as those figures ran closer and closer to the black flame barrier, they began disappearing one after another, as if some invisible giant hand rising from the earth was dragging them back forever. The nearer they came to the black flames, the more clearly the vampires outside could see the terror and despair in their eyes. At last, a marquis-level vampire reached the edge of the black fire wall. Looking at the flames before him, now countless times more terrifying than when he had entered, he gritted his teeth and forced half of his body through. The black flames instantly burned and corroded him. Flesh and blood charred into blackened ruin under the terrible heat, but he still struggled desperately to squeeze out. He just wanted to escape. He just wanted to live. But at the very moment he was about to crawl free, a gigantic blue-gray hand suddenly stretched out from within the flames. It seized his head, then it dragged him back mercilessly into the darkness. "No!" A desperate scream rang out above the sea of black fire. Then everything fell silent again. The marquis-level vampire had finally forced half his body out through the wall of black fire. Then a huge hand shot out, grabbed him by the head, and dragged him back inside in the next instant. That was a marquis. The low-level vampires outside the fire wall instantly fell into overwhelming terror. None of them had imagined that the grand invasion they had arrived with such confidence for would end like this. Their confusion did not last long. From within the black wall of flames, hundreds of towering, savage figures slowly emerged, dragging the surviving vampires back inside one after another. Zhang Tianming stared at the flickering shadows in the fire, his eyes blazing with excitement. It's them, those ancient corpses sleeping on the battlefield. They've awakened, they really awakened. These are our eastern corpses. The last time he had followed Lu Qing into the ancient battlefield, he had only sensed the sleeping aura inside the sarcophagi from afar. According to the Dragon Group's secret records, those beings were the dormant corpse race of the East. But only now, facing them for real, did he truly understand how terrifying that fierce and ancient aura was. We in the East finally have a powerful race of our own. His body trembled slightly as he spoke, unable to hide his excitement. As time passed, Yanjing Mountain, which had been completely swallowed by black flames, gradually returned to silence. The flames slowly faded away. Under the night sky, the mountain became quiet once more, as though nothing had happened there at all. The invading western vampires seemed to have been devoured completely. Then a crisp sound rang out from the monitor in Zhang Tianming's hand. Beep, beep. The aura signatures of all western vampires have disappeared. Crisis alert lifted. Hearing those words and seeing that every red dot had vanished from the display, Zhang Tianming finally let out a long breath. He licked his dry, cracked lips, then turned to the old dean beside him. Commander, all western vampire auras have disappeared. Yanjing Mountain swallowed them whole. The old dean clasped his hands behind his back. His lips moved for a long time before he finally managed to speak. Good, good. He paused, then said in a low voice, "Tell the children of the Dragon Group to withdraw. They've worked hard tonight." Yes. Zhang Tianming, usually calm and steady, turned and ran off at once, urgently issuing the retreat order through his headset. The old dean remained where he was, waiting quietly. About 20 minutes later, Lu Qing slowly emerged from the foot of Yanjing Mountain. Behind him stood a dense formation of Qing clan members, along with the 1,000 ancient corpses that had just finished a frenzied massacre. The ancient corpses were drenched in thick blood. They had consumed a tremendous amount during the battle. More than 1,000 blood servants of the Qing clan, together with more than 1,000 ancient corpses, followed Lu Qing in silence until they reached the outer area where traces of the black flames still lingered. Only then did the clan stop, standing in still formation as they looked toward the Dragon Group in the distance. Lu Qing alone stepped forward. Facing the old dean's expectant gaze, he smiled faintly and said, "From today onward, the Qing clan will formally appear before all blood clans." His voice was calm, but every word carried immense weight. "We will declare this to every clan from this day on. Western vampires are forbidden from entering Eastern territory. Western churches are forbidden from entering as well. Anyone who dares set foot in Huaxia without permission. The Qing clan will kill without mercy." At that moment, the more than 2,000 Qing clan members behind him released their auras at the same time. A terrifying pressure descended instantly, shrouding the night sky and the earth below. The old dean had served the Dragon Group for nearly his entire life. Hearing those words, feeling that pressure, he suddenly felt his eyes grow hot. Every worry he had carried until now disappeared in that instant. He solemnly straightened his clothes, then bowed deeply to Lu Qing. "Thank you." Lu Qing did not avoid the bow. He only smiled and added, "In the future, I'll need the Dragon Group to pay closer attention to the borders. The moment you discover intruders, my Qing clan will kill them." The old dean nodded with a smile. "That is the Dragon Group's duty." Then his gaze shifted toward the 1,000 ancient corpses behind Lu Qing, his eyes full of curiosity and anticipation. "Are these truly the ancient corpse lineage that disappeared from the East, old man that I am? May I go up and take a closer look?" Lu Qing said nothing. He simply turned slightly to the side and made an inviting gesture. Then he took a Qing clan badge from his pocket and handed it over. "Take this. It carries my aura. With it, they won't attack you." The old dean carefully accepted the ancient, exquisite badge, looked it over closely, then gripped it tightly and walked toward the ancient corpses with visible nervousness. The one standing nearest to him was a flying corpse with enormous wings on its back. The moment it saw the old dean approach, it glanced at him with silver eyes, then sensed the aura on the badge in his hand and did not move. The old dean stretched out his dry fingers and gently touched the creature's thick arm, muttering in amazement, "Wonderful, truly wonderful. What a powerful body." Only after satisfying his curiosity did he return. Then Lu Qing spoke again. "The 2 drops of blood I gave you last time contained too much energy. Even after refinement, ordinary Dragon Group members may not be able to endure them." He paused slightly. They're better suited for those with stronger talent, so this time I'll give the dragon group another small gift. As he spoke, he lightly clapped his hands. The Qing clan members behind him immediately parted to make way. Kyukyu came skipping forward, and behind her followed three little children. Or rather, three miserable little brats. Their sluggish pace clearly annoyed Kyukyu. She turned back and glared at them fiercely. "Hurry up, move any slower and I'll slap you again or knock your heads open." When Kyukyu brought the three before him, the old dean stared in confusion. Then he sensed the unusual aura coming from the three children and his expression changed. "These are..." Lu Qing smiled. "One is the ninth elder of the Bruch clan, one is a duke, the other is the old duke of the Lesenba clan." He spoke as casually as if discussing livestock. "They were basically the strongest among the vampires who came this time. I drained most of their blood essence, but a little remains. They should be excellent research material for your dragon team." The old dean's eyelids twitched as he listened. 3 Duke-level vampires for research. Since the dragon group's founding, they had never captured a vampire above Earl rank alive. At best, they had only managed to kill them, but now there were 3 at once. Even though most of their blood had been drained, even though they had been reduced to children, they were still priceless specimens. The old dean could already imagine what kind of madness would erupt in the research department the moment those old researchers saw them. It would probably be only slightly less intense than when they first received Lu Qing's blood. For a moment, the old dean was speechless. Then he could only thank Lu Qing again. After that, he approached the 3 children with extraordinary kindness, his wrinkled face folding into a warm smile. Come with Grandpa. Grandpa will definitely take good care of you." Under Kyukyu's gaze, the 3 once mighty Duke-level vampires did not dare utter a single word. They allowed themselves to be taken away in silence. At that moment, each of them only had one thought in mind. "Take me anywhere, do anything. Just don't leave me with that little girl." Most of the vampires who had come this time would remain on Yanjing Mountain forever. Many more had already been torn to pieces by the furious, bloodthirsty ancient corpse race. But none of it would go to waste. All of their remains would be thrown into the blood pool beneath the ancestral mountain, becoming nutrients for the further evolution of the Qing clan bloodline. This battle had fully displayed the advantages of the Qing clan after the mutation of their blood servants. The blood clan's natural self-healing and speed, the 2 innate abilities awakened through royal blood, and the overwhelming strength and physique gained after absorbing the corpse race bloodline. All of it combined made every Qing clan blood servant overwhelmingly stronger than ordinary blood clan members of the same rank. As for the 1,000 ancient corpses, as long as they did not encounter an enemy with an enormous difference in level or a large-scale coordinated attack, they could simply charge forward and crush everything with their iron fists. On top of that, the blood pool beneath the ancestral mountain had received an enormous new supply of nutrients, allowing the Qing clan's blood servants to evolve once more. The ancient corpse race could also return to the ancient battlefield and continue drawing power, tempering themselves further. As for Lu Qing himself, he had not devoured that many high-level vampires in this battle. The main reason was simple. He could not bear to compete with his own people for food. In total, he had only devoured around 6 dukes and 10 marquises. His current evolution progress had reached 78/100, still some distance away from advancing into a vampire prince, while the ancestor corpse bloodline remained at 3/7. But none of that was a real problem, because in the West, 13 blood clans were still waiting for him. Whether it was to recover Jiang Chen's remaining sealed body parts, absorb the ancestor's complete bloodline, or continue evolving through devouring in his vampire form, sooner or later he would have to go west. And the moment the Qing clan formally revealed itself to the 13 clans, his battlefield had already expanded into a far wider world. One day later, news that shocked the entire vampire world spread everywhere. A clan known as the Qing clan had appeared in the east, a land that had long been considered weak and disadvantaged. And the mysterious leader of the Qing clan had officially declared to the 13 blood clans and the church, "No foreign blood clan member may enter the lands of the east." After the Qing clan officially issued the ban, news of the incident quickly spread throughout the mysterious and dark world of the vampires, with the help of wind whispers and the vampire dark web. Some vampires have rumors that the Qing clan in the east seems to possess a unique and magical bloodline. There are also reports that the Bruch and Lesenba clans, 2 of the 13 vampire clans, once sent a large number of high-level vampires to secretly sneak into the east, but they were completely wiped out. Some even said that the mysterious leader of the Qing clan was an ancient vampire who had just awakened after sleeping for thousands of years. The rumors became more and more outrageous. At this time, Lu Qing on Yanjing Mountain was browsing the vampire dark web on his mobile phone. This dark web was created by a certain vampire clan. Many small vampire families of free factions can obtain information about various vampire worlds from it. There are also merchants who specialize in selling intelligence here, and even the powerful 13 clans blood feud will leave traces here. At this moment, the dark web is almost dominated by news related to the Qing clan, such as a huge family suddenly appeared in the mysterious East. The Qing clan officially appeared after killing hundreds of high-level vampires. Titles like Strange Qing Clan, Strange Bloodline can be seen everywhere. There are a lot of comments and replies below each message. However, since the Qing clan only issued a declaration and did not actually appear on the world stage, and almost all Western vampires who had seen the Qing clan failed to return alive, most of the news about the Qing clan was just speculation. However, these active vampires are all looking forward to the response of the 13 clans and the church. After all, this declaration is mainly aimed at them. Apart from the 13 clans and the church, other small blood families generally rarely get involved in such disputes. Especially the Bruch and Lesenba tribes, after losing a large number of high-level vampires, will they attack the Qing tribe again? And what ability does the leader of the Qing clan have to be able to wipe out so many high-level vampires in one fell swoop? This kind of speculation almost occupies the other half of the topics on the dark web. I heard that the Qing tribe wiped out hundreds of vampires sent by the Bruch and Lesenba tribes to attack them. Is this true? Absolutely true. And the last time the two clans dispatched, there were nearly 10 Duke-level vampires. No, I heard that the two clans sent 3,000 high-level vampires, but they were all wiped out. Is this Eastern Green clan really that terrifying? I'm curious, will these two clans fight back? Yeah, I want to know too. The 13 clans have never suffered such humiliation. I was originally planning to join the Lesenba tribe, but now I'm a little hesitant. Speculations about the Qing clan and speculations about the reactions of the two clans made this usually inactive dark web suddenly extremely lively. Lu Qing even saw a bounty on him on the dark web. This was initiated by a mysterious vampire who claimed that anyone who could provide information about him would receive 10 Marquis-level blood crystals as a reward. 10 Marquis-level blood crystals, that's quite a lot. For those who have not entered the core of the 13 clans, or the small blood family, 10 Marquis-level blood crystals are enough to allow them to upgrade 2 levels. This reward was pinned to the top by the dark web operator, and many vampires left messages below, expressing their excitement. 10 Marquis-level blood crystals. The one who put the bounty on me must be a high-ranking vampire from some clan, otherwise they wouldn't be able to come up with so many resources. I'm ready to go to the east in secret. If you add another Duke-level blood crystal, I will bring my family to get the head of the leader of the Qing clan. The guy upstairs, you're really not afraid of death. Welcome to the east. After all, there are 10 blood crystals. I'm going to give it a try. Is there anyone who wants to join me? Everyone, please be careful. The leader of the Qing clan might not be a simple person. Among the messages, some expressed excitement while others discouraged. However, it was foreseeable that under the temptation of 10 Marquis-level blood crystals, some Western vampires would definitely take the risk of sneaking into the east. These vampires are so idle, no wonder. After living for hundreds of years, they must be tired of living. Looking at the guys who were ready to make a move in the messages, Lu Qing's mouth curled up slightly, thinking happily, "Come on, I can use you to establish my authority." He was browsing the dark web out of boredom and found a lot of interesting things. Just as he was about to quit, a piece of news quickly rushed to the top of the dark web. This is the declaration of the Bruch clan. The content of the declaration was concise and straightforward. As one of the great 13 clans, the Bruch clan would never tolerate anyone who dared to challenge the clan's dignity. The Eastern Green clan first attacked their eastern branch secretly, and then attacked and killed the vampires they sent to inquire about the situation. The Dongfang Qing clan must bear the wrath of the noble Bruch clan. The declaration concluded, "Provocation is equivalent to death, and we will soon bring death to the Qing people." The meaning is very clear. The Bruch tribe is going to attack the Eastern Qing tribe again. This declaration also revealed more information, such as that the eastern branch of the Bruch tribe was destroyed by the Qing tribe. As for the so-called assault on the tribesmen sent to inquire, everyone knows that it is just a beautified excuse given by the Bruch tribe. How could they send so many high-level vampires to inquire? The moment the Bruch tribe released this declaration, it instantly captured the attention of all vampires. The message board below was flooded with comments. Is this a declaration of war? Top. We've already been defeated once. Can we really destroy the Dongfang Qing clan this time? What a bullshit, no entry to the Eastern land. Anyone who dares to challenge our power will be killed. Prepare to face the wrath of our people. After countless years, a family has finally emerged that dares to stand up to the 13 clans. We must hold on. Is this newly born family going to be destroyed again soon? It was obvious that most vampires were not optimistic about the newly emerged Eastern Green clan. Although they didn't know much about the Green clan, they were facing the 13 clans with profound heritage. However, just over 10 minutes after the Bruch clan issued its declaration, the Lesenba clan also issued a declaration. The content is similar to that of the Bruch clan, both claiming that the Qing clan attacked their eastern branch and issued a declaration prohibiting entry into the eastern land, which greatly challenged the family's dignity. Their Lesenba clan decided to send another large group of clansmen to go east to carry out the crusade together with the Bruch clan. In addition, the Lesenba clan also added a reward if other vampires can provide any information about the Lord of the Green clan. They can get an additional 10 blood crystals as a reward from their Lesenba clan. If they can enter the Eastern Territory and bring back the Lord of the Green clan, they can get 5 Duke-level blood crystals and receive permanent protection from the Lesenba clan. As soon as this declaration came out, all the vampires who had been hesitant before suddenly became excited. Duke-level blood crystal and the permanent protection of the Lesenba tribe, every vampire knew what this meant. To do all this, one only needs to sneak into the east, break the no-entry declaration, or directly bring back the leader of the Qing tribe. Lu Qing was too lazy to read the declaration of the Lesenba clan in detail. It is certain that under the temptation of such rewards, a large number of fearless vampires will come in the near future, and then the two clans will join forces to attack his Qing clan. Come on, everyone. The blood pool in the ancestral mountain is almost completely absorbed. Lu Qing smiled coldly. In that case, I have to do something. After thinking for a moment, he flipped through his phone and picked out a few good photos. Luckily, I took 2 photos before, and now they finally come in handy. He opened the dark web again, uploaded the photo, and added a sentence. After sending the message, Lu Qing directly exited the dark web and made an encrypted call. A lazy and charming voice soon came from the other end of the phone. It took you so long to call me. Avril must have missed you so much. I want kisses and hugs. Lu Qing ignored Avril, who started to act like a spoiled brat again, and asked directly, when does your Lesenba tribe's Holy Land trial begin? Upon hearing this topic, Avril's voice became noticeably serious. Well, starting the day after tomorrow for 7 days. By then, most of the tribe will have entered the Holy Land. Are you going to take action? Lu Qing replied calmly, your family is seeking death on its own terms. I won't tolerate it. Are you sure Jiang Chen's left leg is in your Holy Land? On the other end of the phone, Avril replied, confirmed. It's because of the seal on Jiang Chen's left leg that the sacred artifact of our Lesenba tribe cannot be removed from the Holy Land. Lu Qing nodded and said with a playful smile, that's good. This time I will also help you get the holy weapon. After hanging up the phone, Lu Qing got up and headed for the ancient battlefield behind Zushan again. In the deepest part of there was a huge surprise. At this time, the dark web had completely exploded because an account named Qing suddenly sent a message after the 2 large clans issued their declarations. A few pictures and a paragraph. The picture seems to be taken of the square on the top of a mountain. In the picture, the huge square is full of vampire corpses. Some are torn apart, some have turned into meat paste, and the entire ground is covered with thick blood plasma. The family emblems of the Bruch and Lesenba tribes were clearly printed on those broken corpses. Above these corpses, there are countless blurry and dark shadows. These shadows are the Qing clan that tore apart the Blood clan. These pictures all show similar scenes, and the caption reads, this is the tribesman you sent before. He is dead, thank you. As I said before, foreigners are forbidden to enter the east. If you don't agree, come and try. To the west, the Alvis Mountains. In the place buried by wind and snow, a magnificent medieval castle stands proudly on the top of the mountain. This is the main family hall of the Lesenba clan, one of the 13 clans. Inside the castle, in a dark room, more than a dozen exquisitely shaped coffins were neatly arranged. At this moment, several members of the Lesenba tribe were kneeling devoutly in front of the coffins. The one named Qing on the dark web should be the leader of the Eastern Qing clan. It has been confirmed. The bodies in those pictures he sent are indeed the tribesmen we sent. None of the clan members we sent out could return to the clan. Since none of the tribesmen sent to the east returned, the Zhu Yi of the Lesenba tribe had no idea what exactly happened on Yanjing Mountain. It was not until those pictures appeared on the dark web that the Lesenba tribe was truly certain that all the tribesmen they had sent had been attacked and killed. The words of the tribe members awakened the existence sleeping in the coffin. A hoarse voice slowly emanated from the coffin in the center. "What are the reactions of the other clans?" The clan member replied respectfully in a deep voice, reporting to the patriarch. "The Bruch clan, like us, plans to send another clan member to the east to deal with the Qing clan. Besides this, the other 11 clans have not yet taken any action regarding the Qing clan's ban on entry and appear to be waiting and watching." A cold snort rang out from the other coffin. "What a bunch of profit-seeking guys. Why would those clans take action so easily without any benefits? Our clan is enough to destroy the Qing clan. The person sleeping in this coffin is the great elder of the Lesenba tribe. Like the head of the family, he is a prince-level powerhouse with terrifying strength." The coffin representing the patriarch spoke again. "The Holy Land trial is about to begin. Once our clan completes the trial, we will set out to annihilate the Qing clan. Our clan's dignity cannot be challenged." A unified and low voice echoed from more than a dozen coffins. "Family dignity must not be trampled upon." After the noise subsided, several tribesmen slowly left the hall. However, just as they were about to reach the door, a voice suddenly rang out from the coffin behind them. "Avril, the Son of God is about to break through the Duke's barrier. You must be ready to sacrifice yourself at any time. After sacrificing yourself, you will remain by the Son of God as a vassal." Avril, who had been walking silently with her head down and about to go out, trembled slightly when she heard this. She turned around and responded respectfully, "Yes, master." When she turned around and left the hall again, there was a hint of powerlessness and coldness in Avril's eyes. The Son of God is about to break through to become a duke, and she, the saint, is the best tonic. As the saint of the Lesenba tribe, Avril possesses extremely special blood. The essence of that blood settled in her body, making her evolve much faster than the average tribesman. But this is not a gift, because when the family's holy son breaks through to the duke, the blood essence deposited in her body will be completely absorbed. And from now on, she will become the son's personal vassal at his mercy. Even though she was extremely talented, even though a trace of royal blood had awakened in her body within the family, she could only serve as nourishment for the advancement of the Son of God. When this extremely charming woman thought about the torture she might suffer in the future, she felt both hatred and grievance. Unconsciously, the familiar figure appeared in her mind. She stretched out her slender fingers and gently stroked her fair skin. A charming smile bloomed on her face again, and her eyes looked towards the east with bright eyes. She muttered to herself, "I've guarded my body for hundreds of years. I can't let anyone else take advantage of me. After all, your essence is flowing through my body. Come and destroy them." After the turmoil in the vampire dark web, countless vampires were tempted by the high rewards and greedily began to sneak into the east. On the shores of the South Daxia Sea, a marquis-level Western vampire quietly poked his head out from the dark sea. He first looked around vigilantly, then suddenly accelerated and rushed to a big tree on the coastline like a gust of wind. "Tusk, what's the ban on entry from the east? I've already entered and no one seems to be watching." The Marquis took out his cell phone with some pride, took several photos of his handsome face, attached the location and uploaded the photos to the dark web. "We have successfully entered the Eastern Territory. The Qing clan is just a scare tactic. No one is trying to stop me. Brothers, keep moving forward." His post instantly garnered a great deal of attention. The image was clicked on, the location carefully studied, and the vampires discovered that this guy had actually entered the east. "Brother Marquis, could you please tell me which route you took?" "I'm planning to go there too. It seems that the Qing clan is just talking purely to scare the vampires. After all, the eastern border is so long, how could it be guarded entirely by people from the Qing tribe? Hurry up and go to Yanjing Mountain. If we can find information about the Qing clan leader, we'll get 10 Marquis-level blood crystals. Brother Marquis, can you please reply, where are the people?" The vampires were waiting for a reply with great anticipation. After all, this was the first Western vampire to successfully infiltrate after the Eastern Green clan issued the ban. However, after waiting for a long time, there was no reply from the Marquis. "What happened? Were they captured by the Qing clan? Why don't you answer me? Can you go or not?" Oh no, the Marquis might be in danger. But in reality, the Marquis was no longer able to reply to the message. Just as he finished posting the status and turned around to move on, a huge blue-gray arm suddenly stretched out and grabbed his head. "You, let me go." The Marquis struggled desperately, and his innate ability blasted towards the giant in front of him like a cannonball, but the other party did not move at all. "Anyone who trespasses will be killed." A low and hoarse voice sounded, and the next moment the Marquis's head was crushed. The corpse of the Qing tribe madly took 2 bites of the remaining neck of the Marquis, then threw the corpse on the ground like garbage, turned around and quickly disappeared on the coastline. After a while, Zhang Tianming from the Dragon Group slowly walked out of the dense forest with several other members of the Dragon Group. All the blood essence of this Marquis had been sucked away by the zombies just now. Tisk tisk. Zhang Tianming looked at the headless corpse. I told you not to listen and insisted on running over here to die. How miserable. As he spoke, he picked up his fallen phone and snapped several photos of the corpse. He then uploaded the photos to the vampire dark web with the caption, "I'm dead. Burn paper if you have anything to say. Thank you everyone." The vampires on the dark web were waiting for a reply from the vampire Marquis who had infiltrated the East when they suddenly saw his second update. "I'm dead. Please burn some paper if you have any questions." Thank you everyone. There were also several pictures of extremely miserable deaths below. Seeing these pictures, all the vampires were stunned at first and then a chill came over their hearts. Died so soon? Ah. It turns out the Qing clan really is hunting down the vampires who have intruded into their territory. It's so tragic. I'm a little scared to go. A Marquis-level vampire had his head crushed so quickly. How terrifying. The Qing clan is mighty. I didn't say anything bad about you. I was just joking. I don't want to go to the East. Don't take it seriously. After seeing these photos, the vampires on the dark web immediately realized that maybe someone from the Qing tribe was holding the Marquis's phone and watching him. How could someone still post updates if they were dead? It must have been someone from the Qing tribe. Similar scenes are playing out in various places along the eastern border. At the border of Hong Kong Island, a fishing boat had just docked at the port when a dark figure flashed past from under the boat and ran madly towards the village on the coast. However, just as he was about to go ashore, there was a loud bang, and the sea surface above his head seemed to be hit by a huge hammer. A figure with majestic momentum smashed through the thick sea water and stepped him directly into the mud on the seabed. The next moment, his neck was bitten off, and all the blood and energy in his body was sucked away. In the border area south of the colorful clouds, a wild Duke-level Western vampire cruelly transformed a human into a blood servant, and then let the blood servant ride a small motorcycle, carrying him, who had concealed his entire breath and slowly drove into the country. But when they arrived at the border, they saw a few words spelled out in the middle of the road using the corpses of dozens of Western vampires. Trespassers die. The Duke was confident in his own strength. Although he was a little shocked, he still rushed towards the border regardless of everything. I'm a Duke after all. I don't believe your Qing clan has any number of Dukes who can stop me. If all else fails, I can just run away. However, the next moment, this unwilling Western Duke-level vampire suddenly looked back and found that 7 Qing clan blood yis, exuding the aura of a Duke, had appeared under the street light at some point and were staring at him as if he were a corpse. Even after his body was torn into 7 pieces, he still couldn't figure out why the Qing tribe could send 7 Dukes to wait for him in this place, and why the gap between him and the other party was so huge even though they were both Dukes. At the border of Kunlun Mountain, a Duke finally climbed over the towering snow-capped mountains and looked at the border that was so close and about to be crossed, with a smile on his face. But just as he was about to officially step in, he suddenly discovered that 2 huge creatures and 2 vampires exuding the aura of a Duke had appeared on the snow-capped mountains on the border ahead. Roar. A hoarse roar was heard, and the snow on the opposite snowy mountain began to slide down due to the roar and finally formed a line of words. Huaxia ahead, trespassers will die. Upon seeing these words, the Western Duke, who had worked hard to cross mountains and rivers, turned around and ran back without looking back. There were constantly vampires who attempted to cross the border and sneak into the country, but they were ruthlessly killed on the border. Most of the related videos and pictures were uploaded to the vampire dark web by an account named Qing. Catch and kill a Marquis. The accompanying picture shows a Western Marquis with a bloody hole in his chest. This Duke's blood tastes good, but his death was a bit tragic. The accompanying picture shows a vampire Duke with his limbs nailed to a cliff. I advise everyone to be kind. The Qing clan is not joking. The accompanying pictures include several images showing more than 20 vampire corpses, all of which had their necks bitten off. This series of dynamics instantly made Lu Qing's account top the dark web list. I wouldn't have known about this if I hadn't posted it. How could so many vampires actually sneak over there? That's not the point. The point is that the Green clan intercepted all of these vampires. Could it be that the Qing clan has become so powerful now? Even if it's the 13 clans, that's it. Lu Qing's actions were quickly met with a counterattack from the Bruch clan, with the Bruch clan's son shouting across the air. "Don't be so arrogant, wait until my clan's Zhu Yi arrives. I hope your Qing clan can still stop him. I tell you clearly that 6 dukes from my tribe will enter the east first tonight. Elder Namerson will go there in person, just wait." This counterattack caused countless vampires to sigh. 6 Bruch dukes have joined forces to enter. They are probably going to lead the charge for the clan's campaign. Elder Namerson of the Bruch tribe, a powerful being just one step away from reaching the prince level. Can this be stopped? It seems the Bruch tribe is really angry this time. The vampire dark web seemed to have become a place for spectators overnight. All Western vampires are well aware that the ancient 13 clans are extremely terrifying. Previously, it was the wild vampires in the West who went to the East alone. Now are the vampires of the Bruch clan finally going to take the lead? 6 powerful dukes and an elder duke who is about to enter the prince level. With such a lineup, let alone crossing the border, even destroying a clan branch would be a piece of cake. This time, Lu Qing's account did not respond in time. It was not until the vampires in the dark web began to speculate whether the Qing clan had encountered a real crisis that Lu Qing's account finally updated a status again. This time, the entire vampire clan on the dark web was completely shocked. It is also in the form of a few pictures with a text. There are 7 pictures in total, and each picture shows a separate corpse, which means there are 7 corpses in total. These corpses seem to have suffered some kind of high-temperature burn, and their bodies had become dry and twisted. But judging from the eye-catching badges on the corpses, they were obviously the dukes sent by the Bruch clan. In the 7th picture, a blurry human figure covered in black flames was holding the head of an old vampire in one hand. Obviously, that was Elder Namerson, the most powerful among this group of dukes, who has now turned into a pitch-black corpse. This is the 2nd elder that my Qing clan has devoured. Come on, you guys are welcome. My Qing people are hungry and thirsty. This text plus these 7 pictures make all the vampires who see this dynamic video have a real picture appearing in their minds. Even though the figure of the leader of the Qing clan could not be seen clearly in the photo, the aura captured in the photo seemed to shock the hearts of every vampire. The 7 dukes sent by the Bruch tribe were all killed. Elder Namerson has also fallen. How horrible! Is that person covered in black flames in the picture the mysterious leader of the Qing clan? I really want to see him with my own eyes. The East is too scary, I'll never go there again. In the far west, among the Bruch tribe, the family's holy son Talia fell into extreme rage after seeing Lu Qing's post. Roar, damn Qing clan, damn it! Talia's eyes were bloodshot and he roared madly. He tore a tribesman beside him to pieces, but he still couldn't calm down the anger in his heart. This Dongfang Qing tribe was able to kill the 7 dukes of our tribe. Even the beloved Uncle Namerson has fallen. Hurry up and ask the head of the family to mobilize the entire clan. I'm going to crush him. The holy son Toria vented his anger madly, and after calming down a little he slowly spoke, "Never mind. The patriarch has been devouring the royal bloodline these past 2 days. He is at a critical stage and needs someone to protect him. After the patriarch comes out, I must go to the east myself. No, right now." Talia suddenly revealed a ferocious smile, typed frantically on the tablet in front of him, and then uploaded it to the vampire dark web. "I am Toria, the holy son of the Bruch clan. Officially launch a blood-pact war against the leader of the Qing clan. Right here on the eastern border, I'm going to tear you apart. Do you dare to promise me?" The Battle of Blood Covenant is a dual invitation that has been passed down among the vampires for countless years and represents the highest honor. Generally speaking, as long as one party initiates a blood contract with the other party will definitely accept it, because this concerns the dignity of the vampire race. If you don't accept it, you will be looked down upon by all the vampires. Talia's invitation was forwarded by the vampires who were watching the fun, and they tagged Lu Qing's account. The Blood Pact Battle. A battle where the honor of the vampire race is on the line. I'm really looking forward to it. The holy sons of the Bruch clan are said to be twins with royal blood, and they are at the pinnacle of the Earl rank. Can the leader of the Qing tribe defeat him? This isn't a question of whether or not we can win. The invitation to the Blood Pact battle has been issued. If you don't accept it, it means you're not a vampire. Will you accept? On Yanjing Mountain, Lu Qing looked at the numerous comments below the dynamic with a mischievous smile on his face. I'm no longer a pure vampire. These guys are kind of cute. He then posted a short and direct response on his account. Sorry, I'm busy and don't have time. This action stunned the vampires in the dark web. I actually rejected it directly. Do you really not take the honor of the vampire race seriously? Isn't that a bit too much? The holy son of the Brutch tribe was naturally extremely angry. He finally thought of sending out an invitation for a blood-pact battle, but was rejected so bluntly by the other party. It was like punching cotton, making him so depressed that he almost wanted to vomit blood. I will take it one bite at a time slowly. Chew up all your flesh and blood and eat it. The leader of the Qing clan, in the far west, Toria, the holy son of the Brutch tribe, roared angrily. The reason why Lu Qing refused was indeed because he was extremely busy at the moment. I was so busy that I didn't go to sleep in Su Lingwei's coffin for several days. It turned out that in the deepest part of the ancient battlefield of Zushan, when 1,000 corpses were fully awakened, 13 huge bronze gates quietly appeared there. Each huge bronze door was tightly wrapped with thick iron chains. The only ones who could use such brutal means to close these bronze doors must be Jiang Chen and his group of ancient corpse ancestors. Lu Qing spent a whole day trying to open all the giant bronze doors, but found that only one giant bronze door could be opened. This door must have been smashed open by the ancestors of the corpse clan working together. Lu Qing stood in front of the huge door, looking at the traces left on it. It was not difficult to imagine the scene when Jiang Chen brought the other 3 ancestors to violently smash the door with a pair of iron fists. Even so, they only managed to open this one huge bronze door. As for the other 12 doors, they must have tried, but they just couldn't open them. If my feeling is correct, this door. It should be the path to the sacred place of the Lesenba tribe. This was something he discovered a few days ago. Inside this door, he actually felt the breath of the Lesenba tribe, and that breath was even more ancient and desolate. Therefore, it is very likely that by passing through the open bronze gate in front of you, you can directly reach the family holy land of the Lesenba tribe. And the other 12 gates just happen to correspond to the other 12 vampire clans. That's good. Good fellow, he stole directly from the house to the Holy Land. Lu Qing smiled evilly. You know, the Holy Land of each of the 13 clans is the most precious place of the clan. The holy artifacts passed down from ancient times are stored in it, and those deceased ancestors must be sleeping in it. There are even countless treasures that can promote the evolution of the blood clan. Now, it is equivalent to Lu Qing opening a door to other family treasure houses in his own home. And this door only opens in one direction, because this door can only be opened with the blood of the ancestor of the corpse clan. Lu Qing rubbed his fingers excitedly. It just so happens that Avril said that the masters of the Lesenba tribe are in seclusion elsewhere for the past 2 days. That's great. Lu Qing chuckled, stretched out his hand, and released a trace of the blood of the ancient ancestor of the corpse clan. Boom! The huge bronze door, which had been silent for countless years, slowly opened in front of him. Please don't let me down. With an expectant smile, he slowly walked into the huge bronze gate. In a remote and extremely cold place, among the continuous mountain ranges, on the top of the tallest and steepest snow-capped mountain, thousands of members of the Lesenba tribe gathered. This snow-capped mountain is the sacred mountain of the Lesenba tribe and also the entrance to the family's holy land. The holy land is open today. All clansmen of Earl rank and above can enter the Holy Land to absorb the Holy Vein. Those entering are strictly prohibited from peeking into the Holy Coffin without permission, and are prohibited from fighting with their own kind. Anyone who violates this will be stripped of their bloodline according to our clan's blood law. The magnificent voice echoed on the top of the snow-capped mountains. Every time the Holy Land is opened, the family elders in charge of the opening will repeatedly emphasize these rules. After all, the tribesmen were usually scattered all over the place, and it was inevitable that they would have hatred. In the past, people often took advantage of the opening of the Holy Land to retaliate against each other and fight. After all, every vampire who can evolve to the Earl has gone through a long time, and they are all arrogant and unwilling to submit to anyone else. As for peeking into the Holy Coffin, most of the tribesmen didn't dare to do that. Because the aura emitted by the Holy Coffin in the Holy Land is so terrifying, only the elders of the family have the courage to barely get close to it. Now, open the Holy Coffin. Another voice was heard, and then 3 blurry figures quietly appeared on the top of the snow-capped mountain. As soon as these 3 figures appeared, all the members of the Lesenba tribe present bowed their heads respectfully at the same time. Greetings, Elder. The 3 elders of the Lesenba tribe released their powerful bloodline power at the same time, which condensed into a substantial blood-red color, and was then strangely absorbed by the snow in front of them. After absorbing the essence of these bloodlines, this smooth snow began to melt slowly, revealing a bottomless black hole. Come in. Following the order from the elders, thousands of tribesmen of Earl rank and above rushed forward and jumped into the mysterious black hole in an orderly manner. The Holy Land has finally reopened. I've been waiting for 10 years. If I can advance one more step in the Holy Vein this time, I can evolve to the Marquis. I really miss the pure blood power in the Holy Vein. This time I must evolve into a Duke. The tribesmen's eyes were filled with excitement and anticipation, and they jumped into the deep black hole without hesitation. The reason why it is stipulated that only members of the clan who are Earl or above can enter is because the black hole leading to the Holy Land is too deep, and during the descent, they will encounter hurricanes as sharp as knives. The tribesmen below the rank of Earl might have turned into skeletons before they even reached the bottom. Avril was also among the team entering the Holy Land this time. As a saint and a duke, she walked at the end of the group. Gazing at the dark cave entrance before her, she couldn't help but glance eastward. The Holy Land is open, where are you? After all the tribe members entered the Holy Land, the 3 elders of the Lesenba tribe quietly sat down cross-legged, with a hint of weakness on their faces. Every time I open the Holy Land, half of my bloodline power is consumed. Fortunately, I have the Duke-level blood crystals given by the Patriarch to absorb, otherwise it would take 10 years just to restore the lost bloodline power. I wonder how many more Dukes the clan will have after absorbing the Holy Veins this time. That Qing clan in the east has been in the spotlight lately. Humph, they're just ants. Once our clan's Holy Land is closed, we will definitely destroy them. Okay, just focus on absorbing the blood crystal. The sounds gradually died down atop the snowy mountain. The 3 elders grasped the Duke-level blood crystals in their hands and began to absorb the abundant bloodline power within. They will stay here until the tribesmen come out, and keep an eye on the situation in the Holy Land at all times. Since the Holy Land only had this one entrance and no other places were accessible, the 3 elders were not worried about other vampires sneaking in. They simply sat cross-legged and waited. It was still the familiar darkness, cold and damp. Lu Qing walked slowly in the darkness without any direction to guide him and moved forward only by relying on the blood flow in his body. Finally, he came to another huge bronze door. Looks like we'll get there if we go out from here. He changed the position of the huge axe that he had been carrying on his shoulder and then walked into the huge bronze door without hesitation. There was nothing strange about it. It was as natural as opening a door and walking into a room. When he reappeared, he was already in a huge space. This is a dead silent space. 4 walls engraved with intricate patterns can be vaguely seen around the space. On the walls, lamps burning with blood-red flames flickered, as did overhead and beneath the feet. The entire space was like a square box. This place looks a bit like a coffin. Could it be that by coming through the bronze gate, we can directly reach the holy coffin in the Lesenba tribe's holy land? He had learned about the Holy Land from Avril and knew that in their Holy Land there was a huge sarcophagus, which was called the Holy Coffin by the vampires of the Lesenba tribe, and there was also a red river called the Holy Vein. The river flows out from under the Holy Coffin, and the Holy Vein contains the purest blood power. Every once in a while, when the blood essence in the Holy Vein reaches a certain level, the Lesenba clan will let the clan members enter the Holy Land to absorb the power in the Holy Vein. It looks like there are a lot of good things in this Holy Coffin. Lu Qing took a look and saw countless sparkling things on this vast ground. They were actually blood crystals. Even Avril the Saint had never entered the Holy Coffin because it was too big. Only the family head and elders could work together to push the coffin lid open a gap and enter. Most of the secret treasures passed down by the Lesenba tribe from ancient times are stored in this Holy Coffin, and the family's sacred artifacts are also here. Looks like I'm going to get rich. Lu Qing smiled broadly, strolling forward leisurely as if she were shopping in a supermarket. Before her eyes was an endless ocean made of blood crystals. These blood crystals are at least Baron level. That's too many. The ancient clan's heritage is indeed profound. Hee, but now it's all mine. Just wait here obediently, I'll come back and take you home later. Lu Qing smiled so much that his eyes narrowed into slits. He crossed the sea of blood crystal and continued forward. The further you go towards the middle, the higher the level of the blood crystals. Gradually, Earl-level blood crystals appear, and there are also quite a few Marquis-level blood crystals. Then hundreds of Duke-level blood crystals suddenly appear before your eyes. So rich. Lu Qing gently stroked a Duke-level blood crystal and was deeply attracted by the abundant and pure blood power within the blood crystal. If I can absorb all the blood crystals here, I will definitely be able to evolve into a prince. But this is a bit too wasteful. Let's take it back and let the Qing tribe absorb it. Lu Qing felt a little regretful. Although he had the talent for devouring and could devour vampires endlessly, he had certain limitations in devouring blood crystals. Because his devouring evolution requires him to devour all the essence of flesh and blood, the evolution points obtained by absorbing these blood crystals are extremely low, so it is more cost-effective to bring them back for his tribe to use. However, when he arrived at the center of the blood crystal sea, he felt a breath that made his heart beat. In the center is a blank area with a small pool of water. The pool was not deep, and in the center was a strange sculpture with broad wings wrapped around its body, sharp claws, and sturdy hind legs. It was clearly a sculpture of the ancient image of Cain. Even more bizarre was the fact that a colorless, transparent crystal was embedded in the wings of the Cain sculpture. Lu Qing sensed it immediately. My goodness, this is a first-generation blood crystal. Just when he was a little distracted, a slight noise came from the blood crystal sea next to him. He looked warily and saw 7 or 8 small skeletons less than 1 meter tall clumsily climbing down the hill of blood crystals. These little skeletons exude the aura of the Duke, but seem to have no spiritual consciousness. They each held a few blood crystals in their hands, and under Lu Qing's gaze, they threw the blood crystals into the pool in front of them. The blood crystal disappeared instantly as it entered the pool, but in Lu Qing's perception, the blood essence in the pool became a little richer. After doing this, the little skeletons went back into the pile of blood crystals. Not long after, they threw blood crystals into the pool again, repeating this tirelessly. Seeing this scene, Lu Qing suddenly understood. It seems that this pool in front of us is the source of the Lesenba tribe's sacred vein. Those little skeletons are responsible for delivering blood crystals and infusing the sacred veins with blood essence. And this Cain statue on the pool can transform the bloodline power in that first-generation blood crystal, releasing a trace of the first-generation essence into the holy vein. You really do have some ideas. He couldn't help but admire the ancestors of the Lesenba tribe for being able to come up with such a method, and find such a secret treasure of the blood clan to provide nutrients for the evolution of future generations of the Lesenba tribe. Thank you so much. I will definitely treat these little guys well. Lu Qing looked at the diligent little skeletons with a smile, as if she was looking at her own treasures. He had already planned to move all the blood crystals, magical statues, little skeletons, and the first-generation blood crystal back. By then, I can create a holy vein in the ancestral mountain. This will be much more convenient than having my own blood pool. Just wait for me. Lu Qing reluctantly said goodbye to the little skeletons and then walked deeper into the holy coffin. He definitely couldn't move all these things by himself. After exploring the entire holy coffin, he would bring the 1,000 strong men from home over and move all the treasures here. Now he still has to continue looking for other good things, such as the sacred weapon of the Lesenba tribe, Jiang Chen's left leg, and maybe even a powerful corpse. In that desolate holy land, a winding river flows quietly on the rugged earth. This is the holy vein in the holy land of the Lesenba tribe. The source of the holy vein is the astonishingly huge black coffin. Except for the family head and elders, no other vampires have ever been able to set foot into the holy coffin. Therefore, the tribesmen neither knew where the holy vein came from, nor what the source of the holy vein was. But they knew that this sacred family bloodline had existed for countless years and contained the purest blood essence. Countless tribesmen draw strength from this sacred vein and achieve evolution. The closer to the upper reaches of the holy vein of the holy coffin, the purer the blood essence contained in it, and the stronger the impact on the body. Therefore, the stronger the clan members are, the more likely they are to move towards the upper reaches of the holy vein. The weaker low-level vampires can only absorb the power of the holy vein in the middle and lower reaches. The water in the lower reaches of the holy vein is blood red, but the further upstream you go, the clearer the water becomes. At this moment, thousands of vampires from the Lesenba clan who entered the holy land were in the holy veins. Hands appeared from the river, wrapped around each member of the tribe and slowly dragged them to the bottom of the water. At the same time, pure blood power continuously seeped into their bodies. This power is so pure. It would be great if I could stay in the holy vein and absorb power forever. It's so comfortable. As long as I can stay here for 3 days, I will definitely be able to evolve to Marquis. I definitely can. All the members of the Lesenba tribe had an intoxicated expression on their faces. The feeling of madly absorbing power seemed to immerse their souls in it. As for the high-ranking members of the tribe, they gradually walked upstream along the holy vein, and after finding the appropriate breath, they immersed their bodies in it. Avril, with a seductive figure, walked to the position closest to the upstream among all the tribesmen. She moved slightly, and the clothes on her body automatically turned into powder and dissipated, revealing her perfect body that was even more enchanting. She looked at her body through the reflection of the holy vein. An extremely charming smile appeared on her face, and then she slowly walked into the holy vein, and her whole body gradually sank into the water. A trace of pure blood power began to flow into her body. However, the ancient bloodline in her body that bore the mark of Lu Qing suddenly became active, madly absorbing the blood essence in the holy vein, and even a hint of black light flashed in her eyes. This is. Avril felt a surge of restlessness in her body and suddenly turned her head to look in the direction of the holy coffin, her eyes full of disbelief. Holy coffin? Are you in the holy coffin? That's impossible. How could you possibly be inside the holy coffin? But the mark you left behind is guiding me. Avril's reason told her that there was no way Lu Qing could enter the holy coffin in the Holy Land quietly, but the aura of Lu Qing's mark in her body was clearly guiding her. Lu Qing was there. Ever since Lu Qing's essence was injected into Avril's body, the aura of the brand on her body would become active whenever Lu Qing appeared within a certain range. But just now at the entrance of the Holy Land, she did not feel Lu Qing's breath, but now here the mark in her body is restless. What is going on? The agitated energy in her body made Avril's skin all over hot and red. Because of this brand, Avril's body and mind gradually became a little weird, and sometimes she would even have some indescribable emotions when she thought of Lu Qing. At this moment, a sarcastic voice suddenly sounded, accompanied by a disgusting look. Avril, I finally found you. On the shore of the holy vein stood a guy with a pale face and black eyes. He was staring at Avril's body with greedy eyes and unscrupulously. Avril's excitement instantly vanished without a trace, and she responded coldly, Son of Les, has no one ever taught you that peeking at ladies is rude? Les didn't care at all and continued to greedily admire the beautiful scenery hidden under the water, with the desire in his eyes hardly concealed. Avril, you will be mine sooner or later anyway. Why don't you give yourself to me now? The scenery here is so beautiful. Les had long coveted the body of this saint who, according to clan rules, must dedicate herself to him when he evolved into a duke. It was only because of the clan's rules that they never took possession of it by force. Hearing his words, Avril suddenly smiled charmingly, stood up directly from the water and completely exposed her flawless body. Son of Les, have you evolved to the duke? Les couldn't help but swallow lightly, thinking he had a chance, and proudly replied, After absorbing the holy vein this time, I will definitely break through. It's only a matter of time anyway. How about letting me enjoy it for a while? Looking at Les's lecherous look, the smile on Avril's face instantly disappeared and she said coldly, Not so good. If you haven't broken through yet, get going and break through. After Avril finished speaking, her whole body sank into the water again and there was no trace of her seductive look anymore. Les's face darkened as he realized he had been tricked. He no longer tried to hide his feelings and said viciously, Humph, when I leave the Holy Land this time, I will definitely evolve into a duke. Then according to the clan's rules, you will have to become my vassal. Just wait, I'm going to torture you. Saint Les took another look at the snow-white skin in the water and walked downstream of the holy vein with hatred on his face. He is only at the peak of the marquee now, while Avril is already a duke. He cannot withstand the power of the holy vein here and can only go downstream. Looking at Les's departing back, Avril showed a hint of hatred on her face. Just because you are of the most direct bloodline, you can become the holy son. This family is truly disgusting. But dear holy son, you may never have the chance to evolve into a duke. Avril looked at the huge holy coffin and murmured to herself, Please come out quickly, don't make your sister wait anxiously. Lu Qing had reached the deepest part of the holy coffin. Looking at the neatly arranged coffins in front of him, he couldn't help but feel a little dazed. After a long time, he sighed softly, 12 dukes, 6 princes. It seems that this holy coffin has also been used as a tomb by the Lesenba tribe. There were a total of 18 coffins, and lying inside were all vampires of the Lesenba clan who had fallen ancestors, and their physical bodies were still preserved. Theoretically, the lives of vampires are eternal and immortal, but as time goes by, their bodies can no longer withstand the erosion of time. The more powerful the vampires are, the heavier the burden on their bodies. They need more blood essence to replenish their body's consumption. Once they lack sufficient blood supply, they will gradually fall into a deep sleep. If they do not have enough blood to wake them up, they will sleep forever. Even if they could be awakened with a large amount of blood, their bodies would no longer be able to withstand the intense battle. Therefore, for the family, letting this type of vampire sleep forever is actually a better choice. And all the creatures in the coffins here are like this. Lu Qing stopped beside a coffin containing a prince-level vampire and slowly said, What good is it to have an endless life? In the end, you still have to choose to sleep. Can deep sleep be considered eternal life? Of course not. You're just not strong enough. So be my servants and I will grant you true eternal life. He had planned to transform these 18 corpses into personal servants. But my current vampire rank is Duke. I can only convert you after I become a prince. But don't worry, because I will soon become a blood prince. Lu Qing spoke softly as he walked through the 18 coffins and came to a spacious stone platform at the innermost part. There are 3 things placed on the stone platform: a drop of black blood that exudes a powerful aura, an extremely thick left leg. There is also an exquisite little key in blood red color. The second blood of Cain, the left leg of the ancestor general. The Lingwei tribe's sacred artifact, the blood key. Which one should I devour first? So confusing. Lu Qing looked left and right, caught in a pleasant tangle. While Lu Qing was busy in the Lingwei tribe's holy land, the outside world was also bustling with activity, especially on the dark web, where all kinds of news were spreading like wildfire. Latest news: 2 more Duke-level vampires were killed on the eastern border. It is said that the death was extremely tragic, simply horrible. Also, Duke Tabel, who specializes in taking on various bounty missions, also made a special trip to the east. In the end, it seemed like I was blocked at the border by a dozen Qing clan members, and I didn't dare to take even a single step forward. The Qing clan is truly formidable. The Qing clan leader previously posted about killing 7 dukes at once. Even so, there are still many vampires who refuse to give up. It's mainly because the bounty is too tempting, but now there should be very few vampires who dare to try it easily. After this period of deterrence, especially those powerful Duke-level vampires in the west, fell one after another on the eastern border. Many vampires finally woke up and realized that the Qing clan was really capable of fulfilling the declaration of no outsiders are allowed to enter the east. In this way, the Qing clan officially emerged in front of all the blood clans. Now that the scattered vampires have been beaten so hard that they dare not intrude into the east without permission, it will depend on the reactions of the other 13 clans. In particular, the Bruch and Lingwei tribes, who have a deep hatred for the Qing tribe, have sparked a lot of speculation about how their upcoming campaign will develop. I think the Qing clan is strong enough to rival the 13 clans. The Bruch and Lingwei clans may not be able to gain an advantage. That's right, this is just a Duke-level contest. The power of the Prince level hasn't been revealed yet. The 13 clans boast powerful individuals at the Prince level, but how long has the Qing clan been rising? I don't know what rank the leader of the Qing clan is. He should be a prince, right? By the way, it seems like it's been a while since I saw the leader of the Qing tribe post an update. Many vampires on the dark web rushed to Lu Qing's account to search and found that there had indeed been no updates for a day and a night. Especially recently, the Qing clan has killed many high-level vampires, but they have not posted any photos. Even after the holy son of the Brew tribe called out twice, the leader of the Qing tribe didn't respond. The last update still contained the phrase busy, no time. Where on earth did the leader of the Qing clan go? Come out and say something. 2 clans are coming to attack us soon. Could it be that a powerful prince from the 13 clans sneaked in and killed him? Stop talking nonsense. Do you think prince-level warriors are like wildflowers on the roadside and can be found everywhere? Maybe he's busy preparing for the crusade. The vampires on the dark web are caught up in various speculations. This kind of war, which is rarely seen in the world of vampires, finally gave these guys who have lived too long and are extremely bored a little excitement. Now, if I don't see any new progress for a day, I can't help but feel a little impatient. However, there was still no movement in the account of the leader of the Qing clan. Just as the many vampires in the vampire dark web were eagerly waiting for Lu Qing to show up, a transparent gust of wind had already risen from the holy coffin of the Lingwei tribe. The entire space was filled with slight hisses and ancient, desolate roars. Black and purple gold lightning intertwined in the air, leaving deep marks on the hard ground. It seemed as if this place had become the place where divine punishment was to descend. At a certain moment, everything suddenly stopped. Even the small debris that had been blown into the air by the strong wind was fixed in place. Only a figure emitting a terrifying aura slowly emerged. The purple gold and black lightning that madly struck him could not even leave a trace on him. The whole space seemed to be filled with a huge breathing sound. Lu Qing's pupils, which were purple gold and pitch black, finally slowly returned to their original state, calm without a trace of ripples. Prince level, so this is what it feels like. Lu Qing felt the blood rushing through his body like a torrent, an intoxicated expression on his face. Every cell in the body seems to be reborn, no longer dead, but full of vitality. But this overly active energy also puts a heavy burden on his body at any time. This is why the higher the level of the vampire, the more difficult it is for the body to withstand the powerful bloodline power. However, for Lu Qing, who possesses the blood of the ancestor of the corpse clan, he can fully bear this burden. The second drop of Cain's blood and the ancestral blood in Jiang Chen's left leg have now been devoured by him and converted into nutrients for his body. The blood of Cain helped him advance directly to the vampire prince, while the blood power in Jiang Chen's left leg further enhanced the strength of his body. I don't know if it's because of the coexistence of two bloodlines or a mutation, but after swallowing Jiang Chen's blood, the changes in his body became more and more obvious. With the power of the ancestor fully activated, his stature had doubled, now standing at over 5 meters tall. His body was as hard as iron, and his strength was unparalleled. It's very likely that once I've completely devoured the blood of the ancestor, the final form of the ancestor's power will astonish me. Will it then become an indestructible 100-meter-tall titan? Lu Qing couldn't help but be full of longing for his final form in the future. He imagined himself turning into a 100-meter giant, able to smash a mountain with one punch and one kick. That would be more powerful than the 4 ancestors of Jiang Chen and others. Lu Qing touched the ancient and exquisite blood-red key on his neck and said, "With this key, the remaining 12 bronze gates in the ancient battlefield of Zushan can be opened. Soon I will be able to collect all the blood of the ancestors." The Lesenba clan's sacred artifact, the blood key, although not very powerful in attack, can open any door in space. It is said that at certain moments the gates of hell can even be opened, releasing demons to destroy the world. Before, the Lesenba tribe could still use this blood key, but later they could no longer use it because they needed it to suppress the left leg of the general sealed in the holy coffin. The remaining aura in Jiang Chen's left leg is too powerful, so the holy artifact blood key can only stay here and cannot be taken away for a moment. But now, Lu Qing has solved this problem perfectly. Okay, now you can try out the latest awakened ability after evolving to the prince. Lu Qing slowly stretched out a hand, and black flames appeared out of thin air in the palm of his hand and gradually condensed. Shinra Black Coffin. Invisible waves spread out. One end of the black flame was connected to Lu Qing's hand, and the other end slowly condensed into a pitch-black coffin in midair. After a moment, the black coffin was completely formed. What was even more strange was that there was a breath slowly brewing in the black coffin. Lu Qing felt the breath in the black coffin and said curiously, "Come out." Immediately afterwards, another Lu Qing slowly stood up from the black coffin. Is this the effect of Shinra Black Coffin? It condenses a black coffin and from within it a clone is born. Because he possesses the power of my bloodline, he has inherited nearly 80% of my strength and abilities. Awesome. The original Lu Qing walked around the clone born from the black coffin and looked at it carefully twice. He found that it was exactly the same as himself, and their thinking was also the same, just like another real self. The most terrifying thing is that this clone was conceived from his own blood essence. As long as one of the main body and the clone survives, he will never die. After the clone dies, it can be reborn through the black coffin. After the main body dies, it can also be reborn in the clone with the help of other blood essences. This is the true immortality. The only regret is that the clone created by the black coffin cannot inherit the blood power of the ancestor of the corpse clan, so it can only exert the abilities of the blood clan. Nothing can be perfect. I am already very satisfied with this. Lu Qing comforted himself. Being able to awaken such a powerful ability as Shinra Black Coffin is already top-notch. At this point, his information panel has also been updated. Personal information panel host, Lu Qing race, blood clan, corpse clan bloodline, symbiotic bloodline, ancient bloodline, ancestral bloodline. Family, Qing clan bloodline level, bloodline prince 1-200, corpse level, complete ancestor 4-7, ability form, time 0, freeze time and space, range 500 meters. Crimson blood rage, strength and speed increase 6 times in blood rage mode. The king's chosen servant, use your own bloodline to force a contract with a vampire, becoming the king's personal servant. The contracted person cannot betray. Black moon in darkness, anyone shrouded by the black moon will become the dust of the past. Shinra Black Coffin, breeding a clone in a black coffin, inheriting 80% of the original's power and becoming immortal. Bloodline form, Emperor Flame. Corpse form, the power of the ancestor. I was originally planning to go back myself and call for help to move the things. Now that I have a clone, it's much more convenient. Lu Qing waved to the self in the black coffin. Without even saying a word, the other self understood what he meant. Wow. The black wings behind him popped out instantly, and the clone turned into a black shadow and flew away, disappearing into the bronze door. Although the clone did not inherit the blood power of the corpse clan, it carried the imprint of the corpse clan's aura from Lu Qing, so it could also freely pass through the giant bronze gate. Lu Qing's real body came to the 18 coffins again. It's your turn. Become my personal servants. Lu Qing's whole body shook, releasing a powerful aura belonging to the Blood Prince. The black flames on his body expanded instantly, covering all the coffins. The king's chosen attendant, when the black flames dissipated again, 18 people were standing respectfully in front of him. 12 dukes, 6-headed prince. At the same time, a rumbling sound suddenly came from the holy coffin, which had been relatively quiet. As the sound grew louder, nearly 700 or 800 giant men about 3 to 5 meters tall slowly ran out from the bronze gate. These extremely sturdy Qing clan corpses each carried a huge bag on their backs, as if it could hold the entire earth. Led by the clone, hundreds of green zombies swarmed out of the bronze gate. They each held a huge bag in their hands. As soon as they stepped into the holy coffin, the breath of the vampires instantly made the zombies look murderous. However, after looking around, he did not find any trace of the vampires, but saw his own head of the family. When they saw the second Lu Qing, hundreds of Qing zombies showed human-like expressions of doubt on their faces. Although they couldn't speak, they probably thought, why is there another patriarch? Who was that just now? Could he be an imposter? If he dares to pretend to be the patriarch, beat him to death. But this aura is indeed that of the patriarch. Seeing a group of big men staring at him with confused eyes, Lu Qing glared at them. What are you looking at? Both of them are me. Hurry up and work. Clear this place out today. As he spoke, he pointed at the blood crystals that piled up like an ocean. Hundreds of corpses rushed towards the blood crystal again. Now that they were sure it was the master's aura, they no longer doubted it. After all, their intelligence was really limited. But when it comes to work, he is absolutely an expert and doesn't need any other tools at all. The corpse clan's palm, as big as a palm fan, scooped up the ground and grabbed dozens of blood crystals at a time, and then put them into the large hemp sack on his body. Soon, this sea of blood crystal gradually disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye and was all put into huge pockets. Those little skeletons had no intelligence and just stared blankly at the group of robbers who suddenly broke in. Some of them even scratched their skulls with their dry hand bones, looking very confused. Lu Qing carefully pulled up the cane statue from the holy vein pool and gently placed it aside along with a first-generation blood crystal on it. After the statue was taken out, the holy vein pool became visibly turbid, and the blood power contained in it stopped growing. However, the holy vein itself still contains extremely huge blood essence, but now it has become rootless water. Hold this statue well and take those little skeletons back with you. Lu Qing instructed a prince-level attendant behind him who had just been transformed through the king's chosen attendant. The main concern is that the zombies are too strong, and it would be troublesome if they accidentally broke the cane statue and those little skeleton laborers. After arranging these things, he began to look at the entire holy coffin. The material of this holy coffin seemed to be extraordinary, and it was actually made of the most precious corpse soil. It is for this reason that the entire holy coffin contains such abundant yin energy. Although the vampires cannot absorb the yin energy from the corpses, they just naturally like this gloomy atmosphere, but the corpses can. These yin energies are definitely a great tonic for Eastern zombies. Coupled with the yin energy and corpse energy from the ancient battlefield of Zushan, these zombies in the house will definitely grow rapidly. But this holy coffin is too big. How can I carry it back? Lu Qing thought as he stroked the stone wall engraved with patterns. If the people of the Lesenba tribe knew that he not only stole all the blood crystals in the holy coffin, but also took away the holy weapon and devoured the holy objects, and now even wanted to carry the entire holy coffin away, they would probably be furious. After thinking for a long time, Lu Qing had no clue for the time being, so he had to turn his attention to the hardworking laborers. The bags brought by the corpse clan are all full. Led by the clone, one wave has already carried them back, and now it is the second wave, and they can almost empty the entire holy coffin. At this time, each of the corpses was carrying at least 2 bags that were taller than themselves, but they did not feel heavy at all. Instead, they felt light. But the bags almost covered their heads and faces, making them look a little funny. You are truly a formidable thief. With you in our family, we can empty the 13 clans of their treasures. Thinking about the future house-stealing operation, Lu Qing couldn't help but look forward to it. Because he has now obtained the sacred blood key of the Lesenba tribe, the remaining bronze doors can definitely be opened with this blood key. And those bronze doors connect to the holy places of the 13 clans, which is equivalent to opening a back door directly in the treasury. In this situation, he would feel sorry for them if he didn't empty all the clan's sacred places. Okay, you guys go back first. Leave these things at Zushan first, and I'll make arrangements when I get back. Lu Qing gave instructions to all the corpse tribes, and asked the 18 newly transformed servants to go back with him and first place them at the border, and let them guard together with the Qing tribe for a while. With these 6 prince-level attendants, no foreigners will ever be allowed into the eastern border again. Afterwards, he thought about it, took out his mobile phone, and took a few pictures of the empty holy coffin. Finally, he handed the phone to his clone and asked him to take it back to Yanjing Mountain. When you get back, post these photos on the dark web. Remember to upload them after an hour. Lu Qing had a mischievous smile on his face. After his clone and all the tribesmen disappeared through the bronze gate, he walked to the bare holy vein pool. There's still so much blood essence left here, we can't waste it. As for those vampires outside who are absorbing the essence from the holy vein, now that you are here, don't go back. Lu Qing did a few warm-up exercises and then plunged into the cold holy vein. Outside the holy coffin, thousands of vampires of the Lesenba clan lay quietly in the holy veins, and countless pure blood powers were madly pouring into their bodies. The holy vein baptism lasted 7 days, and this was only the first day. But even on the first day, some gifted members and those who had already reached the pinnacle of their abilities had already achieved breakthroughs. Powerful fluctuations of aura continuously appeared in the upper, middle, and lower reaches of the holy vein. Every fluctuation of aura made the tribesmen sleeping in the holy vein open their eyes in surprise and fell into a clamor. Another member of the tribe has evolved. This is only the first day. What a talent. Wal has actually evolved to the rank of Marquis. He truly is one of the young generation who have awakened the royal bloodline. Ha ha ha, I evolved into a Marquis, that's awesome. No, I can't let my thoughts be disturbed. This is only the first day. I need to absorb the holy vein quickly. Soon I will be able to evolve too. There were also tribesmen who, after expressing their envy, quickly calmed down and continued to absorb the blood essence from the holy vein. After all, this is only the first day, and there are still 6 days to evolve. Especially those members of the tribe who are in the middle of the holy vein are basically at the level of Marquis. They can not only resist the corrosion of the middle of the holy vein, but also absorb more essence. As for the upper reaches closest to the holy coffin, only clan members who have reached the duke level can enter. Therefore, in the last few days, the middle and upper reaches of the holy vein are often the focus of attention of all the tribesmen, because as long as there are fluctuations of breath coming from there. This means that there will be another duke level or even prince level strongman in the clan. Les, the saint son of the Leshenba clan, swam in the middle of the saint vein. As the saint son of the family, he had already evolved to the peak of the Marquis in less than 100 years. There is no doubt that as long as he absorbs the energy from the holy vein for 7 days, he will definitely be able to evolve into a duke. At that time, according to the rules of the tribe, the woman he had coveted for a long time must become his property. After being humiliated by Avril before, Les decided that he must torture her before sucking all her blood dry. After sucking all her blood essence dry and getting tired of playing with her, give her to other members of the tribe. Avril was going to be his personal vassal anyway, so he could do whatever he wanted with her. With this thought in mind, Les was extremely focused when absorbing the holy blood. But it was this concentration that made him feel as if something was not right. With a crash, Les slowly poked his head out of the holy vein and looked at the upper reaches of the holy vein in confusion. Is it my imagination? Why do I feel like the blood essence in the holy vein is decreasing little by little? No, it seems to be decreasing. What's going on? Les noticed that compared to when he absorbed the holy vein before, the power entering his body now has gradually decreased, which means that the blood essence in the holy vein is indeed decreasing. But this is only the first day. The holy vein has been nurtured for 10 years, so it shouldn't weaken so quickly. The blood power in the holy vein will indeed decrease due to absorption, but it can definitely last for 7 days. 10 years of gestation and 7 days of absorption have been the Lesenba tribe's established pattern for thousands of years. This abnormal phenomenon now makes him very confused. This weakening continues over time and tends to intensify. More and more tribesmen have noticed the abnormality of the holy vein, especially those in the downstream areas who feel it most clearly. Because the holy vein downstream should have been as red as blood, but now the color is slowly fading, and before long it has turned pink. This awakened countless sleeping tribesmen who looked at the holy vein in front of them in horror. What happened? Why did the power of the holy vein disappear so quickly? Yeah, it was all blood red just now, but now you can see the bottom. How strange. I've never encountered anything like this before. Could it be that something unusual has occurred in the holy coffin? The members of the Lesenba tribe fell into panic. Avril, who was at the uppermost reaches of the holy vein, was the first to discover the changes in the holy vein. She was stunned at first, then seemed to have guessed something, and an extremely charming smile appeared on her face, feeling the increasingly warm aura of the brand in her body. Her body unconsciously became hot, her hands kept touching herself, and her eyes were misty. Are you here? At the deepest part of the holy vein, Lu Qing relaxed his whole body and floated slowly along the waves of the holy vein. He had already activated the endless devouring sequence ability, and the remaining pure power in the holy veins was pouring into his body like a raging torrent. His swallowing speed is terrifying. The power absorbed by thousands of Lesenba tribe members at the same time was far less than the amount he swallowed each time. It was also because of this that the vampires discovered with horror that the blood essence in the holy vein was disappearing at an astonishing speed. Lu Qing drifted leisurely with the flow when suddenly something struck her. She opened her eyes slightly and looked at the beautiful body above her head with a smile on her face. Avril, he called silently in his heart. Then Lu Qing slowly swam towards Avril and brought her to the surface. However, he found that Avril seemed to be in an abnormal state at the moment. Her whole body was burning hot, her skin was pink, and the eyes that looked at him seemed to be dripping with water. An extremely seductive voice came out of her throat. I knew you were here. Avril looked at Lu Qing seductively, not caring at all that she was naked. Lu Qing did not respond but asked in surprise, you are also going to evolve into a prince. That's right, this woman is already on the verge of evolution. Well, the mark you left in my body has made me evolve exceptionally quickly recently. Avril's body trembled slightly, as if she was trying hard to suppress something. Lu Qing instantly understood that the mark of the ancient bloodline must have brought unimaginable benefits to this woman. However, her current state is not right. Perhaps because she was about to break through to the prince level, her aura was extremely unstable, causing the mark he left in her body to become violently active. And at this moment he appeared in front of her again, making Avril's attachment to him even stronger. Are you? Before Lu Qing could finish her words, she felt her body suddenly sink and Avril wrapped around her like an octopus. The hot air from her mouth sprayed directly on his face. Good brother, I finally got you here. Your sister has been waiting so hard. At the same time, the dark web, which had been silent for a day, suddenly had a new update that rushed to the top position at an extremely fast speed. Look, the leader of the Qing tribe is posting again. Finally, there's movement again. Let's see what's been posted. Really? Where is it? Oh my god, it's pinned to the top. What's that? Is this the sacred place of the Lesenba tribe? When countless vampires clicked on that post, they were stunned for a moment. Because the Qing clan leader's post clearly stated, there are indeed quite a few treasures in the Lesenba clan's holy coffin. Thank you very much. The pictures below are divided into two stages. The first three pictures show a strange and weird space filled with countless blood crystals and various treasures. The next three pictures, however, are empty with nothing in them. The strong contrast between before and after is too obvious. Have they emptied the holy coffin of its treasures? The leader of the Qing tribe actually broke into the sacred land of the Lesenba tribe and looted everything inside. Oh my god, that's impossible. Isn't it said that only the head of the family can open the sacred coffin of the Lesenba tribe? How did he get in? This is too perverted. Won't the Lesenba tribe be P******** D off to death? The vampires who were watching the fun were shocked by this news and were at a loss for words. The Lesenba tribe had just threatened to attack the east, but the leader of the Qing tribe ran to their holy land and looted the holy coffin. Maybe he even took away the holy artifact. This was a blatant slap in the face. But how did the leader of the Qing clan do it? Can you sneak in during the trial of the Lesenba tribe's holy land? Although the vampires on the dark web were full of doubts, this did not prevent them from running to the account of the Lesenba tribe and leaving messages to remind them. Come out quickly, your house has been robbed. Let's go to the Holy Land and take a look. It seems that the leader of the Qing tribe has emptied your holy coffin. Stop the trial, I'll lose my home. The lid of the Blood Clan ancestor's coffin is almost broken. The activity on the dark web quickly caught the attention of the Lesenba tribe, who responded immediately. Our holy land and holy coffin will never be invaded. The leader of the Qing clan must be spreading rumors and causing trouble. Our clan has sent people into the Holy Land to investigate. This brief reply revealed the guilty conscience and panic of the Lesenba tribe, especially those family elders who were forced to wake up. They had followed the head of the family into the holy coffin, so they naturally knew that the picture in the dynamic video was a picture of the scene inside the holy coffin. But when did the leader of the Qing clan get in, and how did he get in? Countless doubts swirled in the minds of the Lesenba people, so they immediately rushed to the entrance of the Holy Land and found the three elders guarding the entrance. The elders looked at the pictures, clearly confused, but they still said with confidence, "We have carefully sensed every member of the tribe who entered earlier. They are all vampires of our Lesenba tribe. There is no way that the leader of the Qing tribe could have sneaked in. There must be something strange going on." After a brief exchange, the three elders did not bother to absorb the blood crystals to restore the consumed blood power and hurriedly jumped into the entrance of the black hole, rushed all the way to the family Holy Land. However, as soon as they arrived here, they were stunned by the scene before them. At the upper reaches of the holy vein where the blood essence was almost gone, Avril lay on Lu Qing. With her eyes lazily closed, the aura on her body was slowly increasing and had already reached the aura of a prince. This woman has just chosen to completely become Lu Qing's woman. Lu Qing himself was also a little surprised, because after Avril took the initiative to commit herself to him, a strong blood force automatically flowed into his body, and also improved his level of evolution. Lu Qing asked with interest, "Is this the bloodline power remaining in the body of your Lesenba saint?" Avril said, lazily, and didn't say anything else. It turned out that from the very beginning she had been infused with various other bloodlines which remained in her body. After the family's holy son evolved into a duke, the essence of these bloodlines would be absorbed by the holy son and become nutrients for his advancement. But now, all of this blood essence has been swallowed by Lu Qing. Lu Qing gently patted Avril's smooth back and said with a smile, "Okay, what do you want to do with these remaining guys in the Holy Land?" Avril opened her eyes slightly, and it seemed that only Lu Qing's face was in her eyes. She said casually, "I'll do as you say. It doesn't matter to me, it doesn't matter anyway." For some reason, it seemed that after giving herself to this man, everything else became insignificant in her heart. However, Lu Qing smiled domineeringly. "Since it's not important anymore, let's get rid of them all. I can't let you swallow the grievances you suffered before in vain." Lu Qing has always been very fond of Avril, who has become his woman. He stood up, carried Avril to an exposed rock in the middle of the water, put his coat on her, and chuckled softly, "Wait here obediently, I'll go take care of something." Afterwards, his figure disappeared again in the holy vein. Not long after, a dark color appeared at the deepest part of the water. That is the black flame in the Emperor Flame state. The black flame actually merged directly with the entire holy vein, madly devouring the remaining essence in the holy vein, and then spread downstream along the water flow. Almost in the blink of an eye, the entire holy vein turned into a river burning with black flames. Avril, sitting on the stone, stared at the blazing black flames in a trance and unconsciously said the same words as Su Lingwei before. "Such a powerful man who wouldn't be moved. I love him so much." In the middle and lower reaches of the holy vein, thousands of Lesenba clan vampires looked in horror at the holy vein that instantly turned into black flames. "Is this black flame? Ah, it hurts." In just a moment, a marquis who had touched the black flame in the holy vein let out a miserable wail and struggled frantically. "The holy vein is devouring me." The severe pain and the rapid loss of strength made him desperately want to escape, but he was pulled back by a hand that suddenly stretched out from the black river, and then there was no movement. "Run, get ashore, something strange has happened to the holy vein. These black flames will devour us." Black flames, why do they feel so familiar? Thousands of Lesenba vampires stood up frantically, trying to escape from this black holy vein, but without exception they were all caught back by the hand that stretched out from the river. The holy son of Les was fleeing frantically in the dark holy veins. His body had been burned beyond recognition. He activated the blood power in his body, jumped high from the black fire, and tried to escape directly. However, the next moment he saw a man flapping his wings and floating in the air. "Are you the holy son of the Lesenba clan? It's a bit weak and it's so ugly." Hearing the man's slightly disgusted voice and seeing his appearance, Les finally remembered who this man was. "Are you the leader of the Qing clan? How did you appear here?" Lu Qing was too lazy to pay attention to this little guy who had not yet evolved into a duke. He just smiled lightly and said, "Guess." Then he kicked the holy son of the Lesenba clan back into the holy vein. "Ah, my blood. My flesh and blood." No, the miserable howling sound from the holy vein soon disappeared. Just at this moment, Lu Qing turned his head slightly and met the eyes of the three elders who had just hurried in from outside. Are you here to get killed again? In the sacred veins of the Lesenba tribe, thousands of vampires were struggling and roaring desperately. They were eager to escape from the holy vein that had become a devil, but they were grabbed tightly by the giant hands formed by black fire and pushed back into the water. The flesh and blood of the vampires continued to melt away, and one vampire after another eventually turned into dried skeletons. In the end, even their skeletons were completely dissolved by the black flames. Only the Marquis and Duke-level vampires could barely retain their bones. It hurts, let me out. I shouldn't have perished like this. I'm about to evolve into a duke. Elder, please save me. Sharp screams rang out one after another, but Lu Qing just looked at the three Lesenba elders who had hurried over with an expressionless face. These three elders are all powerful men at the peak duke level. Huh, someone else is here to die. Lu Qing flapped his wings and moved forward slowly without deliberately hiding his aura. The three elders of the Lesenba tribe, after sensing the terrifying aura from him, instantly showed horror in their eyes. Prince Level, go and report to the patriarch. The three elders hurriedly said this, turned around and prepared to flee quickly. How anxious they were when they came, how embarrassed they are when they run away. The flames in front of them and the aura emanating from that man were definitely not something they could contend with. Now that you're here, why rush to leave? Lu Qing felt helpless. These three elders were indeed veterans of the Lesenba tribe who had survived for thousands of years. They abandoned the thousands of wailing tribesmen and fled without any hesitation. Stay. Lu Qing waved his hand lightly, and the black flame in the holy vein erupted like a volcano, instantly sweeping across the entire holy land. The entire space was filled with hot yet cold black flames. The three elders were about to rush to the entrance of the holy land, but they were horrified to find that the entrance in front of them was instantly blocked by black flames. The black fire not only blocked the entrance, but also completely enveloped the bodies of the three people like a tide, and continued to drill into their bodies as if it had life. Lu Qing controlled the black flames, transforming them into three cages, imprisoning the three Lesenba elders inside, continuously burning and devouring them. The blood essence they had accumulated over countless years was dissipating at a terrifying speed. Lu Qing, who was in midair, opened his hands slightly with an intoxicated look on his face. In this sky full of black flames, countless pure blood power was madly pouring into his body. These powers come from the essence of the holy vein below, from the blood of thousands of struggling vampires in the holy vein, and are the full body strength of the three elders imprisoned by the black flames. He seemed to want to melt and absorb the entire space. Avril sat on a rock in the holy vein, the only spot not covered by the black flames. She looked at the dark figure in the sky and licked her scarlet lips with her tongue. The smell of ancient blood, so tempting. Oh no, I want it again. But unfortunately, the man did not give her a chance, because Avril saw Lu Qing suddenly disappear from midair, and when he reappeared, he was already standing in front of the holy coffin. Ah, you're not going to. As if she had guessed Lu Qing's next move, even Avril couldn't help but exclaim. Lu Qing, flapping his wings, stopped in front of the huge sarcophagus, holding the huge execution axe in his hand. The holy coffin must also be moved back. But this thing is too big, we need to take it apart first. Lu Qing, holding the axe, circled around the holy coffin and finally stopped right above it. Let's start from here. Open the power of the ancestors. With a loud roar, the ancient blood in Lu Qing's body slowly subsided, and another beast-like aura began to spread. Crack! The air was squeezed and made a crackling sound. A purple-gold color emerged, and the muscles on his body expanded rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. His skin completely turned purple gold, and in the blink of an eye he transformed into a giant 7 meters tall. Especially the arms and left leg, the terrifying physical strength contained in them was released without reservation. Lu Qing's eyes were purple gold, filled with endless ferocity. He grinned as he felt the power surging within him. This is what destruction should look like. He gripped the axe tightly with both hands and bent his body backward. Open it for me. An axe struck hard on the holy coffin. Dang, the huge sound made the earth tremble. The holy coffin of the Lesenba tribe, which was said to be indestructible, was actually split open by Lu Qing with an axe, leaving a long crack. Come again. Looking at the cracks, Lu Qing showed a somewhat ferocious smile on his face and chopped down again with the axe. Anyway, all he needed was the corpse soil in the sarcophagus, as long as he could move it all back. Ding ding ding. Continuous loud noises echoed in the space. Lu Qing chopped the holy coffin with one axe after another, and it seemed as if he was chopping at the hearts of all the vampires of the Lesenba clan who were still breathing. He's actually chopping at my clan's sacred coffin. How dare he chop down our tribe's sacred coffin in front of us? This is such a shame. I'm going to bite him to death. I'm going to bite him to death. Those vampires of the Lesenba clan who were still struggling to survive struggled more and more frantically, but they were unable to break free, especially the three elders who were trapped in the black flame cage in midair. When they saw this scene, they were so angry that their eyes bled. The dignity of our people cannot be trampled upon like this. This is such an insult to us. I'm going to tear him apart. The three elders desperately tried to break free from the cage. The leader of the Qing clan not only broke into the Holy Land, polluted the family's holy veins, attacked and killed the young elites of the clan, but also probably stole the holy objects in the holy coffin. Now he even wants to chop their holy coffin into pieces in front of so many clan members. It is simply a great shame. However, these three elders had lost too much of their blood essence to the black flames and were unable to break out. They could only roar in anger and helplessness. Avril was so shocked that she couldn't speak as she watched Lu Qing transform into a giant and tirelessly chop at the holy coffin. Is he really planning to take this holy coffin home? Then what's the point of being the head of the family, sister? How can there be such a poor and penniless family head? Avril couldn't help but feel a little sad. But she also knew in her heart that now that she was Lu Qing's woman, if she became the head of the Lesenba tribe in the future, Lu Qing would definitely bring her more good things. Boom. With Lu Qing's powerful chop, the huge holy coffin that had existed for countless years began to slowly disintegrate, and the huge stone wall fell to the ground with a loud bang. In the end, the holy coffin no longer existed, leaving only pieces of evenly sized stones on the ground. These were all precious corpse soil. As the holy coffin collapsed, a huge bronze door slowly emerged. Lu Qing looked at his masterpiece with satisfaction. He had chopped the holy coffin into a suitable shape so that it could be moved back through the bronze door. With a thought, he issued a command to his clone. Soon, the clone, accompanied by hundreds of zombies, rushed out of the bronze gate again. What race is that? Why do they have such a strange aura? Their physical strength is so strong. Each of them actually has the aura of a peak marquis. I know. The reason the Qing clan was able to slay all the vampires who invaded the eastern border was because of these races. That's them. Perhaps they remembered something before they died, but the three elders of the Lesenba tribe suddenly let out a sad and bitter smile. Lu Qing turned around with cold eyes. Now that you've seen it, you can disappear in peace. Then he stretched out his hand and clenched it gently. The black flames between heaven and earth instantly became more ferocious, swallowing up all the vampires. As a result, all the vampire elites of the Lesenba clan in the entire Holy Land were completely devoured. Ding, devouring count-level vampire X2235, devouring marquis-level vampires X430, devouring duke-level vampires X128. A total of 102 evolution points obtained. Current evolution level is 103,200. The pleasant voice of the system rang in Lu Qing's ears. Although it was difficult to gain evolution points by devouring low-level vampires after evolving to the prince level, this time he devoured thousands of them. So all in all, I still gained more than 100 evolution points. Great. It looks like it won't be long before it evolves into a second-generation species. Lu Qing was somewhat satisfied. However, this kind of opportunity to devour a large group of people would probably be hard to come by again. Future evolution will still focus on devouring higher-level vampires, such as princes. This time it is definitely a great harvest. He obtained the most important holy artifact, the blood key, swallowed the second drop of Cain's blood, and replenished the bloodline of the ancestor of the corpse clan to 5-7. In addition, there are countless blood crystals and the source of the holy vein, which can provide the Qing clan's Zuyi with endless opportunities for evolution. The corpse soil in the holy coffin can also add yin energy to the ancient battlefield and accelerate the evolution of the Qing clan's corpse clan. There are 6 prince-level personal servants, 12 duke-level personal servants, and 128 dukes and 40 marquises who are being transformed by the king's chosen servant in the holy vein. After these transformations are completed, they are thrown into the blood pool of the ancestral mountain to soak. When they are resurrected, they can be transformed into Zhu Yi of the Qing clan. Looking at the hundreds of ancient corpses below who were staring eagerly, they had already felt the abundant yin energy in the stone of the holy coffin, and their eyes were full of desire. Lu Qing waved happily. Move out, move back home, roar. Hundreds of corpses roared excitedly, and together they lifted the huge holy coffin stones, then flew back to the bronze gate. After the Qing clan's figures disappeared through the Bronze Gate, Lu Qing took the phone back from his clone. Crack, take photos as a souvenir. In the sacred place of the Lesenba tribe, after Lu Qing's figure slowly faded away along with the bronze door, the huge bronze door also gradually disappeared, and would only reappear when it was opened next time. At this moment, the Holy Land was deserted, as if it had been looted and deserted. Even the wind blowing past was somewhat desolate. After Lu Qing returned to Yanjing Mountain, he opened the dark web and was a little surprised by the post he had posted before. 78,000 comments. How many vampires are there in the entire vampire world? It seems everyone has a lot of free time. He casually flipped through the comments. Some vampires didn't believe that he could enter the Holy Land of the Lesenba tribe, while others were curious about the subsequent developments. Most of the comments are just irrelevant jokes. Qing Wang, how are you now? Are you doing well? When will the next update be posted? I really want to know what happened next. Have you really emptied the Lesenba tribe's Holy Land? I heard that thousands of vampires from the Lesenba tribe entered the Holy Land for the trial this time. Even if the leader of the Qing tribe went in, he probably wouldn't be able to get out. Lu Qing didn't bother to respond to these comments. As he was scrolling through his pages, he saw the post from the Lesenba tribe. Our Holy Land and Holy Coffin cannot be invaded. The leader of the Qing clan must be spreading rumors and causing trouble. Our clan has sent people into the Holy Land to investigate. This post was pushed to a very high position, and many members of the Lesenba tribe responded below. Most of them were disdainful of Lu Qing, saying things like it was a rumor and fabrication, and insisted that the great Lesenba tribe would never let him break into the Holy Land. Seeing this, Lu Qing couldn't help but laugh. He swiped his finger across the screen, picked out a few of his best photos, and uploaded them to the dark web, captioning them, "Don't call it a holy place anymore because your holy place is empty." After sending it, he put away his phone and started doing other things. After coming out of the Lesenba tribe's Holy Land, he didn't even have time to leave the ancestral mountain before he got involved in a series of affairs. He first reassembled the holy coffin he had brought back and placed it on the ancient battlefield. Although the holy coffin is no longer as tight as it used to be, and there are still traces of his violent disassembly on the surface, it does not affect its normal use. The Qing clan's corpse clan only needs to enter the holy coffin to absorb the rich yin energy emitted from the corpse soil. Coupled with the abundant corpse energy on the battlefield, the evolution of the corpse clan will definitely be improved by several levels. After placing the holy coffin, Lu Qing released a portion of the blood of the ancestor of the corpse clan as usual, and integrated it into the yin energy of this space. The powerful aura made the 1,000 eastern corpses present roar with joy. Then he walked out of the ancient battlefield and came to the ancestral mountain. He brought Zhu Yi of the Qing clan to dig a huge riverbed on the third layer of the ancestral mountain. Then he transferred half of the blood essence originally in the huge blood pool on the second layer to the riverbed, and thus a red blood river was formed. Lu Qing placed the statue of Cain together with the blood crystal of the first generation at the upper reaches of the blood river. The countless blood crystals that were brought back piled up like a mountain at the source. As the little skeleton continued to throw blood crystals into the blood river, the entire blood river became more and more turbulent. The first generation of blood crystals on the Cain statue also began to be infused with stronger energy, and a holy vein truly belonging to the Qing clan was born. After the holy vein was formed, Lu Qing dripped a drop of ancient blood and a drop of corpse clan ancestor blood on the Cain statue. In this way, this holy vein moved back from the Holy Land of the Lesenba tribe completely became exclusive to the Qing tribe. And because of the dual blessing of the ancient bloodline and the ancestral bloodline, the blood power contained in it was many times stronger. Those newly devoured and transformed Marquis and Duke-level vampires had long been thrown into the blood pool by Lu Qing. When they wake up again, the Qing tribe's Zhu Yi team will be even stronger. After this period of absorption and evolution, there are already 89 Duke-level, 476 Marquis level, and 1,354 Earl level members among the Qing clan's blood Yi, and no one in the Qing clan is below the Earl level. All of them are twins who have awakened at least 2 abilities. Thanks to Lu Qing's careful cultivation, a trace of royal blood was awakened in all the Qing clan Zhu Yi. The corpses of the Qing clan, after absorbing the corpse qi and yin energy from the ancient battlefield, basically evolved into an aura similar to that of a peak-level vampire marquis. With their strong bodies and strength, Their actual combat power far exceeds that of ordinary vampire marquises, and one can easily defeat two. It took him a whole day and a half to finish all this. That's why he told Avril that he would go to the Lesenba tribe again in 2 days. The Lesenba tribe will be the first clan he will attack head-on. When Lu Qing came out of Zushan, he found that Su Lingwei and Avril were waiting for him outside together. Avril still had that charming smile on her face, but Su Lingwei looked at him with a strange look in her eyes, her face slightly red. She didn't know what Avril had said to her before that made her look shy. However, it was obvious that Su Lingwei was still somewhat resistant to Avril's existence, always feeling that she took away some of her man's love. Seeing Lu Qing come out, Avril smiled and asked, "Are you staying with your elder sister or your younger sister?" Lu Qing smiled calmly. This is not a multiple-choice question. As he spoke, black flames appeared and a black coffin instantly condensed in midair, the Shinra black coffin. Then another Lu Qing quietly walked out of the black coffin. One for each person, so there's no need to fight over it. Lu Qing walked forward holding the slightly resentful Su Lingwei's hand, leaving his clone to Avril. Avril looked at Lu Qing in front of her and said sadly, "Sister wants that one." But the Lu Qing in front of him smiled and said, "They're all the same, don't be picky. If you don't want it, you won't even get this." Avril then smiled sweetly and took Lu Qing's arm, her eyes moving. "Yes, let's go, accompany me to see the scenery." The clone was pulled away by Avril, while Lu Qing's real body was held by Su Lingwei and slowly walked towards the palace. The little woman hesitated for a moment, as if she wanted to say something, but in the end she didn't say it. She just asked angrily, "Who is prettier, me or Avril?" Lu Qing pinched her beautiful little face and said with a smile, "You are the first one I met, so of course you are beautiful. HMPH, you have a conscience. But this is the only one I can add." Of course, Lu Qing understood what she meant but did not respond. He just walked slowly with her. "I have been busy with various things recently and have indeed neglected this little woman. Now I have half a day so I can spend some time with her." But just when they were halfway there, Su Lingwei suddenly raised her little face and said seriously, "Let's give birth to a little vampire, shall we?" "Ha, not willing. That's not impossible." Lu Qing was a little surprised that Su Lingwei would suddenly come up with this idea, but leaving her own bloodline seemed like a good idea. He was about to speak when he suddenly laughed strangely. Su Lingwei asked puzzledly, "What's wrong?" Lu Qing quietly switched his vision and looked at the clone, spreading his hands helplessly. "Over there, Avril." Su Lingwei reacted immediately and angrily pulled him away. "Humph, that old woman is so anxious. Let's go and give birth to a little vampire." At the same time, after Lu Qing posted that update, the dark web exploded instantly. Because the pictures in his dynamic feed showed that a whole area of black flames covered the holy land of the Lesenba tribe, and countless vampires could be vaguely seen being swallowed by a dark river. There were also 3 elders who were imprisoned in midair, their faces full of horror. Further away, the sacred coffins of the Lesenba tribe had turned into huge stones, lying quietly on the ground. All the vampires who saw this scene were shocked. The Green King actually entered the Lesenba tribe's sacred land, annihilated all the tribesmen who entered the sacred land for trials, and even shattered their sacred coffin. This is too amazing. How did Qing Wang do it? This isn't just a simple theft. It's literally stomping on the face of the Lesenba clan. How can a family like this continue to be among the 13 clans? I said a lot of harsh words before, but in the end they emptied the holy land. What a shame. After seeing this scene, the vampires on the dark web began to waver in their confidence in the authority of the Lesenba tribe. And it seems that the leader of the Qing tribe left safely. The clan prestige of the Lesenba tribe has never been so low as it is now. In the Holy Land, the head of the Lesenba tribe, along with the remaining 6 prince-level elders, was suspended in midair with gloomy faces. Looking at the empty space before them, he was so angry that he almost vomited a mouthful of blood essence. "Have you found out how the leader of the Qing clan got in, and how did he leave?" The head of the family's voice was gloomy and filled with rage. The elder beside him could only answer cautiously, "We found nothing. We can't sense the aura of the Qing clan's leader at all." When the head of the Lesenba tribe heard this answer, a layer of red blood and fire instantly surged from his body, and an angry roar resounded throughout the space. "Thousands of elites of my tribe have all disappeared. The holy son and holy daughter have fallen. The holy vein has lost all its blood essence. The holy coffin and the holy artifacts inside are also missing. You actually told me that you found nothing." The head of the Lesenba clan, filled with rage, vented his anger in the empty holy land. "Qing clan, I will completely crush you. I'm so angry." In a mysterious and unknown place, there is a tiny, broken and folded space. In this gray space, 13 drops of blood with a powerful aura were suspended in the air, and there was nothing else. At some point, one of the drops of scarlet blood suddenly began to wriggle strangely, and then slowly transformed into a blurry figure. Soon after, other bloods also began to change, and finally, these bloods formed 12 blurry figures. These essences and blood are exactly the blood left by the heads of the 13 clans of the Blood Clan. With the breath retained in the blood, they can manifest their own form in this small space. Usually, only when the entire vampire world faces a major event will the heads of the 13 clans gather in this small space. This kind of meeting is called a round table meeting. A leisurely voice echoed in this small space. If I remember correctly, the last round table meeting was held about 800 years ago. The voice was particularly old. Then a sharp male voice spoke up. Why hasn't the head of the Bruch family shown up yet? Soon, another voice speculated and explained, I heard that Narser seems to be preparing for a breakthrough to the second generation. I guess he is too busy to attend the meeting right now. It's actually about to break through to the second generation. Should we go and join in the fun? The voice was full of shock and a hint of ill intention. Most of the clan heads present here are at the peak level of princes, and only a very few who are powerful have reached the second generation level. After all, the price to pay to evolve from a prince to a second generation species is too huge. Therefore, when they heard that the head of the Bruch clan was trying to break through, the heads of other clans immediately began to plan to cause trouble. We are all Blood Clan allies, there is no need to do this. Even if Narser can evolve into a second-generation species, the Bruch tribe will surely be severely damaged and will need at least 1,000 years to recuperate. We all know the price of evolving to the second generation. The one who spoke this time was the head of a clan with a deep foundation. To evolve from the prince level to the second generation, at least more than half of the bloodline power of the entire family must be gathered, and a large amount of royal blood must be devoured. Simply put, it means mobilizing the entire clan to help the clan head evolve, and the price is heavy. Among the 12 clan heads, the head of the Lesenba clan finally spoke slowly. This time, I am calling all of you all together because of the matter of the Eastern Qing clan. I believe you have all heard about the Qing clan. It suddenly rose to prominence and has acquired considerable power. Our clan believes that the Qing clan may pose a threat to our 13 Western clans in the future. Therefore, I intend to unite with you all and work together to eradicate the Qing clan. After the head of the Lesenba tribe finished speaking, the small space suddenly fell into silence. Among the 13 clans, the Lesenba clan has always been known for its tyranny and dominance. Although the current head of the family is at the peak of the prince level, the previous head of the family was a genuine second generation, and that head of the family is still alive. Therefore, the relationship between the Lesenba tribe and some other clans is not harmonious. Aren't you the Lesenba tribe very powerful? How come you can't even deal with a tiny Dongfang Qing tribe? I heard that your clan's sacred land was destroyed by the leader of the Qing clan, but they haven't been able to capture him yet. Is this true? Soon, two voices began to sneer. The head of the Lesenba clan snorted coldly. The leader of the Qing clan is indeed cunning and seems to possess extraordinary power. My Lesenba tribe will definitely avenge this humiliation. However, I've noticed something strange about the Qing clan, so I hope you can join us in attacking them, heading east, and completely eradicating them. The head of the Lesenba tribe also felt very upset. After all, the family's holy land was stolen by someone, which was really frustrating. If more than half of the elite members of the tribe had not been lost, and he had already become wary of the Qing tribe, he would not have held this round table meeting. However, his proposal did not seem to be taken seriously by other family heads. My tribe is currently at war with those pesky werewolves. The situation is tense, so it's not convenient to send out our people for the time being. After the first clan leader who found an excuse finished speaking, the other clans also expressed their opinions. You all know that my tribe is the farthest from the east, and it is inconvenient for our people to travel far. It's just a small Qing tribe, there's no need to make a fuss, you can handle the Lesenba tribe yourself. The Bru tribe and the Qing tribe also have conflicts. If you two tribes join forces, the Qing tribe will be destroyed. Hearing these slightly playful voices, the head of the Lesenba tribe flushed with anger. Suppressing his rage, he uttered a hoarse voice, enough. Even without you, my tribe can still annihilate the Qing tribe. Humph, a bunch of selfish guys. As he spoke, his figure disappeared in this space. The other clan heads were a little surprised. Leaving now? Oh, how boring. The Lesenba tribe has been really angry lately. I understand. After all, having their holy land robbed is hard for anyone to handle, haha. Disperse. The figures gradually disappeared and the space returned to dead silence again. In the Lesenba tribe, the head of the family had bloodshot eyes, and his inner anger could no longer be suppressed. Those clans will not take action unless their own interests are involved. Ever since the Holy War, all the clans have completely relaxed their composure. Humph. Do you really think our clan can survive without them? Come, issue a killing order for the Blood clan. I will make the Qing clan and their leader pay a heavy price. Not long after, the Lesenba tribe posted a blood-red message on the dark web. Our tribe has officially issued a blood-killing order against the Qing tribe. The Qing tribe will be utterly annihilated. All members of the Qing clan will be publicly executed. Hunt down all members of the Qing clan until their bloodline is extinct. Even through the screen, you can feel the strong smell of blood and anger. The so-called vampire hunting order will only be officially issued by one side when there is a deep hatred between two vampires. This means that both sides will engage in an endless killing spree until the other family is completely destroyed. The inheritance is cut off. Every member of the clan is killed, all bloodlines are crushed, and all vampires are invited to watch the public execution. They've actually issued a direct order to hunt down the vampires. The Lesenba tribe is determined to start a racial war with the Qing tribe. But this also shows that the Lesenba tribe recognizes the strength of the Qing tribe, which is why they are making such a big move. The Holy Land was robbed and the sacred objects were stolen. If it were me, I would be furious. Come on, Qing clan. The Qing king is awesome. In the dark web world, there are quite a few vampires who dislike the 13 clans and gradually turn to Lu Qing's side. Especially those small blood clan families who yearn for freedom. They have no good feelings towards the powerful 13 clans. Instead, they have more expectations for the leader of the Qing clan who has never revealed his true face. Anyway, everyone is free to speak on the dark web. In reality, they dare not confront the 13 clans, but they can still express their ideas on the dark web. The actions of the Lesenba tribe were supported by the Bruch tribe. The Bruch tribe also released a new update at the same time, declaring that the day the family head ends his retreat will be the day the Qing tribe will be destroyed. For a time, the clear statements made by the two powerful vampire clans plunged the entire dark web into a tense atmosphere. At the Dragon Group base of Huaxia Theological Seminary, Zhang Tianming was browsing information on the dark web with a tablet. The Dragon Group naturally has its own account on the dark web, but it was not very strong in the past, and the eastern region has long been invaded by the western vampires, so there are almost no updates. But now it's different. Ever since extracting Lu Qing's bloodline genes and receiving the 3 little guys with Duke-level bloodlines gifted by Lu Qing, the research department has developed a more powerful serum. Injecting this serum can enable Dragon Group members to gain more powerful evolutionary abilities. Moreover, in addition to the ability of dying together, after being injected with the serum extracted from Lu Qing's blood, most members of the Dragon Group also awakened a second ability, and there were no more side effects. The strength of every member of the Dragon Group has increased at least 3 or 4 times. Looking at the blood-red post on the dark web, Zhang Tianming smiled coldly. It's time for us in the East to make our own voice heard. Go and notify the entire data department and have all members of the Dragon team register accounts, and the accounts will be handed over to the data department for operation. The Qing clan has already won the battle, and we, the Dragon clan, cannot lose the battle of public opinion either. Soon, a large number of accounts with the prefix Eastern appeared on the dark web. These accounts are all clustered around a main account, the name of which is very simple, called Eastern. This account posted a message. The Qing clan is our Eastern clan. Anyone who offends the Qing clan will be punished, no matter how far away they are. As long as the Qing clan stands together, the East will rise. The accompanying picture is a simple red. Below this post, countless accounts prefixed with East commented, all with the same 4 words, Rise of the East. On Yanjing Mountain, Lu Qing once again emerged from Su Lingwei's pink coffin, her body covered in bite marks. This little woman is such a ruthless biter. He took a look at the bite marks on his body, shook himself slightly, and all the bite marks disappeared. In fact, with his powerful body as a prince and the ancestor of the corpse clan, even if Su Lingwei has reached the peak of the marquee, she can't bite him at all. It's just that he doesn't want to make the little woman depressed. He sensed the situation on his clone's side again and found that it was not over yet. So he lazily opened his phone and logged into the vampire dark web and immediately saw the blood-red hunting order of the Lesenba tribe, the support of the Bruch tribe, and the updates posted by the account named Dongfeng. It's quite lively. This account called Dongfeng should belong to the guys from the Dragon Group. Is this the beginning of the war of public opinion? Lu Qing found it a little funny. After thinking for a moment, he also posted a response. I, the leader of the Qing tribe, formally challenge the leader of the Lesenba tribe to a blood-packed battle. The day after tomorrow at 12 o'clock, I'll be at your doorstep looking for you. Do you dare to accept the challenge? As soon as Lu Qing finished posting the news, the vampires who were following this on the dark web were stunned. Blood-packed war, why does it sound so familiar? Didn't the holy son of the Brutch tribe launch a blood-packed war against the Green King before? Yes, but at that time the Green King said he was busy and had no time to fight. Now he is actually taking the initiative to challenge the head of the Lesenba tribe to a decisive battle. Will the holy son of the Brutch tribe be furious? And did you notice, the Green King said he was going to the doorstep of the Lesenba tribe. Does this mean the Green King is coming to the west? You're planning a head-on confrontation, aren't you afraid of being surrounded? This is really funny. Previously, in order to vent his anger, Talia, the holy son of the Brutch tribe, openly invited Lu Qing to a blood contract challenge on the dark web, but was rejected by Lu Qing. Now Lu Qing took the initiative to challenge the head of the Lesenba tribe, which was a slap in Talia's face. Sure enough, after seeing this news, Toria, the holy son of the Brutch tribe, was so angry that he smashed things crazily in the palace, and then posted an almost hysterical news. Master of the Qing clan, you are unworthy of the noble status of a vampire. You fled my blood-packed battle and now you challenge the Lesenba clan. You are insulting the great son of God, Toria. Lu Qing simply replied, what is the ghost yelling about? It's your turn next, so hurry up and eat some delicious food while your head is still on your neck. This response immediately made Talia furious again. According to the vampires who were wandering near the Brutch tribe that day, on the day the leader of the Qing tribe responded, they heard Talia's angry roar on the mountain that lasted for a whole day. Ever since Lu Qing became active on the dark web, many vampires, although they have never seen the Qing king himself, have a common feeling. This vampire from the east is quite domineering. Soon, the Lesenba tribe's response also appeared on the dark web with only a few short words. Except, anyone who comes will die. Many vampire netizens began to conduct in-depth analysis of these few short words. Because the tone is different from the previous dynamics of the Lesenba tribe, it is more concise and subtly reveals the attitude of a superior. Finally, the dark web vampires reached a consensus and all felt that this response should have come from the head of the Lesenba tribe himself. It seems that the commotion on the dark web has finally forced the head of the Lesenba tribe out. If they don't speak up, the Lesenba clan's family prestige will be lost. At this critical juncture, if the head of the Lesenba tribe fails to kill the leader of the Qing tribe in the blood-packed battle, the dignity of the Lesenba tribe will be completely destroyed. This most direct battle between the Eastern Qing clan and the ancient 13 clans of the West has made everyone full of expectations. In the ancient palace in the Alvis Mountains, the head of the Lesenba tribe and the remaining 6 elders gathered together. At this moment, the atmosphere in the entire palace was solemn. No one expected that the leader of the Qing clan would dare to directly challenge their patriarch to a blood-packed battle. Just issuing a challenge is already a provocation, a blatant challenge to the dignity of the entire Lesenba clan. In the world of vampires, this kind of thing has never happened before, but they have no way to deal with it. After all, the Holy Land was looted, half of the elites were slaughtered, and the Green King is still living freely in the east. This great humiliation has not yet been washed away, and now another one has happened. Moreover, due to the dignity of the Blood clan, the head of the Lesenba clan cannot refuse at all, otherwise the clan members may lose faith in him. The patriarch sat on the throne that symbolized glory and said coldly, "Since the leader of the Qing clan said he wanted to come to our holy mountain, he must enter the west. From now on, all members of the tribe will be recalled and dispersed to the border areas for close surveillance. As long as the leader of the Qing tribe appears at the border, he will be killed immediately. Kill all the Qing clan members he brought with him. Then I will personally chop off his head on the holy mountain. I want to make sure that the leader of the Qing clan is soaked in blood every step he takes." In addition, the last time the leader of the Qing clan appeared inexplicably in the Holy Land, it is very likely that he escaped by some strange means. During the blood-packed battle, have your clansmen spread out over 100 miles around the Holy Mountain to ensure he can't escape. The thought of the Holy Land being inexplicably looted by the leader of the Qing clan made the head of the family burn with anger. He felt that the Oriental guy must have used some disguise to sneak into the Holy Land quietly and then slip away quietly. This time, we must not let him escape again. At this time, an elder stepped forward hesitantly and said, The Qing clan's leader was able to kill 3 elders, which means his level must be high and he may have already reached the level of a prince. Do we need to wake up the ancestor? The patriarch glared at him fiercely. No need. There's no need to disturb the old patriarch. That Qing clan leader has only been around for a short time and at most he's a peak duke with some skills. Even if he has already entered the prince level, so what? I can still tear a vampire who has just entered the prince level apart. After hearing what the patriarch said, the elders did not dare to say anything more. After all, the head of our family is a top-level prince with royal blood. At that time, all we have to do is prevent the leader of the Qing clan from escaping. As a result, the entire Lesenba tribe quickly took action. Orders were passed down one after another, and all members of the tribe were recalled. One part dispersed to the border, ready to intercept and kill the Qing tribe. The other part surrounded the holy mountain within 100 miles, ready to prevent the leader of the Qing tribe from escaping at any time. All the tribesmen were on high alert, and at the same time they were secretly wondering from which direction of the border the leader of the Eastern Green clan would enter. Coming from the east, even with the vampire's powerful strength and speed, it would take at least a day. So everyone thought that the leader of the Qing clan was already on the way. However, Lu Qing, whose whereabouts were speculated by all the vampires, was now leisurely enjoying the scenery on Yanjing Mountain. The people from the dragon group came to look for him again. They really couldn't understand why this guy suddenly ran to the west to rob the sacred place of the Lesenba tribe, and then ran back. Because during the dragon group's monitoring, no signs of Lu Qing leaving the country were found. In response to this question, Lu Qing simply smiled and said, "Don't worry about it, just guard our borders. I'll take care of the outside world." After saying that, he gave the old dean of the dragon group 2 drops of blood, and asked them to take it back to extract serum. Ever since he knew that his blood could multiply the strength of the dragon group members, he was not stingy and asked the Qing clan to send some blood every now and then. After all, they are all family. If the dragon group becomes stronger, he will be more relaxed. Especially when he fights in the west in the future, a strong enough dragon group will be able to protect the east. The dragon group got 2 more drops of blood and left satisfied. Lu Qing dawdled until 10 o'clock the next morning before he brought 1,000 Qing clan Zhu Yi and 500 ancient corpse clan members into the ancient battlefield of Zushan. Lu Qing stopped in front of the bronze gate leading to the sacred place of the Lesenba tribe. This time, among Zhu Yi of the Qing clan, there are 800 marquises and 200 dukes, not including his personal servants, who are all powerful princes. He only brought 500 members of the Qing clan's corpse tribe, and the remaining 500 were in the holy coffin absorbing corpse qi and yin energy. The main reason is that these big guys are too ruthless when they fight, and they can tear their enemies into pieces at any time. This time, he still wanted to leave some members for the Lesenba tribe. Otherwise, what would happen if Avril became the head of the family and all the vampires under his command were killed? Lu Qing glanced at the silent and murderous Qing clan. Unknowingly, the Qing clan he founded had become so powerful. He was able to go head-to-head with an ancient vampire clan, and as long as no more than 3 clans joined forces, his Qing clan was invincible. Because this time not all the forces of the Qing tribe were brought out. In the ancestral mountain and the ancient battlefield, there are nearly 1,000 Qing clan bloodyi, 500 ancient corpse clan, a blood-devouring king who has reached the peak of prince level, and hundreds of thousands of marquis-level blood-devourings. This time I only have one request. A quick and decisive battle. Also, don't be too ruthless and don't kill them all. Lu Qing stood in front of the bronze gate, his wings automatically extended, his whole body aura surged, and he swung the axe in his hand vigorously. Qing clan, listen to my order, fight. When all the vampires of the Lesenba tribe were concentrating on staring at the borderline, trying to find traces of the Qing tribe, the entrance to their holy mountain was quietly opened. First came a wisp of black flame, and then a large crowd of people from the Qing clan rushed out with the momentum as if they were going to destroy the world. In the main hall of the Lesenba tribe, the head of the family and several elders stood solemnly. Suddenly, a clan member rushed into the hall and shouted in panic, "Master, something bad has happened. The Qing clan has appeared." The head of the Lesenba family suddenly opened his eyes, his aura suddenly surging. He shouted sternly, "If they show up, just show up and stop them." "Why are you so panicked? Where is the Qing tribe at the border?" The tribesmen responded with a look of surprise and fear, reporting to the patriarch the Qing clan. The Qing clan emerged from the holy mountain. "They've already engaged our tribe and are heading towards the main hall." The patriarch and several elders were stunned when they heard this. Coming out of the Holy Land, that is the Holy Land of their Lesenba tribe. How could the Qing tribe appear from there? However, before they could think too much, a pair of wings about 1 meter long suddenly spread out behind the leader of the Lesenba tribe, and his figure disappeared in a flash. When he appeared again, the scene before him made veins pop out of his forehead. The pure white holy mountain was already dyed red with blood. Countless members of the Qing clan, with black flames on their bodies, rushed down from the top of the holy mountain like a tide. The few members of the Lesenba tribe on the holy mountain could not withstand the fierce attack of the Qing tribe and fell to the ground one after another. However, those tribesmen who fell to the ground were not dead, but were seriously injured and temporarily lost the ability to move. There are so many hundreds of marquises and dukes. The head of the Lesenba clan could hardly believe his eyes. How could a newly emerging family have so many high-level vampires? Don't the laws of vampire evolution apply to them? Furthermore, what species were those nearly 500 burly fellows? Why were their bodies so tough and their fighting power so formidable? Several elders also appeared beside the patriarch in an instant and said anxiously, "Patriarch, even if the Qing clan uses some unknown means to attack from the Holy Mountain, the main blood clan of our clan are all around the Holy Mountain. It doesn't matter, the high-ranking clansmen are still here, and we have more than 100 dukes ready to fight." However, the head of the Lesenba clan pointed at the battlefield ahead with a gloomy expression and said, "Great elder, look, the high-level vampires you mentioned are now being beaten back by the Qing clan." Several elders hurriedly sensed it carefully, and when they saw it, they almost vomited out their blood essence. Because the so-called high-level tribesmen were now completely at a disadvantage under the attack of the Qing tribe. That's right, the Lesenba tribe does have more than 100 Duke-level members, but the number of Duke-level members of the Qing tribe seems to be twice as many as theirs. Why does the Qing clan have so many high-level vampires? Impossible. What kind of creatures are those? Why are they immune to our attacks? All the elders fell into a daze, even though they had evolved to the peak of dukes after a long time and were usually high and mighty and respected by everyone in the clan. But at this moment on this battlefield, they felt that Duke-level vampires seemed to be everywhere. Let's prepare to wake up the old patriarch. I must find the leader of the Qing clan and fulfill the blood-pact battle. Only by killing him can I free up my hands to deal with these high-level Qing people, the patriarch ordered in a heavy tone. After saying this, he rose again, standing above the battlefield. He glanced down and said in a voice like thunder, "Where is the leader of the Qing clan? Come out and fight." However, the next second, with a loud boom, the body of the head of the Lesenba tribe fell straight to the ground like a cannonball. Lu Qing quietly appeared where the patriarch had just stood and said, "What are you yelling about? I'm right here." Roar! The head of the Lesenba tribe roared angrily and soared into the sky again. A huge footprint on his chest was slowly healing. It was caused by Lu Qing's kick just now. He looked at Lu Qing and uttered a few words hoarsely, "Prince." Especially seeing the 3-meter-long wings behind Lu Qing, generally speaking, this is a symbol of the prince level. But compared to Lu Qing's wings, his own seemed a little shabby. The wingspan of his wings is only over 1 meter, and he doesn't look very domineering, just a pair of ordinary bat wings. Lu Qing's wings, with their dark flesh membranes covered with sharp bone spurs and burning black flames, were so contrasting that the head of the Lesenba tribe wanted to fold his wings. So what if I'm a prince? I'm at the peak of the prince level. The gap between levels is insurmountable. You will die here today. The head of the Lesenba clan roared, his eyes instantly turned pure silver, a blood mist burst out from his body, and he rushed towards Lu Qing with unparalleled momentum. At the same time, huge spears formed out of blood out of thin air stabbed towards Lu Qing from behind him like lightning. Blood mist, giant spear, and the power of royal bloodline. In an instant, the head of the Lesenba tribe has entered the strongest combat state. Because of the miserable howls of the tribesmen below, he had to kill the leader of the Qing tribe as quickly as possible. Lu Qing looked at the master of the Lesenba family, who was in full swing, and smiled lightly. Royal bloodline, that's all. But as I said, the difference in levels doesn't mean much to me. Besides, you are just a top-level prince. After saying that, Lu Qing grinned and rushed directly towards the head of the Lesenba tribe, looking for death. The head of the Lesenba clan snorted coldly, and with a thought, the giant spears condensed from blood behind him suddenly accelerated and stabbed directly at Lu Qing. But the next scene left the head of the Lesenba tribe stunned. The scene he imagined of Lu Qing being pierced through the body did not occur. Lu Qing's figure just trembled slightly, and those giant spears were directly shaken into powder on his chest, but there was not even a trace of scar left on Lu Qing's body. You are immune to attacks just like those creatures. The head of the Lesenba family's eyes were full of horror. Lu Qing flicked the powder away like dust and said, "You have no idea what true power is." After saying that, he simply threw a punch, colliding with the fist of the head of the Lesenba tribe. Dang. A huge crash sound echoed in the space, and all the members of the Lesenba tribe witnessed an extremely shocking scene. Their own patriarch was actually knocked to the ground in a battle of the same level. Head of the family. Upon seeing this, several elders rushed forward immediately. However, a graceful figure suddenly appeared and blocked their way. "Avril, you didn't die in the Holy Land." Avril smiled charmingly. "Of course not. How can I perish if I don't become the head of the family?" Several elders reacted instantly and shouted angrily. "So it was you. You colluded with the leader of the Qing clan, allowing him to enter and exit the Holy Land. You will be killed today." After saying that, several elders rushed forward with gritted teeth, ready to besiege the saint. Avril just smiled softly. "I don't have that ability." Afterwards, she fully released the prince-level aura from her body, directly shocking the elders and forcing them to retreat violently. "You have evolved to a prince. How could you evolve to a prince so quickly?" Several elders felt the momentum, feeling both frightened and envious. In their impression, although Saint Avril is extremely talented, she has always existed as a nutrient for the advancement of the Son of God. Now she has quietly evolved to the prince level. Avril exuded a strong blood energy all over her body, which formed a cage that enveloped all the elders. Her voice became somewhat erratic. "Because of that man, I've evolved so quickly. My demands aren't high. You just need to stay here obediently. If you go there, you'll just die in vain." The eyes of several elders flickered violently as they glanced at the invincible figure in the sky, but they finally stood there silently. Above the sky, the head of the Lesenba tribe was covered in blood, his eyes revealing anger and fear. Why is this leader of the Qing clan, who is also at the prince level, so much stronger than him? You can even completely ignore his attacks. No. Today I will tear you apart, no matter the cost. Devil's contract. As he roared, the blood all over his body began to condense and burn like flames. The skin and flesh on his body instantly became bloody, but his aura was rising rapidly, and he was almost about to break through to the second generation. "You should be proud enough for forcing me to burn all my blood as a price. Die." The head of the Lesenba tribe rushed over with a roar, with blood and energy rising to the sky. Lu Qing still had a calm smile on his face. "Burning blood, it's a bit similar to my violent blood. But it would be a shame to waste your blood, so give it to me." Lu Qing smiled widely, and the ancient blood in his body was finally fully opened. The Emperor Flame state emerged, and black flames instantly surged and enveloped him. However, this time, the black flames on his body became even more intense due to the superposition of the blood burst ability. A black full moon also appeared on his shoulder. "Since this is all you are capable of, you can perish." Lu Qing's body seemed to be moving, but it trembled slightly, and a black heart appeared in his hand. The head of the Lesenba tribe looked down at the bloody hole in his chest in disbelief. He could no longer move, and all the blood power in his body was rushing madly towards the strange black moon. Why? The head of the Lesenba tribe asked the last question of his long life. Lu Qing frowned slightly, as if he was also thinking about this question seriously. "Maybe it's because you, the Western clan, did something you shouldn't have done." After saying that, he gently squeezed the heart, and it instantly turned into powder and was swallowed by the black flames. Meanwhile, all the members of the Lesenba tribe stopped fighting, staring blankly at the sky, muttering, "The patriarch has fallen." The sky was filled with a tyrannical atmosphere, causing all the vampires of the Lesenba tribe to look up involuntarily. However, what greeted them was a shocking scene. Their distinguished and powerful patriarch was now casually held in the hands of the leader of the Eastern Qing clan, completely devoid of any breath. The patriarch has fallen. The patriarch was really killed by the leader of the Qing clan. All the vampires couldn't believe what was happening before their eyes. After all, it had been a long time since they witnessed the fall of a prince-level vampire, not to mention that the one who fell was their patriarch. Almost in an instant, all the high-level vampires of the Lesenba tribe completely lost their desire to fight and were knocked to the ground one by the Qing tribe, the Corpse tribe, and Zuyi, who were like tigers descending from the mountains. The elders who were trapped by Avril looked at the corpse with deathly pale faces, and finally a look of fear appeared on their faces. Only the great elder suddenly howled hysterically, "Where is the old patriarch? Old patriarch, wake up quickly." The howl of the great elder immediately rekindled the light of struggle in the eyes of those tribesmen who had already lost hope. "Yes, the head of the family has fallen, but there is still the ancestor. Old ancestor, please wake up." The ancestor is the most powerful second generation. He will definitely be able to destroy the leader of the Qing clan. Kneel down and beg the ancestor to show up. The members of the Lesenba tribe roared in unison, hoping that the sleeping ancestor would wake up, kill Lu Qing, and save the family. Lu Qing, who was in the sky, glanced at the great elder leisurely, ignored him, and turned his gaze towards the main hall of the Lesenba tribe. His voice was flat and emotionless. Since you've been awake for a long time, why are you hiding down there and watching secretly? The head of the family has already fallen. Are you still reluctant to come out? Ever since he killed the head of the Lesenba clan, Lu Qing had noticed that a presence was slowly awakening beneath the main hall. Just when he thought that the existence emitting the aura of the second generation would rush out, the aura strangely chose to lie dormant and instead restrained its power. A second-generation species is so timid. Lu Qing looked towards the main hall with a smile on her face. Sensing that the aura seemed to be still enduring, she said directly, "Okay, since you won't come out, then just stay down there forever." Boom! The black flames emanating from Lu Qing's body suddenly surged violently, and then a huge long sword condensed in midair. This 100-meter-long sword, made entirely of black flames, slashed straight towards the main hall. Open, Lu Qing clenched his hands and chopped down fiercely. The black flame sword carried terrifying power and high temperature, as if it was the creation of the world. Clang. There was another light sound, and just as the giant black flame sword was about to hit the main hall, a black barrier suddenly appeared and blocked the attack. At the same time, a hoarse voice sounded, "Master of the Qing clan, don't push your luck. If you leave immediately today, our clan won't hold you accountable. If you continue to harm my people, I will make sure you die here." Upon hearing this voice, all the elders and tribesmen present showed expressions of ecstasy. It's the ancestor. The ancestor has awakened. The ancestor quickly destroyed this leader of the Qing clan. With the old ancestor here, the leader of the Qing clan will surely fall. However, Lu Qing looked at the vampires of the Lesenba tribe below with some pity. Your ancestors don't seem to be willing to come out and fight. The tone of the Lesenba clan ancestor just now was very clear. He told him to leave and would not pursue the matter. Including the later statement that he wanted to kill him, it was just a threat. The ancestor of the Lesenba tribe must have sensed the aura of ancient bloodline in him and also recognized the existence of the 500 ancient corpses. That's why he didn't dare to show up for the time being, but just hid below and threatened with the momentum of the second generation. Lu Qing no longer cares about the exposure of the ancient bloodline and the ancient corpse clan. Because next, the Qing clan is destined to stand in front of the entire blood clan world. There is no need to hide the existence of the Eastern Corpse clan anymore. Just make them feel scared. Lu Qing waved his hand lightly, and the sacred object slowly fell down. He licked his lips excitedly. "Sorry, I don't plan to leave. Besides, it just so happens that I haven't devoured the blood of the second generation yet." As soon as he finished speaking, the black flames all over Lu Qing's body disappeared instantly, and even the aura of his ancient bloodline disappeared, replaced by a long and desolate aura. Boom! He hammered his hands together, making a vibrating sound. The bloodline of the Eastern Corpse clan. "Let me ask you, can you bear it?" Lu Qing roared, and his muscles suddenly swelled up, transforming into a 6-meter-tall giant holding a huge axe, his eyes full of excitement. "You dare." Under the palace, the old ancestor seemed to notice Lu Qing's next move and let out an angry roar. "Open it for me." Clang! The huge axe struck directly at the center of the black barrier that had just appeared, making a deafening sound. This black barrier should be the innate ability of the second-generation species. It was not broken into pieces, but only left a deep crack. Lu Qing looked at the crack, the excitement in his eyes becoming more and more obvious. "Open it again." Clang! Another axe. Ding ding ding! The muscles in Lu Qing's arms bulged as he swung his axe after another, smashing down with the purest violence. Click, click, click! A series of crisp sounds rang out and more cracks appeared on the black barrier. Until finally, snap. The black barrier was shattered into pieces, and from below the palace there was a painful howl, as if someone had suffered a serious injury. "I'm going to kill you." A figure rushed up angrily from under the palace, but Lu Qing grinned. "Have you figured it out now?" "It's too late." Lu Qing's blood surged again, and he chopped down the second generation who rushed up with an axe, and actually chopped the ancestor of the Lesenba tribe back again, and he fell heavily on the palace. The palace that had stood for thousands of years was chopped down in half by this axe. Damn it! The ancestor's figure rose up again. Lu Qing held the axe in both hands and chopped it back again. Boom! Another charge, another axe. Amidst the smoke and dust, the old ancestor's extremely angry roar and loud rumbling sounds continued to be heard. Every time the second generation tried to soar into the sky, they would be chopped back by Lu Qing's axe with the power of ancient blood. Those members of the Lesenba tribe who were looking forward to seeing the true appearance of their ancestor have not seen what their ancestor looks like until now. A second generation being suppressed and beaten by a prince-level leader of the Qing clan, could it be that the ancestor's realm is fake? And within the cloud of smoke, the roar continued, "I will kill you." Boom. Master of the Qing clan, if you have the guts, why don't you use that axe? Boom. Wait, we can talk. Boom. I'm so p******** d off. Boom. No matter what the second generation ancestor said, he always responded with an axe. Until finally, the movement in the smoke and dust first became louder and louder, and then became smaller and smaller. Due to the obstruction of smoke and dust, no one could see what was happening inside. However, all the members of the Lesenba tribe could feel that the ancestor's breath was rapidly weakening, and he could no longer make any sound. When a gust of mountain wind finally blew away the smoke and dust, the scene that appeared before the Lesenba tribe stunned them. The original palace has disappeared, leaving only a huge deep pit. Everything that was once glorious is now stuck in a huge pit and cannot be dug out. And on the ruins, there was only the figure of the leader of the Qing clan standing there, holding in his hand the ancestor who had only a head left. Until his death, this powerful second-generation ancestor of the Lesenba tribe was unable to break out of this palace. The ancestor has also fallen. Has the leader of the Qing clan actually become this powerful? With the death of the head of the family and the death of the ancestor, our Lesenba clan is doomed. All the members of the Lesenba tribe were completely stunned. Everything they witnessed today completely overturned their understanding of the vampires. An atmosphere of despair continued to spread around. Lu Qing looked at the head in his hand with some regret. "I didn't control my strength, and now it's been split open and only the head is left. Alas, what a pity, we have lost a lot of high-quality bloodlines." Then black flames surged in his palm and devoured the only remaining head of the ancestor of the Lesenba tribe. Ding, swallowed one second-generation vampire, gained 10 evolution points. Current evolution points 119,200. Adding the 6 evolution points obtained from devouring the head of the Lesenba tribe, a total of 16 points were obtained. If it weren't for the loss of some of its bloodline essence, devouring a second-generation species by leaping levels would have provided at least 20 points of evolution. Lu Qing walked out of the ruins on his own, then came to all the Lesenba tribe members and slowly said, "Your family head and ancestors have been killed by me, so now you have no master. Let me recommend one to you. Prince Avril is great." As he spoke, Lu Qing placed the axe directly in front of him and looked at the vampires with a smile. "Who's in favor, who's against? You can bring it up now. If you're silent, that means everyone agrees and has no objections." Lu Qing looked at the silent and desperate people of the Lesenba blood clan in front of him. In front of the huge axe, no one from the tribe dared to step forward and express their so-called opinions. At Lu Qing's signal, Avril slowly walked in front of all the tribesmen. She released the aura of a prince without reservation, and the pressure made all the tribesmen lower their heads involuntarily. The saint girl has actually advanced to the rank of prince. Is it because of the leader of the Qing clan? But how can a woman become the head of a family? There has never been such a precedent in the history of the blood clan. But the saint's aura now is no less than that of the previous patriarch. The remaining thousands of high-level vampires in the audience, although they did not dare to openly stand up and challenge Lu Qing's authority, were all whispering. After all, in the long history of the vampire clan, there has never been a case of a woman serving as the head of the family. Lu Qing didn't bother to pay attention to the reactions of these tribesmen. Since Avril wants to be the head of the family, she has to deal with these situations herself. If she couldn't handle it well, Lu Qing would just take care of them all. Avril looked at her people calmly. At this moment, she was as proud as a queen. Finally, she slowly said, "Who says a woman can't be the head of a family? As long as this woman is strong enough. If you are strong enough to lead the family to another peak, then nothing will be a problem." Having said this, Avril's eyes suddenly became sharp, with silver light flashing in them, covering her entire eyes, and at the same time releasing 3 completely different auras. All the tribesmen who sensed this breath were stunned in an instant. MJU4ND8NTC3 Autumn 1 MZUTND MX OJ E equals, the saint actually possesses such pure royal blood. And these 3 auras, are they the auras of 3 kinds of innate abilities? The saint has actually awakened 3 innate abilities. Because of Lu Qing, the royal blood in Avril is far more intense than that in the previous head of the Lesenba clan. And those 3 innate abilities are the awakening of her own talents. In a sense, Avril was indeed a rare genius in the vampire world. Furthermore, she was lucky enough to meet Lu Qing. Avril, who was in full swing, suddenly stretched out her hand and waved it. The boiling blood force gathered into a sea of blood, which instantly turned into a giant hand and grabbed the most restless elder. The great elder struggled hard, but could not break free from the control of the bloody hand. Even though he was only one step away from evolving into a prince, he still couldn't escape Avril's control in front of the real prince. Avril, what do you want to do? I'm the chief elder of the family. Avril ignored the elder's shouting and controlled the sea of blood to transform into another bloody hand, casually grabbing another tribesman who was at the peak of the marquisate. The tribesmen who were caught by the bloody hand instantly looked terrified, and they had no idea what their fate would be. I can destroy you or I can give you new life, Avril said softly. Then the power of blood erupted, and the great elder who was caught by the bloody hand suddenly let out a shrill scream. His body, caught by the bloody hands, was withering at a speed visible to the naked eye. You are going to devour me. No, in less than 10 seconds, the great elder was devoured by Avril and turned into a dried corpse in front of all the vampires. The other member of the Marquis clan who was caught by the bloody hand closed his eyes, resigned to his fate after seeing the tragic end of the great elder. However, a completely different fate awaited him. Avril stretched out a finger, and a drop of blood of a slightly strange color slowly condensed on the fingertip and then gently touched the Marquis's brow. The pure power of blood instantly surged into his body. Roar. After the Marquis absorbed the drop of blood, he immediately roared in pain. Boom! Under the gaze of all the vampires, this Marquis actually successfully evolved into a duke. The tribesman opened his eyes in disbelief, feeling the surging blood and energy in his body. I actually evolved into a duke. This scene made the eyes of the remaining tribesmen light up. Just by absorbing a drop of the saint's blood, can one evolve from a Marquis to a duke? How powerful must the saint's bloodline be? What's even more terrifying is that the saint just devoured it in an instant. Lu Qing returned to Yanjing Mountain and just came out of Zushan when he noticed that his cell phone was vibrating wildly. Text messages came one after another from the Dragon Group, including from the old dean Zhang Tianming and Mr. Luo. The old dean's text message read, "Did your trip to the west go well?" Zhang Tianming said, "According to reliable information, the head of the Lesenba family is a peak prince-level vampire, and there is even a second-generation vampire-level ancestor. You must be careful on this trip. The Dragon Group will provide full support when necessary. Mr. Luo also reminded with concern, if you are defeated, retreat at any time. Our Dongfeng clan has finally found hope. Don't take risks lightly." There were more than one text messages, and they were sent about once every 10 minutes. It was obvious that they were in a very urgent mood. It must be because the East has been invaded by the Western vampires for a long time, and now the Eastern Corpse clan has awakened. In addition, the Qing clan created by Lu Qing gave everyone in the Dragon Group hope, so they paid special attention to the blood-packed battle between him and the head of the Lesenba family. Moreover, they had no idea how Lu Qing would travel to the west, and they might even be wondering why they couldn't detect any trace of his departure. Lu Qing glanced through the text messages, smiled helplessly, and said to himself, "Don't you know that there is no mobile phone signal in Zushan and the Holy Land? It's been a long time since the fight ended." Judging from the old dean's attitude, the people from the Dragon Group must have secretly sneaked into the vicinity of the Lesenba tribe's Holy Land and were closely monitoring the situation. Once they find out that he and the Qing tribe are in danger, they will definitely help them at all costs. But now it seems that they have lost this opportunity. Maybe those members of the Dragon team who have already infiltrated are still wondering why there is no movement. After thinking for a moment, Lu Qing sent a message to each of the three people. At this moment, the three members of the Dragon team in the underground base of Huaxia Theological Seminary, their cell phones vibrated at the same time. Hearing the unique dynamic sound specially set for emergency contact, the three of them quickly turned on their phones almost at the same time. The message contained only a short sentence. "I have completed my mission and retired. Don't worry, retire after completing your mission." The old dean unconsciously repeated the words on the screen. He looked at Zhang Tianming beside him with a puzzled look. Does this mean that the blood-packed battle has been won? After receiving the text message, Zhang Tianming quickly turned on his computer and asked the Dragon Group members who were still lurking in the west about the situation. After receiving a positive answer, he looked up in confusion and said, "That shouldn't be the case. According to reports from our people lurking around the Lesenba tribe's sacred mountain, There were only bursts of loud noises coming from the holy mountain. No one saw the Qing people rushing up the holy mountain, nor did they see Lu Qing. But later it was discovered that all the members of the Lesenba tribe who were stationed on the periphery had been recalled. It was said that something big had happened to their family. Retire after success. What does that even mean? Zhang Tianming and the old dean were deeply confused. What puzzled them even more was that the news had just come from the west, so how come Lu Qing had already returned to the east? Strange, really strange. The old dean sighed to himself but soon felt relieved. Since Lu Qing said he would retire after completing his mission, let's just listen to him for now and relax. After Lu Qing replied to the message, he opened the vampire dark web and took a look, and found that the dark web was already in a state of arguing. All kinds of gossip and verbal abuse are overwhelming. The incident started when a vampire, unable to contain his curiosity, posted a message on the dark web. It's already 1 o'clock and there's still no news about the blood pact battle. Could it be that the leader of the Qing clan didn't even dare to come to the west? Bah, coward. This was originally a small post to vent the emotions of waiting, but it was instantly pushed up by many vampires who were also waiting impatiently, which triggered a war of words. It's only been an hour, why are you so anxious? Can the fight be over in an hour? If you can do it, go ahead. This is the shortest blood pact battle in the history of the vampire clan. It at least lasted half a day, okay. But what this gentleman said is correct. I am at the border of the Lesenba tribe, and I have indeed not seen any trace of the Qing tribe, and there is no movement on the holy mountain. Is it true that the leader of the Qing tribe didn't come? Could it be a lie? Bah, my eastern people will never go back on their word. The Lesenba tribe has been destroyed. Everyone can go to bed and go home. As the verbal battle escalated, more and more vampires joined in. Soon, everyone's focus was on the same question. Why were there no traces of the Qing tribe at the border and no movement on the sacred mountain of the Lesenba tribe? What was the outcome of this blood pact battle? 4 hours have passed now, there should be a result, right? The latest news, I just heard that all the members of the Lesenba tribe have retreated to the holy mountain. It seems something big has happened. Come out and say something, I'm getting so impatient. However, what puzzled all the vampires was that even the Lesenba tribe did not come out to respond to this matter directly, as if all the members of the tribe had been given a gag order. There is also no new development on the side of the leader of the Qing clan. At this moment, Talia, the great holy son of the Bruch tribe, jumped out again. He posted a post in a very disdainful tone. The Lesenba tribe is silent, which can only mean one thing: the leader of the Qing tribe never came to the west, nor did he fulfill his invitation to the blood pact battle. He has betrayed the honor of the vampire race. He is nothing more than a cowardly eastern coward. Talia's post quickly attracted attention, but there were very few vampires who commented. Only those accounts with the prefix East replied. Because at this time there was still no definite news on the dark web, and everyone was waiting anxiously. So much so that many vampires began to doubt whether this blood covenant battle had ever been fought at all, and whether the leader of the Qing clan really did not go. Otherwise, with so many vampires watching the border, how come they can't even see the shadow of the Qing clan? But just when everyone was confused, the Lesenba tribe, which had been silent all this time, finally spoke up. However, this news stunned all the vampires on the dark web. The blood pact war is over and our clan's head has fallen. The new head is Saint Avril. My Lesenba tribe will officially enter a dormant state in the near future. All foreign vampires are not allowed to enter our territory without permission. Violators will be killed. This post contains several surprising pieces of information. First of all, the blood pact battle that all the vampires thought had not yet begun was actually over long ago. This means that the leader of the Qing clan did go, and the final result was that the head of the Lesenba clan actually died. Secondly, Avril was the new head of the clan. In the world of vampires, there had never been a precedent of a female vampire serving as the head of a clan, but the Lesenba clan actually accepted it. Finally, the family announced that it had officially entered a dormant period, and outside vampires were not allowed to enter the territory without permission. Generally, a clan will declare itself dormant only when the family has suffered a heavy blow and needs to recuperate, or when the family leader faces a major breakthrough. This made many vampires wonder, could it be that the Lesenba tribe suffered heavy losses because of the Qing tribe's attack? Is there any news merchant who can go and inquire about the situation of the Lesenba tribe? Isn't the head of the Lesenba clan a peak-level prince? How could he be killed by the leader of the Qing clan? Also, the Lesenba tribe seems to have a second-generation species. Amidst the exclamations, only the holy son of the Bruch tribe Talia continued to shout stubbornly, "Conspiracy! This is definitely a conspiracy." There was no way the head of the Lesenba clan could be killed by the leader of the Qing clan. How could a small eastern clan possibly be so powerful? There must be some hidden conspiracy here. If the leader of the Qing clan has the guts, please come out and respond directly. But soon, the dark web vampires discovered that the shouting of the holy son Talia actually attracted a response from the lord of the Green clan. Or a short sentence, "No need to bark, you're next." On Yanjing Mountain, Lu Qing put away his phone with a smile, muttering, "This guy is really a bit annoying." Afterwards, he walked straight into the ancestral mountain, came to the ancient battlefield, spread his wings and flew to the second bronze gate. First, he used an axe to cut the heavy iron chain that bound the bronze door, and then slowly took out the blood-red key. After being injected with blood power, this holy artifact, the blood key, began to emit a blood-red mist. The red mist completely enveloped the entire giant bronze gate, and it even seemed as if another giant red gate had formed on it. Click. There was a slight yet heavy muffled sound, and the second huge bronze door slowly opened in front of Lu Qing. It actually opened. Lu Qing's face was filled with excitement and anticipation. "I wonder where in the Bruch tribe it leads this time." As he spoke, his figure slowly disappeared into the second huge bronze gate. When he reappeared, looking at the huge pool of blood in front of him and the terrifying figure in the pool, Lu Qing couldn't help but grin happily. "I'm going to get rich again." In the blink of an eye, half a month has passed, and the tribesmen are all looking forward to it. When will the head of the family evolve into the second generation? That Qing clan leader is so arrogant, I can't stand it for even a moment. In the temple of the Bruch tribe, the holy son Toria's eyes were red and he was roaring angrily. However, the family elder opposite simply responded calmly, "Holy son, there's no need to worry. The patriarch is currently in a critical stage of evolution. In 3 days at most, he will probably be able to evolve to the second generation." 3 days. Upon hearing this time, holy son Talia could hardly suppress his inner anger. "No, I can't wait 3 days, he suggested anxiously. "Can I lead my people to the east and slaughter the Qing clan first? After the head of the family wakes up, you can go over and destroy the leader of the Qing clan." The rage in Talia's heart burned fiercely, and he desperately wanted to use the blood of the Qing people to wash away what he considered to be the shame. But his proposal was ruthlessly rejected by the elders. The elders advised, "Holy son, the Lesenba tribe was at war with the leader of the Qing tribe, and now their patriarch has fallen. Furthermore, the entire Lesenba clan is on alert. The leader of the Qing clan may be quite powerful. If you rush in, you may not be able to defeat them. It is better to wait patiently for the patriarch to wake up." After hearing what the family elder said, Talia's eyes became extremely gloomy. He simply couldn't believe that it was the leader of the Qing tribe who killed the head of the Lesenba tribe. He firmly believed that there must be some conspiracy behind this. After all, a vampire like him who is extremely talented and proud, and the holy son of the family, has just evolved to the prince level. The head of the Lesenba clan is at the peak prince level. How could a newly emerged leader of the Qing clan have the ability to kill a vampire at the peak prince level? Talia's pride made him unwilling to believe all this. However, he couldn't openly refute the elder's decision, so he could only walk out of the temple with a gloomy face. Then he went straight to the entrance of the holy land of the Bruch tribe. Ever since the head of the family entered the Holy Land, the entire entrance to the Holy Land has been under martial law, and all clansmen are strictly prohibited from entering. Because this time, in order to break through from the peak of the prince to the second generation, the head of the family gathered half of the blood essence of the entire clan. As long as the head of the family can evolve successfully, the Bruch clan will have its own second-generation species, and its status among the 13 clans will be further improved. However, the Bruch tribe paid an extremely high price for this evolution. More than half of the clan members sacrificed most of their blood essence, plus the blood crystals and various rare treasures accumulated by the family over countless years. Finally, a sea of blood containing enough blood power was created in the Holy Land. As long as the head of the family can absorb all the energy in the sea of blood, he can evolve into the second generation. The holy son Toria lingered in front of the entrance of the Holy Land for a while, but ultimately did not dare to enter the Holy Land without permission. Even though he was the most gifted son of the family, if he rashly barged in at such a critical moment and disturbed the head of the family, he would certainly be severely punished by the head of the family. But he really didn't want to give up. "If it's because you're afraid of the Qing clan's leader, then when I lead my people to the east, I won't provoke him first. I'll just kill some of the Qing clan's minions. After the patriarch breaks through, I'll go and eliminate the Qing clan's leader. Isn't that enough? The Holy Son Toria had a gloomy face and was muttering to himself about the feasibility of this plan. However, his thoughts were suddenly interrupted by a strange aura faintly coming from the Holy Land. This aura fluctuation is so strong, could it be that the patriarch has achieved a breakthrough? Feeling the sudden and violent surge of energy, an expression of ecstasy instantly appeared on Talia's face. I knew those old guys were lying to me. They said it would take 3 days, but judging by the fluctuations in this aura, the patriarch should be able to successfully evolve today. This aura is churning so violently. Talia looked at the entrance of the Holy Land with anticipation and decided not to go anywhere. Just wait here for the head of the family to evolve successfully and come out, then rush to the east as soon as possible to take the head of the leader of the Qing clan. However, he didn't know why the aura in the family Holy Land fluctuated so violently. It's not that the patriarch has successfully evolved. On the contrary, their patriarch is in imminent danger. In the Holy Land of the Bruch tribe, Lu Qing discovered that after he opened the second bronze door with the Holy Blood key, he actually came directly to the Holy Land of the Bruch tribe. This made him even more certain that the 13 bronze gates in the ancient battlefield could lead to the holy places of all 13 clans. At this moment, in the Holy Land of the Bruch tribe before him, there was only a vast sea of blood. The sea of blood emanated pure blood power, and all the pores on Lu Qing's body opened involuntarily. A trace of pure power was slowly being absorbed by his body. This was the body's instinctive reaction. It condenses more than half of the blood essence of the entire clan. It's really a big deal. Lu Qing's gaze turned to the figure sleeping in the vast sea of blood, the head of the Bruch tribe. The essence in the sea of blood is continuously flowing into the body of the head of the Bruch clan, and his aura is slowly increasing, as if he can evolve to the second generation at any time. Tusk, what a pity, your luck doesn't seem to be very good. Lu Qing grinned, spread his wings, and flew straight over the sea of blood, looking at the unfortunate head of the Bruch clan with interest. Because of the need to absorb such a huge amount of power, the head of the Bruch clan has fallen into a dormant state and must concentrate on absorbing the power of his bloodline. In another 3 days, he will definitely be able to break through, and then the Bruch tribe will have its own second generation. By that time, he would be able to go to the east in person, kill the leader of the Qing tribe, and take back the holy weapon, the axe, which the Bruch tribe had not been able to retrieve. When he entered the Holy Land to absorb the blood of the entire clan, the Holy Land was completely closed, and no vampire could enter and disturb him. However, while in deep sleep, the Bruch clan leader felt something was wrong with the only remaining trace of consciousness. Why do I suddenly feel like there is an extra aura in the Holy Land, and it seems like there is always a pair of eyes watching me? So, driven by this doubt, his consciousness gradually recovered, and he slowly woke up from his deep sleep. But at the moment when the head of the Bruch clan slowly opened his eyes, he suddenly saw a strange face with wings on its back in front of him, staring at him with a smile. Lu Qing smiled and waved to the dazed Bruch clan leader who had just opened his eyes. He greeted him cordially, awake. The head of the Bruch clan was confused and asked, "Who are you? Why are you?" Lu Qing replied with a friendly smile on his face, "I am the leader of the Qing clan that you have always wanted to destroy. Are you surprised? Are you surprised?" Before the Bruch clan leader could react, Lu Qing had already stepped on him and pushed him directly into the vast sea of blood. When Lu Qing kicked the head of the Bruch clan into the sea of blood, he immediately jumped up and broke through the sea of blood and went in. In an instant, the originally calm sea of blood suddenly became turbulent, as if there was an earth dragon rolling and stirring underneath. The sea of blood raised huge waves that were more than 10 meters high. Countless huge blood bubbles gurgled up from the bottom of the sea and then exploded continuously. From time to time, roars mixed with anger and fear came from the bottom of the sea of blood. Not long after, a figure struggled to rise into the air from the sea of blood in a panic. It was the head of the Bruch tribe, but at this moment he looked extremely miserable. His left arm had disappeared, and one of the wings behind him was torn in half. His face was filled with fear and anger. He stared at the sea of blood below and roared, "Why can you devour the blood essence of my clan?" At this moment, he no longer had the mind to wonder why the head of the Dongfang Qing clan appeared so strangely in his own holy land. After all, in the previous confrontation, he was not only suppressed by the opponent, but also had an arm and half of his wings torn off. What's even more terrifying is that the leader of the Qing clan was frantically devouring the energy in the sea of blood, and the devouring speed was astonishingly fast. In just a few minutes, nearly one-tenth of this sea of blood, which had been formed by exhausting half of the bloodline power of the entire clan, had been swallowed up by the leader of the Qing clan. How could this not make the head of the Bruch clan anxious and angry? "I'm going to kill you," the head of the Bruch clan howled hysterically. He rushed into the sea of blood again regardless of everything, swallowing the blood in big gulps trying to regain some blood power. Lu Qing, who was under the sea of blood, had already entered the Emperor Flame state, with black flames burning all over his body. The black flames madly devoured the vast and evaporated sea of blood, transforming it into pure blood power, which continuously flowed into his body. Looking at the Bruch clan leader, who was almost frantic with anxiety, Lu Qing said with a smile, "How long are you going to keep drinking like this? Even if you drink the entire sea of blood, it will be useless." With the help of the burning black flames and his innate devouring ability in this world of vampires, no other vampire can compare to him in terms of the speed of devouring blood. What's more, even if the Bruch clan leader drinks more blood, the blood power will eventually be devoured by Lu Qing. "How can you swallow the blood of my clan so easily? You will explode and die sooner or later." He saw that the head of the Bruch clan was still struggling and continuously condensed blood arrows to shoot towards him. Lu Qing had no choice but to take out the axe from behind and hold it in his hand, slowly walking towards the head of the Bruch clan. You Western vampires are always like this, unwilling to acknowledge the strength of others. Since you won't listen to my advice, I'll just have to devour you first. After saying that, he casually swung his axe, and a vacuum zone was instantly created in the sea of blood in front of him. The sea of blood in the Holy Land surged more violently and terrifyingly. Two figures could be vaguely seen colliding with each other in the blood, and every collision could cause huge waves in the sea of blood. It was not until later that the entire sea of blood gradually returned to calm, and no more movement was heard. In the deep sea of blood, a ball of black flame continued to expand. As the black flames expanded, the entire sea of blood was slowly shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye, and all of it was merging into the body of the figure at the bottom of the sea of blood. Outside the entrance of the Holy Land, the Holy Sun Toria, who was anxiously waiting, felt that the surging atmosphere in the Holy Land gradually calmed down. A look of joy appeared on his face. The aura has stabilized. It seems that the master of the family must have evolved to the second generation. It won't be long before it comes out. Excited, Talia immediately waved over a tribesman guarding the entrance to the sacred mountain and instructed him, "Quickly notify the elders. The patriarch has successfully evolved into the second generation. Once the patriarch emerges, our clan can march into the east at any time." After the tribesman accepted the order and left, a cruel smile appeared on Talia's face. "Wait, Lord of the Qing clan. My tribe will soon crush your Qing tribe. When the time comes, I will make you kneel before me." Talia felt happy when he thought that he would be able to take revenge on the Qing tribe under the leadership of the head of the family. He will pay back 1,000-fold the insults and provocations he suffered on the dark web. What's more, the Qing tribe once destroyed the eastern branch of the Bruch tribe, and in the Holy Land, the once vast sea of blood had now completely disappeared. Lu Qing stood on a muddy patch of land and burped. The blood power in this sea of blood is indeed quite abundant. With the help of his innate devouring ability, Lu Qing took in all the blood of the Bruch tribe, which contained the essence of more than half of the tribe's blood, and these blood essences also brought him enough evolution points. Ding. Devour the sea of blood to gain 190 evolution points. Meet the evolution requirements, and the second generation of evolution will begin. As the system prompt sounded, the blood power in Lu Qing's body surged like a surging tide, and a new power emerged from deep within every cell. He couldn't help but release all his aura, and the breath of the ancient bloodline of the vampire clan suddenly burst out. A pair of pitch-black wings that expanded to over 4 meters in length hovered quietly behind him, surrounded by black flames. The energy that erupted from his body formed a gust of wind in the space, making him look like the king of hell, emitting black fire all over his body. Ding! The host has evolved into the second generation of the vampire race. Time Zero officially evolved into a space-time domain-related talent ability, Senluo Black Domain. Senluo Black Domain. Anyone who enters the Black Domain, whether god or demon, shall die. Note, after releasing the Black Domain, everything in the domain will be endlessly burned by the black flames, and all innate abilities will be infinitely suppressed. Senluo Black Domain, it sounds quite domineering. Lu Qing slightly stretched out a hand and pinched the air. With his body as the center, an endless darkness quickly expanded outward, eventually forming a small dark space. In this space, black flames were densely packed, continuously burning all living things contained within. Above the space, there is a strange black moon hanging high. Under the cover of the black moon, the physical strength of the creatures in the area will continue to decline with every minute they stay there. What's even more terrifying is that all the vampires shrouded in the black domain will lose all their innate abilities and can only rely on their own physical strength to fight. However, the rules of this domain also restrict Lu Qing, and his own innate abilities cannot be displayed in the Senluo black domain. But he still has a second form. The power of the corpse clan ancestor is completely unaffected in this area. If he transforms into the ancestor of the corpse clan when opening the domain, which other vampire clan can compete with him in terms of physical strength and power? This is a bit like a combination of Time Zero, Dark Moon, and the ancestral form. After activating the Senluo black domain and transforming into the ancestral form, no vampire should be able to withstand my attacks. After carefully feeling the effect of Senluo black domain, Lu Qing smiled with great satisfaction. It seems that as the evolution level continues to increase, the awakened ability becomes more and more powerful and abnormal. Personal information panel host: Lu Qing race, blood clan, corpse clan bloodline, symbiotic bloodline, ancient bloodline, ancestral bloodline family, Qing clan bloodline level, second generation 109-300. Corpse level complete ancestor 4-7, ability form, crimson blood rage, strength and speed increase 8 times in blood rage mode. The king's chosen servant, use your own bloodline to force a contract with a vampire, becoming the king's personal servant. The contracted person cannot betray. Dark Moon, anyone who is enveloped by the black moon will be affected by it. Shinra Black Coffin, use the black coffin to nurture a clone, inheriting 80% of the original body's power and becoming immortal. Senluo Black Domain, anyone who enters the black domain, whether god or demon, shall die. Bloodline form, Emperor Flame. Corpse form, the power of the ancestor. At the entrance to the Holy Land, Talia, the holy son of the Brew clan, couldn't help but wonder, didn't the aura calm down just now? Why is it fluctuating again now? And this aura is so violent. The aura coming from the Holy Land before fluctuated violently and finally calmed down. He thought it was the power emitted by the head of the family after absorbing all the blood power and successfully evolving into the second generation. But at this moment, a more powerful aura can be clearly felt at the entrance of the Holy Land. It is not only more intense, but also reveals a sense of violent energy. Could it be that the absorption of bloodline power caused the patriarch to overevolve? That's why his aura suddenly increased so much. Yes, that must be it. Ha, this time you, the lord of the Qing clan, are dead. Talia was immersed in a pleasant fantasy, his eyes fixed on the entrance to the Holy Land. He had already sensed that the powerful aura was slowly approaching the entrance and was about to appear. Here it comes. Talia's hands were shaking with excitement. He had already thought of words of praise to congratulate the head of the family for his successful evolution. Then a person slowly walked out of the entrance. However, when the figure fully appeared before his eyes, Talia's outstretched hand froze in midair and the smile on his face froze instantly. Then he quickly turned to bewilderment, his mouth hanging open. After a long while he stammered, "Who? Who are you? How did you come out of my clan's holy land?" Lu Qing was also somewhat surprised to see the handsome blonde young man in front of him and asked hesitantly, "Are you the holy son?" Toria nodded subconsciously. Lu Qing smiled helplessly. "I was just looking for you, what a coincidence. It just happened, it saved me from having to go out again." He was originally waiting for the head of the family to come out with great joy, but he saw a strange vampire emerging from his own holy land. Such a strong contrast made Talia a little dazed for a moment, and it took him a long time to come back to his senses. "Looking for me? An Asian face?" In an instant, a flash of inspiration came to Talia's mind. He suddenly retreated more than 10 meters, pointing at Lu Qing in an incredulous tone and said, You are the leader of the Qing clan. How did you come out of our clan's holy land?" Seeing that the young man finally reacted, Lu Qing smiled slightly and said, "Your family master is gone, you will be gone soon too." Then he slowly walked towards Talia. "The head of the family is gone, impossible." Although Talia's brain was not very bright, he roughly understood what happened in this situation. The leader of the Qing clan must have used some means to sneak into the Holy Land and may even have attacked the evolving patriarch. But no matter what, since the leader of the Qing tribe dared to appear in the core area of the Bruch tribe, he should not think of leaving easily. So, Talia retreated while giving a warning roar, notifying the family elders and other vampires to rush over here. But the next second, Talia suddenly found that the scene in front of him changed abruptly. Everything disappeared like a phantom, and the holy mountain and the entrance to the Holy Land were all gone. He looked down and found himself standing on a huge, dark, and rugged rock. Looking up, he saw a dark sky and a strange black full moon. Looking at this pitch-black world, Talia cried out in horror, "Is this a domain? No, impossible. How can such a powerful domain exist in the world?" Domain-related innate abilities are considered the most powerful abilities in the vampire world. Only vampires with extraordinary talents have the opportunity to awaken, and only after becoming high-level vampires can the domain truly manifest as a space. But a domain with such a large scope as the one in front of us is simply unheard of. This is not a domain at all, it is clearly a small world. What's even more terrifying is that Talia discovered that his innate abilities were banned in this area. The moment he noticed something was wrong, he activated one of his 2 innate abilities but found no reaction. What kind of realm is this that can actually ban all innate abilities? Moreover, the power of my bloodline is slowly dissipating. Talia finally fell into deep panic. It was not until this moment that he realized how ridiculous his previous boasting on the dark web was. He was not even on the same level as the other party. This was his first time facing the leader of the Qing clan, and very likely it would also be his last time. In the Senluo Black Domain, Lu Qing didn't even bother to take out the axe but just walked slowly towards Talia. Every step he took seemed to transcend time and space, and he arrived in front of the holy son of the dukedom almost instantly. In this small world, he is like a god. You are honored to be the first vampire to experience the Senluo Black Domain. Die obediently. Lu Qing stood almost face to face with Talia. In this space, the omnipresent black flames slowly wrapped around Talia's body, and the dark moon in the sky also released the rules of dissolution. Under the heavy pressure, Talia yelled hysterically, "I will not perish, go to hell." With a roar, Talia used all his strength to hit Lu Qing's heart fiercely, his claws like hooks trying to dig out his heart. However, there were 2 crisp sounds. Talia's hands were twisted and deformed, while Lu Qing's skin just flashed with a purple-gold light without leaving even a trace. Lu Qing reached out and pinched Talia's head, winking at him. "In the Senluo Black territory, no vampire can hurt me with their strength or flesh. Be a good person in your next life." Badgie, with a sound like a watermelon smashing, the head of the Bruch Saint was crushed. The rest of his body was slowly being devoured by the omnipresent devouring power in the Black Domain. Lu Qing casually shook off the plasma on his hands and said with satisfaction, "Senluo Black Domain is really powerful." As he finished speaking, the territory of Senluo Black Domain slowly disappeared. Having lost all his blood essence and turned into a dried corpse, Talia fell heavily to the ground. At the same time, a loud and noisy voice came from the entrance of the Holy Land. "Who are you? How dare you kill our holy son?" Outside the Holy Land of the Bruch tribe, after hearing the Son of God's cry for help, several elders of the major families immediately brought many high-level vampires in the temple and rushed to the Holy Land. However, they only saw a dried corpse and a fleeting figure. "One day later, the Bruch tribe will be wiped out." These were the only words left by the figure when he disappeared at the entrance of the Holy Land. Several elders rushed to the mummy. In fact, when they just arrived, they vaguely felt that this mummy might be the holy son Toria. But when it was finally confirmed, the elders couldn't help but look at each other, their eyes full of shock and disbelief. It took only 2 minutes from the time we received the call for help to the time we arrived. In just 2 minutes, a peak-level, Duke-level saint son fell like this. Several elders really couldn't understand why there was not even a trace of fighting or struggling at the scene. This could only mean that the Son of God was killed almost instantly. Go into the Holy Land and take a look. The man who just entered the Holy Land might have disturbed the evolution of the family head. An elder suddenly reacted and immediately rushed towards the entrance of the family Holy Land. At this moment, they had no time to care about why the Son of God was killed at the gate of the Holy Land. More importantly, after the man left a word. They had clearly rushed into the family's sacred ground, and within the sacred ground, the head of the family was currently at a critical stage of evolution. Nothing was more important than the head of the family's evolution. But when several elders of the Bruch tribe rushed into the Holy Land frantically, they were stunned by the scene before them. The sea of blood that had previously been formed by the blood essence of more than half of the tribe's members had disappeared without a trace. In the sea of blood, the head of the family was nowhere to be found, and even in the entire Holy Land, there was no trace of the head of the family. Not only that, the numerous blood crystals and secret treasures originally stored in the Holy Land also disappeared, leaving the entire Holy Land empty and desolate. Seeing this scene, the family elders' eyes instantly turned red. How so? Where's the patriarch? Where did Zhu Hai go? How could our clan's holy land be looted like this? Several elders frantically ran around the holy land, trying to find the missing head of the family, but in the end they found nothing and no trace was left. The entire clan is looking forward to the head of the clan successfully evolving to the second generation, and coming out to lead the clan to the east to destroy the Eastern Green clan. But now the head of the family has disappeared completely in the Holy Land, and his own holy son was beheaded at the gate of the Holy Land. Is there anything more tragic than this in the world? After searching in vain, several elders gathered together with gloomy faces. No traces were found. The patriarch may have already fallen. We haven't found the person who entered the Holy Land before. It's as if he disappeared mysteriously. An elder recalled the figure who had just entered the Holy Land in front of them and that sentence. One day later, the Bruch tribe will be wiped out. He couldn't help but tremble all over as if he was completely enveloped by a cold chill. He hesitated again and finally expressed everyone's common guess. Could that person be the leader of the Qing clan? As soon as the elder finished speaking, the atmosphere on the scene fell into an eerie silence. Several elders looked at each other, but none of them spoke, as if they were unwilling to mention that name. After a long while, an elder finally said in a hoarse voice, "The patriarch has fallen, the sea of blood has disappeared, the holy sun is dead, and our clan is about to change." An atmosphere as oppressive as death spread. That leader of the Qing clan must have some special means to enter our clan's holy land. And he said that one day later he would destroy our clan. Pass the order and call back all the tribesmen to guard the gate of the Holy Land. Even if the head of the family falls, our clan cannot sit idly by and wait for death. We will fight the Qing clan to the death at the entrance of the Holy Land. Yes. On the other side, Lu Qing returned to Yanjing Mountain again through the huge bronze gate. The clone had already brought 500 ancient corpses to classify and store the various trophies brought back from the Bruch tribe's holy land. After killing Toria, the holy son of the Bruch tribe, he did not continue to stay in the Holy Land and kill people, not because he was worried about being surrounded. With his current level and strength, even if the Bruch tribe sent out thousands of high-level tribesmen at the same time, he would be able to fight back and forth among them and then successfully escape. But the Bruch people are different from the previous Lesenba people. Because of Avril, he did not intend to kill all the Lesenba people. As for the Bruch tribe, he had no intention of letting them go from the very beginning. These two clans have always been in direct hostility with the Qing clan and are the most active clans in invading the east. Therefore, the Lesenba tribe can change its head, but the Bruch tribe has no choice but to perish. He deliberately left that sentence before leaving, which must have made the entire Bruch tribe alert instantly. At that time, they might recall all the tribesmen to block him at the entrance of the Holy Land. This would save trouble and save him the effort of eliminating them one by one. I hope that one day later when I bring the Qing clan there, don't let me down. After thinking for a moment, Lu Qing roughly checked the evolution of the Qing tribe in Zushan. Now, there is basically no trace of Zhu Yi of the Qing clan on the first level of the ancestral mountain. Millions of low-level blood devourers in the first layer evolved into many high-level blood devourers after devouring and fighting each other. These blood devourers have now flown to the second layer to provide support for the Qing clan's blood Yi's biting evolution. There are probably less than 500,000 low-level blood devourers left on the first floor, all guarding the entrance. In addition to a large number of high-level blood devourers, nearly half of the blood pool on the second floor is filled with blood. However, the blood pool has completely changed its appearance now. The three colors of red, purple, gold, and black are mixed together, emitting a strange and powerful aura, and a layer of black flames is burning above the blood pool. The ancient bloodline origin of the vampire clan, the ancestral bloodline origin of the corpse clan, and the burning of the black flames completely changed the function of this blood pool. Just throw those foreign blood Yi who have been drained of all their essence into the blood pool. Under the burning of the black flames and the nourishment of the two powerful bloodlines, they will revive again and become the new blood Yi of the Qing clan. Lu Qing spent a lot of effort to complete this blood pool. It is like a real incubation pool that can continuously transform new Qing clan blood Yi. During the previous attack on the Lesenba clan, many vampires were brought back by the ancient corpse clan and thrown into the blood pool, and then transformed into the Qing clan's blood Yi. However, the status of these Qing clan blood Yi transformed from the incubation pool is far inferior to the first batch of blood clan created by Lu Qing himself. The real core of the Qing clan is still the nearly 1,500 Zhu Yi transformed by Lu Qing himself. and 1,000 ancient corpses from the east. On the third floor of the ancestral mountain, various precious items brought back from the Lesenba tribe as well as the holy veins are placed. A huge winding river runs through it, and its source is a small pool. Above the pool, the statue of Cain and the first-generation blood crystal were slowly releasing the power of their blood. This holy vein also contains Lu Qing's dual bloodline. At this moment, Zhu Yi of the Qing clan was lying quietly in the holy vein, absorbing abundant blood power. Their skin sometimes appeared pale and sometimes turned into a light purple-gold color. On an ocean made of blood crystals, dozens of cute little skeletons are working diligently. Every once in a while, they would throw blood crystals into the holy vein river to ensure that the blood essence in the holy vein always maintained an appropriate concentration. In the third layer, hundreds of thousands of marquee-level blood devourers would occasionally come to the holy vein to drink a few mouthfuls of blood. Unknowingly, this power has greatly promoted the evolution of the blood devourers, and many Duke-level blood devourers have been born, which has provided stronger support for the evolution of the Qing clan's blood yi. In comparison, the fourth floor of the ancestral mountain seemed much more spacious. The Blood Devourer King led tens of thousands of Duke-level blood devourers to guard the entrance to the ancient battlefield. At the same time, the Qing clan's Zhu Yi, who has evolved to the Duke level, will also be bitten by the Blood Eaters on this level. The Holy Axe and the Holy Blood Key were also placed here by Lu Qing when not in use. The Blood-Devouring King continues to evolve under the nourishment of Lu Qing's blood. Coupled with the protection of tens of thousands of Duke-level and even a dozen Prince-level blood devourers, without Lu Qing's order, even the second-generation blood clan would probably not be able to escape the fate of falling once they stepped into the fourth level of the ancestral mountain. As for the ancient battlefield in the fourth layer, 1,000 ancient corpses are absorbing the rich corpse qi and yin energy. In the past 2 days, some of the more powerful corpses have successfully broken through and reached a stage that can rival the Duke level of the vampires. After observation, Lu Qing discovered that the corpses exuding a Duke-level aura not only had their abilities and physical strength greatly enhanced, but their intelligence also seemed to have increased exponentially. Perhaps when they evolve to a higher level, they will gradually become truly immortal and powerful life forms like the 4 ancestors of Eastern zombies. Today, the entire Qing clan has a total of 432 Duke level and 836 Marquee level Qing clan members in terms of Qing clan blood yi, all of whom are twins with royal blood. Nourished by the blood of the ancestor of the corpse clan, their bodies and strength are extremely strong. Your vitality has become much stronger. It seems that your dragon group has developed a lot of good things recently. Originally, these senior old guys no longer took charge of things personally and rarely did experiments. At most, they just provided guidance from the side. Most of the blood yi below the rank of Marquis were later transformed from the incubation pool. Although their evolution speed and strength are slightly inferior, they are still far superior to ordinary vampires. You guys from the dragon team, come along too. Go out and see the world. It's no use staying in the east all the time. Whatever samples you bring back this time will belong to the dragon team. In terms of individual combat power, a Marquis-level ancient corpse can easily suppress a Marquis-level vampire and can even challenge a Duke-level vampire. As the old dean led Lu Qing into the dragon group base, he smiled and shook his head and said, "Your blood has more effects than just this. This is just the most common one, and after injecting the serum, there are no side effects." But after getting Lu Qing's blood and the Duke-level blood clan samples he had sent before, these old guys immediately returned to their work with great enthusiasm and devoted themselves to research fanatically, even not sleeping for several days. Even if these 1,000 ancient corpses of seemingly lower level fought against the Qing clan's Zhu Yi who had more than 400 Duke-level ones, they could at least draw a draw. Those guys in the research department were always worried that I would die suddenly one day, so they took great pains to extract a serum that could probably let me live another 50 years, haha. Lu Qing slowly shook his head and smiled brightly. Number. I plan to wipe them out. As soon as Lu Qing saw the old dean, he noticed that his condition was different. The old dean nodded and agreed with a smile. Yes, the Qing clan has arrived in the east. Everything has changed for the better. Lu Qing smiled but did not answer. The old dean had never been injected with the dragon group's previous serum before and was essentially just a 60-year-old man. This time, the research department successfully extracted a serum from Lu Qing's blood that could delay aging and injected it into him. The old dean personally went out to greet him. The old dean smiled even more happily. "That's great. Lu Qing asked with interest, "Does my blood have this effect?" When Lu Qing thought of the 12-winged seraphim he had seen on the ancient battlefield before, a strong murderous intent surged in his heart. Lu Qing's words shocked the old dean. His clear eyes suddenly shone with brilliance and he asked excitedly, "Are you serious? Will all those brought back belong to the dragon group?" Although on the surface, its level seems to be one level lower than Zhu Yi of the Qing clan, the evolutionary level of the ancient corpse clan is mysterious, and the aura it emits is only a part of its strength. Finally, Lu Qing slowly said, "Tomorrow the Qing tribe will officially attack the Bruch tribe." The old dean's face wrinkled together and he said with a smile, "Indeed, a lot of good things were extracted from your blood." Lu Qing looked around and finally concluded to the old dean, "It's very good, full of academic prosperity. It's really good to feel young. Among the Qing clan's ancient corpses, there are 78 duke-level ones, and the rest are mostly at the peak of the marquis level. After all, those 12-winged seraphim participated in that holy war, and the 13 clans did not hesitate to join forces with the opposing species in order to exterminate the Eastern Corpse clan. If the Qing clan becomes stronger in the future, this situation is likely to happen again. At this rate of evolution, the Qing clan will soon become the most powerful of all clans. However, there are still many challenges to face in the future. If the other clans unite, it will definitely bring trouble to the Qing clan and the powerful angels of the church." When passing by the research department, Lu Qing glanced inside and found that it was full of fanatical old men. The old dean gradually regained his composure, but his eyes still shone with a strange brightness as he asked, "This time, does your Qing tribe intend to engage in a head-on battle with the Bruch tribe?" It was Lu Qing's first time at the Dragon Group base. He looked around curiously and said, "In that case, I'll give you 2 more drops later. I'll have someone send a duke from the Lesenba tribe over later. Since it has appeared before, it may appear again in the future. We have to become even stronger." Lu Qing sighed, then slowly walked out of Zushan and came to the Dragon Group base of Huaxia Theological Seminary from Yanjing Mountain. At this moment, the Bruch tribe in the west has been under full martial law. All the clan members who were scattered across the various territories received the clan's edict and rushed back to the clan's holy mountain as quickly as possible to be on high alert. But when they received the imperial edict, the tribesmen did not even get an explanation. Therefore, although many tribesmen were waiting nervously at the entrance of the Holy Land at this moment, they had no idea what was going on. For a time, all kinds of rumors began to spread. "I heard that they were urgently recalled because the family was about to be attacked." What kind of attack could have caused the family to desperately call us all back? It seems to be related to the Qing clan in the east. That shouldn't be the case. The Qing tribe was only established not long ago. How can they threaten our tribe? Besides, the eastern Qing clan is far away in the east. Why should we guard the entrance to the Holy Land? I don't know either. The tribesmen were whispering to each other while waiting anxiously. No explanation was given when the family was recalled, mainly because this matter really could not be explained. How could I put it? Could it be that the leader of the Qing clan had somehow managed to emerge from the clan's sacred land? Not only did he kill the evolving patriarch and the holy son of the family, but he also emptied the family holy land. If I really try to explain this kind of thing, it sounds like a fairy tale. However, when Lu Qing appeared outside the Holy Land and killed the Holy Son, he left a message in public, which was still heard by many of the tribesmen present. Although the family elders had issued a gag order, forbidding the matter from being spread without permission, several elders were extremely busy at the moment, and some news gradually spread. "Have you heard? This recall is indeed because of the leader of the Qing clan. It seems that the leader of the Qing tribe came to the Holy Mountain and publicly threatened to annihilate our tribe, which is why we were recalled." Bullshit, the leader of the Qing clan is too arrogant. No, it seems that the patriarch and the holy son have died at the hands of the leader of the Qing clan. Really? Impossible. Wasn't the patriarch about to evolve into a noble second-generation species? How could he die at the hands of the leader of the Qing clan? Haven't you noticed that neither the patriarch nor the holy son has shown up yet? I'm afraid this news is true. More and more rumors spread, some believed them and some did not. What was strange was that the elders of the family never came out to explain, but just gathered together discussing something. Their faces were solemn and their eyes flickered, revealing the gloom in their hearts at the moment. The leader of the Qing clan must have special means to enter and exit our clan's holy land. So, have all the tribesmen surround the entrance to the holy mountain and wait for the leader of the Qing tribe to come out. We must kill him. After we deal with him, we will officially announce the death of the patriarch to the clan members. If we can't solve it, we must always prepare for the worst. As soon as these words were spoken, there was a sudden silence. The great elder said as if he had made up his mind, if you can't solve it, then go find other clans. If other clans don't care, then go find those guys who can fly. At this point, this is the only way. Let's start making arrangements. So under the order of the great elder, the other elders immediately took action. This time, the Brutch tribe recalled tens of thousands of its members. However, many of the clan members had previously sacrificed their own blood essence in order to allow the head of the family to evolve into the second generation, and were now in a relatively weak state. But even so, tens of thousands of tribesmen gathered together are not something that a newly born Qing tribe can contend with. This is also the reason why the Brutch tribe still feels confident after the death of their head of the family. However, at this moment, a small group of tribesmen were waiting at the entrance of the Holy Land. After Lu Qing released this update, not only did the vampires who were watching the fun go crazy, but other clans were also secretly paying attention and had privately sent people to gather information everywhere. They actually said that the patriarch had fallen. How is that possible? He glanced at the tribesmen below and said in a deep voice, I recalled you because the Dongfang Qing tribe is going to attack our tribe. The next moment, a giant axe emitting a strong smell of blood flew out from the entrance with overwhelming power. Then he took the lid and walked directly to the front of the entrance to the Holy Land. You want to annihilate my clan today? Humph, you're simply courting death. Behind him, countless pairs of silent and gloomy silver eyes rushed out from the Holy Land of the Brutch tribe with invincible momentum. This is one of the powerful 13 clans. They are actually going to exterminate them. There was a sudden commotion, as if some unexpected news had plunged them into extreme shock and anger. But the Qing clan's invasion was a huge provocation and insult to the clan. All the clan members were immediately enraged and roared in unison. Seeing that the tribesmen's emotions were almost aroused, the great elder swung his dry arm violently, stimulating the power of his blood and roaring, "Follow me to meet the enemy. The Qing clan must be killed." The account of the leader of the Qing tribe actually posted a message, claiming that he would wipe out the Brutch tribe today and said that the head of the Brutch tribe had been killed by him. All of our people are gathered here. If that Eastern Green clan dares to come, they will never return. Meanwhile, at the Brutch tribe's Holy Land, as more and more tribesmen saw this news, chaos instantly broke out in front of the Holy Land's entrance. One of the tribesmen was staring at his phone, or to be more precise, at a post on the vampire clan's dark web. The great elder has already sensed that powerful auras are approaching from the family Holy Land and will soon emerge from the Holy Land. Immediately afterwards, a figure with wings on its back and black flames emanating from its body slowly walked out. No one can say for sure whether this is arrogance or real ability. In thousands of years, this is the first time that a vampire dares to openly speak to a clan like this. Zhu Yi of the Qing clan and the ancient corpse clan all are out, so this is why the elders called us back. The Qing clan is too arrogant. And he said he's on his way here now. The Qing tribe has spoken out arrogantly, wanting to annihilate our tribe. Today, we will make sure they never return. The Qing clan must be killed. The great elder still did not announce that the patriarch and the holy son had passed away, so the clan members naturally did not dare to ask any more questions. It's the leader of the Qing clan. The Qing clan must be killed. This tribe member originally just wanted to open the dark web to take a look, but as soon as he logged in, he saw the dark web flooded with warnings of genocide. The tribesmen also sensed this aura, their eyes bloodshot as they stared at the entrance to the Holy Land. If what the Qing clan leader said is true and he really killed the patriarch, then wouldn't he be more powerful than the patriarch? As soon as this news came out, all the vampires active on the dark web fell into inexplicable madness. Seeing the tribe members fall into chaos, the clan elder finally stood up, and his majestic voice resounded throughout the crowd. Silence. He actually publicly declared on the dark webs that he would wipe out our clan today. Impossible, don't even think about it. Under the gaze of tens of thousands of vampires, Lu Qing led the entire Qing clan and slowly emerged from the entrance of the Holy Mountain. 1,000 Eastern corpses took the lead, followed by the high-level Zhu Yi of the Qing tribes, and more than 30 personal servants transformed by Lu Qing himself. Each of the personal servants is a powerful man at the peak level of Duke. And there are even a few at the prince level this time. The Dragon Group also sent out about 30 teams. More than 600 people they followed at the end of the team. Zhang Tianming from the Dragon Group was no longer fiddling with his data computer this time. Instead, He was carrying an exaggerated weapon that looked like a heavy sniper rifle. Each bullet was specially made by the research department and was specifically used to deal with vampires. It even used Lu Qing's bloodline, which had been diluted countless times, to suppress the vampires before this. Zhang Tianming was still wondering how Lu Qing would deal with the Bruch tribe. After all, so many Qing people crossing the border and coming to the west together is bound to attract great attention. But he never expected that Lu Qing would only take him into the ancient battlefield of Yanjing Mountain. After passing through a bronze door, he reappeared in the holy land of the Blood Clan. It turns out that it wasn't that our people couldn't detect it before, but that they had a hack so they couldn't detect it. Only then did we understand why the leader of the Qing tribe came back before the information was sent back. Oh my gods! This is the first time I've seen so many vampires gathered together. Zhang Tianming, with hundreds of dragon group members following behind the Qing clan, couldn't help licking his cracked lips, his voice trembling slightly, not sure if it was due to nervousness or excitement. He looked up at the figure in front of him, flapping its wings and floating in the air. He saw a cold smile on Lu Qing's face, a look he had never seen before. Kill. This time there was no nonsense between the two sides. When tens of thousands of Bruch tribe members on the opposite side saw that the Qing tribe really walked out of their own holy land, they immediately launched an attack. Lu Qing simply waved his hand lightly, and the entire Qing tribe advanced forward steadily and quickly. Several prince-level retainers spread their wings, soared into the air, and headed straight for the high-level vampires among the Bruch tribe. As for Lu Qing himself, he activated all his ancient bloodlines, flew to the top of the Bruch tribe camp, and directly unleashed the Senro Black Domain. Thousands of high-level vampires, including several elders of the Bruch tribe, were instantly enveloped by the Senro Black Domain and fell into a dark world. It's actually a domain. What a weird ability. My innate abilities are being suppressed. The vampires trapped in this small world found that they were completely isolated from the outside battlefield. Not only is he unable to display his innate abilities, but he is also constantly being eroded by the strange forces in this world. However, these were all high-level vampires in the family after all. After a brief panic, they quickly came to their senses. The leader of the Qing tribe wants to trap us here. Don't panic, he's just one person. We have thousands of high-ranking clansmen here. Come together and tear him apart. The great elder and several other elders immediately spoke up and led all the tribesmen trapped in the area to rush towards Lu Qing in front. Although everyone's innate abilities cannot be used, and they can only rely on physical strength, they have thousands of vampires while Lu Qing is only one. Even if everyone grabs him with a claw, Lu Qing can be killed. Lu Qing had planned long ago to use the Senluo Black Domain to imprison many high-level vampires of the Bruch clan. At this moment, looking at all the vampires rushing towards him together, he just smiled slightly. My Qing clan has never been afraid of crowds. Come out. As he waved his hand, the black flames throughout the Senro Black Domain began to slowly wriggle, making a harsh chirping sound, as if something was about to break out of its shell soon. A vampire bat over 1 meter long emerged from the black flames and flew towards the Bruch clan with flames. Immediately afterwards, thousands and thousands of vampire bats emerged from all the wriggling black flames in the world, and in the area closest to the strange black moon, a giant vampire bat with a wingspan of more than 3 meters slowly appeared. Countless vampire bats with shrill cries crowded together and swarmed forward. It's actually blood devourers. There are so many of them. These blood-devouring auras. Oh no, save me. Finally, a high-level vampire of the Bruch tribe was caught off guard and was instantly caught by 2 Duke-level blood devourers on the left and right. The sharp claws penetrated his body directly, and then with a strong pull, the Bruch vampire was torn into 2 halves. The air was filled with blood mist and broken flesh, attracting the nearby blood eaters to rush forward to bite and devour the vampire. In the blink of an eye, they had eaten up all the blood. Stimulated by the flesh and blood, the blood devourers roared even more frantically, Their eyes bloodshot pounced on other vampires again. Lu Qing just watched all this quietly without taking any action. It took a lot of effort to integrate the Blood Devourer from the 4th level of the Ancestral Mountain. Enjoy this improved version of Senliwo Black Domain. That's right. These blood-devouring creatures in the Senro Black Domain are exactly those on the 4th level of the Ancestral Mountain. Since the Blood Devourer itself could not leave the Ancestral Mountain, Lu Qing tried to use black flames and ancient blood to integrate the Blood Devourer into the Senliwo Black Domain. But he unexpectedly succeeded, so at this moment, there are a total of 50,000 Duke-level Blood Devourers, more than a dozen Prince-level Blood Devourers, and a Blood Devourer King at the peak of the Prince level in the Senro Black Domain. The Great Elder watched as his clansmen were constantly being torn apart and devoured by the Blood Devourer's attacks. And he stared intently at the dozens of exceptionally strong Blood Devourers. Prince level. The rest are all Duke-level Blood Devourers. The Great Elder seemed to lose all his strength in an instant. He finally understood why the head of the Holy Land had fallen. In the face of such power, what can be done even if the head of the family succeeds in evolving into the 2nd generation? My clan is finished, quick. Contact the other clans and tell them we are willing to hand over the key. Just to preserve our bloodline. Outside the small world of the domain, after nearly half of the high-level vampires were trapped by Lu Qing, the remaining Marquis and Duke-level vampires were hunted down by more than 30 of Lu Qing's personal servants. Below, the Qing clan's Corpse Clan and Zuya continued to advance with crushing momentum. Although the Bruch tribe has tens of thousands of members, no matter how many there are, they are of no avail in front of the Qing tribe's Zhu Yi and the Corpse tribe, whose average per capita members are at the level of Marquis. As many members of the Bruch tribe were defeated, the same thought suddenly occurred to them. It turns out that what the leader of the Qing tribe said about annihilating the tribe today was actually true. On the Holy Mountains, the attack of Zhu Yi of the Qing tribe and 1,000 ancient corpses caused the blood clans of the Bruch tribe to be defeated. The average strength of the Qing clan members is above the Marquis level. When facing these ordinary vampires, they fight with overwhelming advantage. And there is a huge gap between them at the same level. Especially the vampires of the Bruch tribe. Every time they managed to avoid an attack, they would gather their strength with great anticipation and release their innate abilities. But he was shocked to find that these abilities could hardly cause any harm to the Qing people. The Blood Clan has always been proud of its speed and sharp claws. When attacking the Blue Clan's Zhu Yi, that layer of hard blue-gray skin will offset most of the damage. On the contrary, the blood of the Qing clan Zhu Yi had enhanced strength and speed, which the blood of the Bruch clan was simply unable to resist. As for the 1,000 ancient corpses, the Blood Clan of the Bruch tribe avoided them as much as possible. A Marquis of the Bruch tribe finally used his innate ability, condensing all his blood and energy into a 10-meter-long blood arrow, which he smashed fiercely at a Qing tribe corpse. However, the seemingly majestic blood arrow only made the attacked Qing clan corpse pause slightly. And then it had no other effect immediately afterwards. The corpse rushed up again with red eyes. How can we fight this? There's no way we can break through the defense. The bodies of these Qing people are so strong. And those strange creatures are actually immune to physical attacks. The Marquis-level Bruch vampire could only flee madly. But the next second, he was hit hard on the back by the Corpse clan that caught up with him. The entire body instantly turned into a cloud of blood mist. This was the terrifying power of the Eastern Corpse clan. The remaining high-level vampires of the Bruch clan, such as the Duke-level ones, would be immediately targeted by Lu Qing's personal servants if they made the slightest movement, and would be killed one after another soon. Being killed by Lu Qing's personal servant, or the Blood Yi of the Qing clan, is considered lucky for the Duke-level Blood clan of the Bruch clan, because they basically die quickly. But if you are targeted by the ancient Corpse clan, it will be terrible. Usually there would be 2 or 3 ancient corpses who would surround a Duke-level vampire of the Bruch clan like wild bulls, and then start beating him silently. The Corpse clan is extremely powerful. Their fists as big as sandbags hit the body, and each punch creates a bloody pit. The vampires scream in pain, moreover. The corpse clan has strong bodies, and the abilities of ordinary vampires are simply unable to break through their defenses. Often 3 or 2 corpses would rush forward, surround a duke and beat him fiercely, accompanied by miserable cries of pain. After the ancient corpses dispersed, only a few pieces of flesh that were no longer human-shaped remained on the ground. The only ones who can cause some trouble to the ancient corpse clan are the very few vampires who have awakened mental attacks. For example, there is a Marquis of the Brutch clan who has awakened the succubus nightmare. When he activates the power of his bloodline, a faint blood light will cover his body. As long as the Qing clan corpses enter this layer of blood light, they will fall into a brief period of confusion and their movements will become slow. This Marquis seemed to have discovered that his ability had a certain inhibitory effect on the Qing clan, and he excitedly shuttled around the battlefield. Relying on his fast speed and physical flexibility, he continuously released his abilities to influence the Qing clan's corpse clan. As he shuttled back and forth, he shouted in a low voice to the Brutch tribe members, "Follow me, protect me. I can destroy these hateful Qing people soon." Many clansmen gathered around the Marquis, including a few dukes. The blood of the Marquis of the Brutch clan was instantly shattered by the sound wave. The Marquis who possessed the succubus nightmare cast a mournful look at him. However's roar. An extremely violent roar sounded near the two teams. When the Qing clan Zhu surrounding them saw this scene, they were also stunned for a moment and sighed helplessly. My corpse tribe's intelligence isn't very high to begin with. Yet you actually dare to use abilities like Berserk and Chaos. Looking at the corpses rushing towards them, who seemed to have lost their minds and only wanted to kill, the Zhu Yis of the Qing tribe quietly left the area. As his voice fell, a strange sweet and fishy smell began to spread. The vampires turned around and saw a green corpse with bloodshot eyes rushing towards them frantically. My innate ability is the psychic violent chaos. I'm here to save you. Seeing that a small group of tribesmen had gathered around him, the Marquis shouted with high spirits. How could this happen? Nima, are you sure you're here to help, however? He was horrified to find that a group of Qing clan Zhu Yi had surrounded them. Duke Rulbai, please hurry up and lead the way. At this time, the Marquis didn't even need to use an honorific title. Under the influence of violent chaos, more and more green clan corpses who were originally fighting with other vampires slowly turned their heads with red eyes. Protect me. I want to release the succubus nightmare to the maximum. The Marquis of the Brutch tribe roared instantly. Seeing that the once high and mighty Duke-level vampires could only rely on him for shelter and had to protect him carefully, the Marquis felt a strange pleasure in his heart. Follow me, let's rush out, moreover. This sound wave did not stop after shattering the blood light, causing the vampires of the Brutch team to cover their ears and howl in pain. Saw the entire small group enveloped in blood, prepared to quickly break out to the edge of the battlefield. The Marquis discovered that the Qing people had indeed not caught up. You still want to run away with this little ability? Don't panic. All the vampires who smelled this scent suddenly felt as if a fire was burning in their heads, and their rationality gradually dissipated. An invisible sound wave spread out from this Qing clan member, and the invisible sound wave seemed to turn the air into ripples. Psychic attack, but the next moment Duke Rolbai, who was leading the way in front, seemed to be kicked hard by someone, and his body flew backwards a moment later. The two unlucky Brutch teams were killed by dozens of zombies who were crazy with killing intent, leaving no one alive. Seeing that his tribesmen were surrounded by the Qing tribe, he roared loudly and proudly. Let's go, don't worry about this place anymore. The Duke of the Brutch tribe seemed to have completely unexpected this situation and took a few steps back in fear. I won't accept this, I won't accept this. One of the Qing people laughed jokingly and said, What's going on, isn't this courting death? At this moment another team of Brutch rushed over, led by a Duke-level Brutch vampire. Zhang Tianming from the Dragon Group led the Dragon Group team, and has not taken any action yet. Because he realized that it seemed that the dragon group had no chance of taking the field. What? Those big guys who are at least 3 meters tall are really too brave. And almost every one of the Zuyi of the Qing clan has awakened 2 innate abilities. Zhang Tianming looked up at the strange area in the center of the battlefield, where a black fire was burning. Even a strong man at the duke level would be burned to ashes in an instant if he dared to approach. That was Lu Qing's domain, and nearly half of the high-level vampires of the Bruch clan were covered in it. Feeling the terrifying atmosphere inside, and looking at the one-sided battle situation in front of me, Zhang Tianming couldn't help but think of what the old dean had said before he left. This time when we go to the west, youth dragon team don't have to participate in the battle. Just follow Lu Qing and broaden your horizons. A wry smile appeared on Zhang Tianming's handsome face. I really just came here to broaden my horizons. Are our Eastern peoples so powerful now? When I first met Lu Qing, although Lu Qing's personal combat power was amazing, the Qing clan had just been born at that time and did not have such powerful strength. But now, the Qing clan has grown to the point where it can easily destroy a blood clan. Could it be that Lu Qing is the son of destiny for our East? Zhang Tianming sighed, not sure whether it was awe or envy. For thousands of years, the East has been in a passive position in this dark world. Now that Lu Qing and the Qing clan have appeared, Dongfang has finally become an existence that no one in this world dares to underestimate. At this time, a member of the dragon team stepped forward cautiously and asked, "Aren't we going to take action yet if we don't? All the vampires of the Bruch tribe will be killed." The team member's words brought Zhang Tianming back to his senses. He instantly showed excitement. Damn it, take action. Of course I have to take action. The old dean also gave us a task. Go have all the dragon team members follow the Qing clan. As long as those vampires defeated by the Qing clan are still alive, we should bring back as many as we can. Lu Qing said that this time, whatever samples our dragon team can bring back will all be ours. Zhang Tianming stared at the battlefield with shining eyes. You know, those vampires lying on the ground are rare sights that are rarely seen on normal days. If the research department had more samples, they could extract more serum. Damn it, I'm going to get rich, then. An extremely strange scene appeared on the battlefield. The dragon group can be seen in every small battlefield. They do not fight with the blood clan of the Bruch clan, but just follow the green clan and frantically pick up leaks. Once a Bruch vampire is knocked to the ground or seriously injured and on the verge of death, the dragon group would immediately rush forward, put a pair of special handcuffs on the seriously injured vampire, and then sprinkle a silver potion on the wound. Those handcuffs can limit the activation of the bloodline power of the vampires, while the silver potion will temporarily inactivate the vampire's powerful recovery ability, causing them to remain in a seriously injured state. Especially behind the ancient corpse clan, basically behind every 3 green corpse clan members, there is a happy member of the dragon group. After the green clan's corpse clan beats their opponent half to death with a few punches, the dragon clan members who see an opportunity will immediately run over, pick up the immobile blood clan and run away. This sudden situation confused the Qing clan's corpse clan for a while. A corpse from the Qing clan, which had evolved to the duke level in the ancient Holy Land, was chasing and beating up a vampire from the Bruch clan, which had just been promoted to the duke level. Its sharp claws carried great power, tearing off most of the opponent's body, and then punched the opponent's forehead, knocking the duke flying. The duke lay on the ground and struggled twice, breathing weakly. Just as the Qing clan corpse was about to step forward to add another claw, a member of the dragon group suddenly rushed over from behind. The man first looked up and gave an embarrassed smile to the Qing clan corpse clan. "Wait a minute, big brother, show mercy, give me this duke." Before the Qing clan corpses could react, the man had already swiftly handcuffed the dying duke-level vampire and sprinkled him with silver potion. "Thank you, big brother, for sending the duke." Then he threw it directly onto his shoulder and ran away. leaving behind only a burst of delighted murmurs of Duke. Another Duke, I'm rich, I'm rich. The big brothers of the Qing tribe are so nice. The ancient corpse of the Qing tribe scratched his head in confusion, not understanding why this little guy came to steal his prey. Forget it, this little guy has the aura of the master. The reason why the Corpse clan and Zhu Yi of the Qing clan did not attack these members of the dragon group who took advantage of the opportunity. The main reason is that before coming here, Zhang Tianming shamelessly asked Lu Qing for a lot of Qing clan family badges. And now every member of the dragon group has one on their chest. Otherwise, he would never dare to let the dragon group rush into the battlefield like this. At this point in the battle, the outcome is no longer in doubt. The vampires of the Bruch tribe were completely defeated and were fleeing frantically. Some of Zhu Yi and the Corpse clan of the Qing clan were carrying out the final pursuit, while others rushed into the temple of the Bruch clan and began to collect the spoils. The ball of black fire in the center of the battlefield also slowly dissipated at this time. After the black fire disappeared, Lu Qing's figure slowly emerged alone at this moment. All the vampires trapped in the Senluo Black Domain were devoured. That's right. The blood power of nearly half of the clan was devoured. I'm finally about to evolve into the first generation of vampires. Lu Qing first felt the surging blood in his body and the evolutionary progress prompted by the system. Now the evolution points to the first generation species have reached 268,300. However, it is obvious that the further you go, the fewer evolutionary points the vampires gain, and the slower their improvement becomes. It seems that we still have to find the last drop of Cain's blood. This is the fastest way to evolve to the first generation, Lu Qing said thoughtfully. As for what the evolutionary path will be like after evolving to the first generation, he is currently unclear after all. After devouring the power of the ancestor of the Corpse clan, his evolutionary path has been completely changed. Even the ultimate evolutionary goal displayed by the system is just the word unknown. Lu Qing's powerful perception instantly swept across the entire scene and found that the battlefield outside was basically over. On the other hand, everyone in the dragon group was carrying a few dying vampires on their backs. It seemed like they had a good harvest. There were tens of thousands of corpses of the Bru tribe here. The dragon group took away hundreds of them. But Lu Qing didn't care at all, moreover. The dragon group has indeed had a very difficult time in the past few hundred years. At this moment, a member of the Qing clan corpse rushed to Lu Qing in a hurry, carrying a huge object. It first knelt on one knee and saluted, then with a bang, threw the thing on its shoulder to the ground and grinned. Lu Qing looked and found that it was a huge throne. The throne of thorns. Lu Qing stared at the throne in front of him. The throne was about 5 meters long and 2 meters wide, and was undoubtedly a huge thing. Its overall shape is similar to the throne of a medieval monarch, and its dark green appearance adds a sense of simplicity and heaviness. What is particularly domineering is that this throne is made entirely of various bronze weapons. Knives, guns, swords, halberds, axes, spears. All kinds of giant bronze weapons are inlaid with each other, forming this throne. Not only that, these bronze weapons are also wrapped with thorn flowers. Strangely enough, even when clinging to the bronze throne, these thorn flowers still bloom beautifully and exude an evil charm. The combination of bronze and thorn flowers makes this throne of thorns look both strange and domineering. The throne of thorns, although it's not a vampire artifact, it can be considered a treasure just as interesting as a holy artifact. I never thought that such a treasure would be hidden in the Bru tribe's temple. Lu Qing's eyes lit up, and he reached out and gently stroked the huge throne in front of him. Previously, this throne was carried all the way from the Bruch tribe's temple by the corpses of the Qing tribe. Even with the powerful strength of the ancient Qing clan, after carrying the throne, they were still so tired that they staggered, and their shoulders were deeply scratched by the weapons on the throne. This shows that the throne of thorns is incredibly heavy, and the bronze weapons are even more terrifyingly sharp. Lu Qing glanced approvingly at this exceptionally clever corpse and said, "You found something valuable and even brought it to me to claim credit. It seems your intelligence has been growing rapidly lately. Well done, I'll give you a reward," as he spoke. Lu Qing waved his hand, and a drop of blood containing the bloodline of the corpse clan's ancestor slowly floated in front of the corpse clan member who was grinning foolishly. Smelling the scent of blood, this iron fool laughed even more happily, then opened his bloody mouth and swallowed the drop of blood into his stomach. Roar after swallowing the blood. The aura of this iron fool suddenly surged. When the other ancient corpses saw this scene, they blinked their big purple-gold eyes, as if thinking about something then. As if they understood something. They turned around and rushed towards the Bruch tribe's temple. These big guys understood from what happened just now. If you find good things and give them to the owner, you will be rewarded. Once these big guys can't wait to run. The zombie nature is exposed. They put their legs together and jumped hard, creating a big hole on the ground when they landed. They created another big hole, accompanied by a rumbling sound. If their companions get in their way, they will directly hit them with their powerful force. The companions who were hit, motivated by the hope of finding treasures and receiving rewards from the master, would also hit back without showing any weakness. For a moment, the battlefield, which had been quiet, became lively again, with the violent roars of the Qing clan and the corpse clan everywhere. The Zhu Yis of the Qing clan were much smarter and simply refused to join in the fun with these big guys. Relying on their agility, they zipped across trees, rocks and cliffs, seeing their own blood running so fast. Those iron idiots became even more anxious and took the opportunity to catch the Green clan blood who flashed by. The noosing all his strength, he threw Qing clan member Zhu Yi far behind him. This throw usually took him over 1,000 meters. Lu Qing looked at the chaotic scene, too lazy to pay attention, and just shouted calmly, "Come back." With just these 3 simple words, the Qing people who were running madly in the last second stopped instantly, returned to him obediently, and stood respectfully without moving. After all the Qing people stood still respectfully, Lu Qing gently patted the thorn throne beside him and slowly sat down. The throne of thorns. It seems the Bruch tribe has never been able to open it correctly. However, without the order from the patriarch, no one from the Qing clan took the weapon in front of them, even though their eyes were red with anticipation. Sticks, knives, spears, swords, axes. Everything you can think of. Lu Qing waved his hand casually, and the holy axe and the holy blood key automatically floated up and merged into the 2 phantoms. After merging into the holy vessel, the 2 phantoms transformed into the true shape of the holy vessel, while the remaining 11 remained in outline form. As Lu Qing's fingers brushed across, the Emperor Flame form was activated, and black flames instantly enveloped the entire throne. These 13 phantoms are the sacred artifacts of the 13 blood clans. I just don't know what effect will be achieved after all 13 sacred artifacts are collected. This is the greatest ability of the Throne of Thorns. It can infinitely regenerate exclusive weapons belonging to the family. F***K. But the bronze weapons on the Throne of Thorns are definitely powerful enough. Then with the injection of a drop of ancient blood, a series of slight crackling sounds continued to emanate from the bronze weapon. Those bronze weapons began to tremble slowly, as if they were about to fall off the throne. And when you need to use the holy weapon, you can summon it directly from the Throne of Thorns. Qing clan's victory. All members of the Qing clan raised the bronze weapons in their hands high, and their roars resounded through the heavens and the earth. All the members of the Qing clan and dragon group present could feel as if an ancient breath was slowly awakening, and the Throne of Thorns before them seemed to come alive at this moment. "I'm so envious." He looked down again and said calmly, "Hold your weapons." What's strange is that when the bronze weapon on the throne is pulled out, another bronze weapon randomly appears in its original position. Every member of the Qing tribe looked at the weapons floating in front of them with longing eyes. They felt a blood resonance from the weapons, as if these weapons were specially made according to the characteristics of their blood. It's not that vampires can't use weapons, but ordinary weapons are not as hard as their claws and fangs. and become useless to them. The blood-devouring king voluntarily shrank his body and flew to a bronze weapon on the throne of thorns. He hung upside down, his wings wrapped around his small body, and fell into a deep sleep. This feeling of resonance and symbiosis makes the weapons fit perfectly with them. Above the sky, after releasing all of his bronze weapons, Lu Qing cast his gaze towards the 13 shadows that appeared faintly behind the throne. These shadows had only faint outlines. As soon as he finished speaking, all the bronze weapons on the backrest of the Thorn Throne instantly pulled out of their own accord and quietly floated in front of each member of the Qing clan. Wrapped in black flames, the Throne of Thorns slowly rose into the air. Lu Qing glanced down and said in a deep voice, "Everyone of the Qing clans, prepare to receive your own weapons." The Throne of Thorns is actually an inexhaustible arsenal that can continuously produce bronze weapons that are sharp and strong enough. Yes, it's much more convenient than carrying the axe before. Lu Qing nodded with satisfaction and waved his hand again. The blood-devouring king, which had been hovering higher in the sky, turned into a shadow and appeared in front of him in an instant. Green shadows kept emerging from the Throne of Thorns and appeared in front of the Green clan members. Zhang Tianming and the others from the Dragon Group looked at these weapons, feeling the aura that seemed to be able to destroy everything, and couldn't help but twitch their lips. Lu Qing could feel that when the blood-devouring king rested on the Throne of Thorns, its evolution speed seemed to have accelerated a bit. Under the gaze of all the tribesmen, Lu Qing sat upright on the slowly rising Throne of Thorns. All the Qing people instantly grasped the bronze weapons in front of them, and a strong murderous aura raged like a storm. But you can't blame them. The most powerful secret treasure of the Blood Clan can only be opened with the most powerful bloodline. Today I will make you truly wake up after the match. Lu Qing had some understanding in his heart. The Throne of Thorns seemed to have added 2 different abilities. Lu Qing sat on the Throne of Thorns, his fingers gently sliding across the huge bronze weapons, with an expectant smile in his eyes. After distributing all the weapons, Lu Qing no longer stopped the Qing people from searching for treasures. As long as they can bring back secret treasures or other objects that interest him, he will grant them a trace of pure blood essence. After all, he needed to nourish his people from time to time, and they had just experienced a battle, so he should give them some appropriate rewards today. Zhu Yi of the Qing clan can absorb the power of the blood pool and holy veins in the ancestral mountain to achieve evolution. And the ancient corpse clan also has a large amount of corpse qi and yin energy to absorb in the ancient battlefield. However, for the Qing tribe, absorbing Lu Qing's blood essence always makes their evolution the fastest. If Zhu Yi of the Qing clan absorbed a drop of his blood, he would be able to be promoted from the junior marquis to the peak marquis in just a few days. This is particularly evident in Su Lingwei. Ever since the little woman was slightly stimulated by Avril, she wanted to bite Lu Qing a few times all day long, and she rarely went to the ancestral mountain to soak in the holy veins. But now he has evolved to the peak of Duke, a speed of evolution that even Avril can't catch up with. Encouraged by such rewards, many Qing people ran and explored even harder. Although most of the Brute tribe's treasures are stored in the Holy Land and have been moved once by Lu Qing, there are still many good things outside the temple. The Qing tribe members happily carried these items and sent them back to Yanjing Mountain through the Bronze Gate. During this time, Lu Qing sat on the Throne of Thorns, controlling the black flames to quickly refine the corpses of the Brutch tribe on the battlefield below. During this process, Lu Qing discovered that there was a secret room in the Great Elder's room. In the secret room, there was a symbol formed by 2 huge white wings crossing each other. However, Lu Qing did not take it too seriously and just thought it was a little-known hobby of the Great Elder. Basically, most of the members of the Brutch tribe died here, and another part was being hunted by the Qing tribe. I believe their bodies will be brought back soon. Under the burning of the black flames, a huge surging blood ball soon appeared beside Lu Qing. This blood ball is full of pure blood power, which can be regarded as the greatest trophy after this battle. It can provide sufficient nutrients for the evolution of the Qing clan. As the level of the Qing tribe members increases, more and more blood power is required for each evolution. In the past, relying on the powerful devouring ability of Black Flame, he would completely devour the opponents. All the secret treasures and treasures were carried by the Eastern Corpse clan and placed on the fourth floor of the ancestral mountain. Recently, when he used black flames to devour vampires on a large scale, the situation was different from before. Afterwards, countless accounts prefixed with Dongfeng frantically posted messages. All with the same message: the Brew tribe is destroyed. Our Dongfeng Qing tribe rises. Such a great harvest made the old dean, who came to pick them up, smile from ear to ear. Under Lu Qing's command, all the people of the Qing tribe and the dragon group slowly disappeared from the holy land of the Bruch tribe, passed through the Bronze Gate, and returned to Yanjing Mountain for this reason. Except for those eastern accounts, all other vampires fell into a strange silence for 2 minutes, with no one sending messages and no one commenting. The blood ball that gathered almost all the blood essence of the Bruch people was injected by Lu Qing into the holy veins on the 3rd level of the ancestral mountain. Because these corpses can be buried under the soil of the ancient battlefield, providing a steady supply of corpse chi for the habitat of the Eastern Corpse clan. After refining and devouring all the corpses here into blood balls, Lu Qing turned his attention to the corpses that were deliberately left behind. Lu Qing plans to increase the number of the Eastern Corpse clan and make them stronger. The rules of the vampire world are about to change. Therefore, if you want the Qing clan to become stronger, you must continue to acquire more bloodline power. The members of the dragon group had already left happily, carrying the vampires they had worked so hard to pick up. After all the members of the dragon group left, the old dean came down from Yanjing Mountain alone for the last time, staggering along the mountain path as if he was drunk. After countless years, the first of the 13 clans to be exterminated appeared, and they were exterminated by the Eastern clan that the West had always despised. On that day, the entire Yanjing Mountain was shrouded in a thick layer of red light. The blood pack soared into the sky, and the momentum was so magnificent that it attracted countless ordinary people to watch and worship. This time, with Lu Qing's generous help, the dragon group took away nearly 400 to 500 blood clan samples, including more than a dozen Duke-level ones. This news was originally posted by Lu Qing's account and was forwarded crazily in a very short time. 400 or 500 samples of high-level vampires, the old dean said excitedly. Tens of thousands of bones were buried on the ancient battlefield. How much serum can be extracted from this? And how many good things can be researched out? And after a long period of gestation in the corpse soil in the holy coffin, new Eastern zombies will even slowly be born finally. The Qing tribe that went to pursue them returned carrying more than 10,000 dead Bruch vampires. The 10,000 corpses brought back were thrown into the incubation pool on the 2nd floor of the ancestral mountain. And now, Lu Qing will control the burning degree of the black flame and try his best to preserve the bones of the vampires. Those old guys in the research department must be so happy. Our dragon group has never been so prosperous before. After returning, Lu Qing asked Uncle Luo to arrange the storage of the spoils. These corpses will be devoured and transformed again, erasing all traces of the past and hatching into new members of the Qing clan. Within just a few minutes, almost all the vampires on the dark web saw the news. In fact, he didn't drink any alcohol. He was just thinking about something and was intoxicated by it. Because all vampires understand how powerful the force behind these seemingly short words is. The blood essence extracted from tens of thousands of vampires should be enough to evolve a large number of dukes. Lu Qing pondered, and it's time to hatch prince-level vampires as soon as possible. On the same day as the day was about to end, a piece of news suddenly appeared on the dark web. Shocking the entire network, the Bruch tribe has been officially exterminated. There are only 1,000 Eastern corpses in the world today, which is far from enough. The demise of the first 13 vampire clans caused a huge uproar in the entire vampire world, leaving all vampires shocked and awed. The 13 clans have a long history in the world of vampires and are a symbol of antiquity and authority. Each clan has a profound heritage and strength that cannot be underestimated. But no one of them was destroyed in such a tragic way, which forced the vampires to re-examine the power structure of this world. Recalling the previous war between the Lingwei tribe and the Qing tribe, the head of the tribe was inexplicably replaced, and the entire tribe declared itself to be on alert. At that time, although many vampires had doubts, most of them did not think too deeply about it, and just regarded it as a normal adjustment after an ordinary conflict. Now, most of the Western vampires have already understood that the Lingwei tribe will definitely be defeated by the Qing tribe. But perhaps for some reason, the leader of the Qing tribe showed leniency and spared the Lingwei tribe. Otherwise, there would probably be not just one, but two of the 13 clans that were exterminated at this moment. At this point, the two clans that had once provoked the Qing clan were completely subdued. No one expected that the Qing tribe would officially rise in such a strong way. For a moment, those vampires on the dark web who had previously clamored to go to the east to hunt down the leader of the Green clan and collect the bounty all shut up. Dare you go to the east? That's simply courting death. They knew clearly in their minds that even the powerful 13 clans were no match for the Qing clan. And with their limited skills, they would only be asking for their lives if they went. Many bounties on the leader of the Qing clan were also quietly withdrawn. Only the former declarations of the Lingwei and Bruch tribes are still hanging there, which seems particularly ironic. The family has been wiped out, but the bounty still exists. It is really sad and ridiculous. Not long after, the Qing clan leader's account posted another update. This time a declaration. Free vampire families are welcome to the east, but they must abide by the rules of conduct within the territory. Do not harm Oriental people at wills. Do not disturb social order. Do not spit anywhere. Be gentle and kind and know how to restrain yourself. Anyone who violates this will be killed without mercy. Also, anyone who enters the Eastern Territory is forbidden from engaging in any fighting. In an instant, the popularity of this news quickly surpassed the previous news of the genocide of the Bruch tribe and became the hottest topic on the dark web. Many Western free bloods have only heard of the land of the East but have never set foot there. As a result, the focus of the discussion gradually shifted to the rules that needed to be followed when entering the Eastern land. But it is foreseeable that after Lu Qing set these rules, many free vampires must have been considering going to the East. Moreover, most vampires have never even seen a member of the Qing clan, let alone the leader of the Qing clan. Be polite and gentle to others and don't spit anywhere. This rule is indeed a bit special. On the other hand, it was because these vampire clans received a small picture. On the one hand, all this happened too suddenly, and the Qing tribe was not considered a threat in their eyes and was even somewhat insignificant. This instantly made many vampire families who were hiding and living in fear in the West because they had offended their enemies feel a yearning for it. What kind of environment and climate could give birth to such a powerful family as the Qing clan? As long as they abide by the rules, the Qing clan can guarantee their safety. After all, the rules clearly state that the East only welcomes free vampires. But it does not say that descendants of the 13 clans are welcome. What the above person said is right. As long as they are willing to abide by the rules of the East, they can protect their small families from the threat of force and live a stable life. This is simply the life they have always dreamed of. Moreover, Lu Qing's rule is largely aimed at other vampire clans. The meaning of the leader of the Qing tribe is very clear. As long as they set foot in the territory of the East, no matter how intense the previous conflicts or how deep the hatred, they must stop fighting, of course. It will take some time for these rules to establish prestige for the Western vampires to truly appreciate the majesty and determination of the Qing clan. Because usually only big families like the 13 clans would rely on their own powerful strength to hunt down those disobedient free bloods. I wonder if the leader of the Qing tribe needs a partner. If I could be his partner, warming his bed and all, that would be fine. Just give me a 300 square meter house and I'd be satisfied. Conflicts can be resolved outside the East. But within the East, rules must be followed and no one can break the rules. In the past, they felt that the Eastern vampire world was too weak, so they were unwilling to go there. I've never seen a member of the Qing clan, let alone their leaders. I'm really curious about what they look like. You're all focusing on the wrong thing. Isn't the last rule the most important? In the world of vampire, strength has always been respected, and there are rarely such regulations regarding etiquette details. But if you think about it carefully, it is not unbearable. In short, no matter what happens outside, as long as the clan enters the East, they must behave themselves, even if you are being hunted by other vampires and have nowhere to go, or are seeking a safe haven. As long as you set foot into the territory of the East, other vampires will no longer be able to attack you. Otherwise, you will face severe punishment from the Qing clan. It was this picture that caused the heads of the remaining 11 blood clans to fall into silence and shock. After all, the last rule set by the leader of the Qing clan is, anyone entering the Eastern territory is prohibited from fighting. Oh, this is the key. I heard that the vampires in the East might be different from us. They might have green faces and fangs, right? Regarding these developments on the dark web, other vampire clans have never made any statement. Definitely not from the previous photos. I saw the outline of the leader of the Qing clan. He should be a mighty and domineering man, however no. The rise of the Qing clan has made all free vampires curious about the East. This is a picture about the ancient corpse clan of the Qing tribe. For some vampires with self-control, this is acceptable. After all, humans are one of the foundations for the survival of vampires. And excessive harm is not a long-term solution. I wonder if I can see the Qing clan's leader in person when I go to the East. No harm to humans, okay. It was unbelievable that 2 vampire clans that played an important role in the vampire world could be wiped out so quickly. And it was difficult for them to digest this fact for a while. It was still that empty space, with 13 drops of blood suspended in the air, symbolizing the 13 clans of the vampire clan. However, the 2 drops of blood representing the heads of the Lesenba clan and the Bruch clan were fading at a speed visible to the naked eye, with gray tinging the scarlet, and gradually losing their once vigorous vitality. Due to the sudden death of the 2 clan heads, the blood imprint left in this void will soon disappear completely like a candle in the wind, leaving no trace after a brief silence. This empty space began to ripple, and shadows slowly appeared. The heads of the 11 clans gathered here again. As soon as the shadows of these family heads appeared, they couldn't help but look at the 2 drops of blood marks representing the heads of the Lesenba and Bruch tribes, and then quietly looked away with some discomfort. During the last round table meeting, the other clans did not take the words of the Lesenba clan leader to heart. They did not think that the so-called Eastern Green clan could cause much trouble. Even the Lesenba clan leader himself thought so. But who could have thought that this time, the 2 family heads would never show up again? An old and hoarse voice broke the silence. I'm sure all the family heads have heard about the affairs of the Lesenba and Bruch tribes. Our tribe has sent people to investigate, and the Qing tribe leader's words are true. The Bru tribe has indeed been annihilated. Even though the heads of the other clans had already known the news through various channels, such as the dark web and clan spies, when they received definite confirmation from their own clansmen, the heads of the other clans still couldn't help but feel a shock in their hearts, and their shadows shook slightly. It has only been a short time since the Qing clan rose to power, yet they already have the ability to annihilate an entire clan. And the leader of the Qing clan was someone who had never been heard of before. He was truly too evil regarding the matter of the Qing clan. What are your opinions, family heads? The old voice sounded again this time. The other family heads did not speak immediately, but fell into a strange silence. They either lowered their heads in thought or had flickering eyes, as if they were rapidly calculating the pros and cons, or as if they were waiting for the other clan heads to express their opinions first. Unwilling to be the first to speak out, seeing this, the old voice couldn't help but sigh. with a bit of helplessness and heaviness, since you all won't say it. Let me tell you, the Eastern Green clan has risen rapidly and can now easily destroy an entire clan. I'm afraid that the families of the heads of the families here, if taken individually, may not be a match for the Dongfeng Qing clan. Moreover, the land of the East, then. A piece of paper quietly appeared in front of all the family heads, with only a picture on it. When the family heads came back to their senses from their memories and looked at the picture in front of them, their eyes were full of fear and determination. If those evil tribes were allowed to break the seal, another holy war would probably be triggered. Have you all forgotten the 2 previous holy wars? The words of this family head made the other clan heads frown and fall into deep thought. Second, now the Qing clan has banned the vampires of our 13 clans from entering the East. This is destroying our hopes and is absolutely intolerable. Most of the family heads quickly agreed to this proposal. However, own family head objected, saying this is feasible. But the once-a-century reinforcement seal is approaching. When this drop of blood appeared, all the family heads bowed their heads respectfully, because it was a drop of blood belonging to the ancient ancestor Cain. All the family heads were stunned when they saw this picture, as if the memories preserved in their blood were trying to break free from some kind of restraint. Just when all the family heads were in confusion, the space suddenly became agitated, and countless dark colors surged wildly from every corner, eventually condensing into a drop of black blood, emitting supreme majesty. Once this matter is resolved, we will mobilize the combined strength of the 13 clans to conquer the East and annihilate the Qing clan. We must not let history repeat itself. This sentence instantly brought all the family heads back to their senses. Is this the Eastern creature from the First Holy War? Our ancestral teachings say that when this creature appears, we will be able to break the shackles in our bloodlines and restore our memories of the Holy War. The so-called evil clan is a group of monsters that emerged from the gates of hell and were once the most powerful enemy of the church. Why does this creature feel so familiar? The old voice said slowly, this is one of the Qing tribe. It's time to unlock some of its memories. Noble ancient blood, know that creature has appeared. Please open our bloodline shackles and restore our memories of the Holy War. Another clan leader followed suit. His tone heavy with gravity. The Qing clan dared to annihilate one of our 13 clans. This has seriously shaken the prestige that our 13 clans have accumulated over thousands of years. So, the people buried in the Holy War were actually the corpse tribes from the East. They are so powerful. The ancient corpse clan from the East has reappeared and must be destroyed. The old voice finally rang out. Carrying an unquestionable majesty, then it is settled. All clan heads must quickly return to their clans. Gather all clan members and prepare as quickly as possible. Enter the secret realm first and complete the seal reinforcement together with the church. At that time, our 13 clans will need to enter the secret realm with the church to reinforce the seals for those evil clans. Therefore, dealing with the Qing clan should be postponed. If they are not punished, other small clans will probably also be ready to take action. After a moment of silence, a clan leader said, the seal of the evil clan is crucial. We will wait until our 13 clans have completed the seal reinforcement before we deal with the Qing clan. A singing-like sound was heard, and the drop of Cain's blood slowly turned, separating into 11 streams of pitch-black blood, which were injected into the minds of all the family heads. The Qing clan must be destroyed. Otherwise, our 13 clans may really be finished. It also hides the most precious treasure of our vampire clan, the sacred object that concerns the future of the entire vampire clan. With this voice taking the lead, the head of the family soon couldn't hold back and echoed, that's right. If we allow the Qing clan to continue to develop so recklessly, I'm afraid there will be endless troubles after they grow strong. We will all be unable to sleep or eat in peace later. The church joined forces with the 13 clans to seal these evil tribes in a secret realm. The seal needed to be reinforced every 100 years. And this time was about to come, I agree too. I think we need to find a legitimate reason to join forces to defeat the Qing clan. Even if the Qing clan is powerful, they can't be a match for our 13 clans combined. The old voice was neither hurried nor slow. And although there was no emotional ups and downs, every word hit the thoughts of the heads of the families. All the family heads who broke through the shackles of their blood and restored the inherited memories of that holy war were extremely determined and united this time. Immediately afterwards, countless images of jihad flooded into my mind, however. At this moment, the old voice suddenly rang out with a violent wave. I haven't forgotten. This time, I have something else to tell you about the holy war. Please read at the same time. All the family heads felt as if a slight crisp sound was heard in their bodies, as if some long-sealed shackles were opened. As the old voice gradually faded away, the images of the 11 clan heads also slowly faded away, until this small space returned to deathly silence again. Only the drop of ancient Cain's blood that had reappeared was still spinning. Not long after, the drop of blood mark representing the head of the Bruch family suddenly showed a strange fluctuation. This drop of blood, which was almost decaying and about to disappear completely, now exuded an aura that was more powerful than the other 12 drops of blood. Its color also slowly changed from the original silver to as black as ink. Immediately afterwards, a figure slowly emerged in this silent space. It seems I'm still a step too late, Lu Qing. A figure transformed from blood looked around and found that the heads of the 11 clans had already left. Before this, Lu Qing was playing the cliff-jumping game with Kyukyu on Yanjing Mountain when he suddenly felt a slight call from the blood in his body. After careful perception, he discovered that the throbbing blood came from the aura of the Bruch clan leader that he had previously devoured. Sorelying on the powerful power of his bloodline, he followed the fluctuation of this breath, directly brand this space with the bloodline imprint of the head of the Bruch clan. It was transformed into his own, and finally manifested here. But a little later, this space was empty. It seems that the heads of those blood clans met here just now. With a little perception, Lu Qing was able to detect the residual breath fluctuations in the space. Without thinking too much, it must be the other 11 clans who, after learning that the Bruch tribe was exterminated by him, hid here and held a blood clan meeting to discuss how to deal with the Qing tribe. I hope you can come to a good conclusion. Now my Qing clan is thirsty for blood, Lu Qing sneered, then cast his gaze on the drop of blood in the center of the space. The reason why he manifested in this space was largely because he felt the breath of the last drop of ancient Cain's blood. No wonder there's been no news of the last drop of Cain's blood. It turns out it's hidden right here. Lu Qing said nothing more. He stretched out his hand and released a trace of ancient bloodline. The drop of Cain's blood automatically flew towards him slowly. With almost no hindrance, Cain's blood merged into his blood, boom, in an instant. The entire space was exploded by an extremely powerful and yin aura. And on Yanjing Mountain, the figure of Lu Qing, who was sitting cross-legged in front of the central hall, also burst out with tremendous momentum at this moment. Black flames automatically emerged in the sky, and with a whoosh the flesh wings popped out. When they tried to get closer, they were warned by their personal servants. Although they were anxious, they still sat quietly on the huge stone slabs in the square, placing the huge bronze weapons at hand. Perhaps they inherited Lu Qing's genes. But when these corpses of the Qing clan obtained bronze weapons from the Throne of Thorns, most of them got a giant mountain-splitting axe as their exclusive weapon. He couldn't help but think of every little detail of the past, and said slowly, unknowingly, Master Lu Qing has become so powerful. Although Uncle Luo has lost in arms, he still manages most of the Qing clan's logistical work and has become the Qing clan's true steward. He still insists on calling Lu Qing Master Lu Qing. As soon as the vision appeared, Su Lingwei's figure appeared in the central square. All the members of the Qing tribe sat here quietly, looking up at the figure in the sky that exuded endless majesty. It seems that he has consciously joined the camp to protect the master of the family. His eyes reveal a firm determination, as if he is announcing to the world that anyone who dares to disturb the master of the family will be hit with an axe first. Although they did not understand what was happening, the powerful aura that continued to emanate from Lu Qing was like an invisible force, causing every member of the Qing clan to reveal deep awe in their eyes. After absorbing the last drop of Cain's blood, Lu Qing's body unconsciously exerted its full strength. This was also the first time he released all his aura without reservation. Even the usually honest and simple members of the Qing tribe rushed over at this moment, their eyes revealing worry and concern. Feeling the strong murderous intent emanating from the servants, Su Lingwei's face changed slightly and she did not try to get closer. "I have to go deal with this." Master Lu Qing's movements may have hypnotized a lot of people. The main peak of Yanjing Mountain suddenly became pitch black, as if it were an eternal night. Listening to Uncle Luo's words, Su Lingwei's mouth curled up, as if she remembered something happy. "I was really a rookie back then." These giant axes look somewhat similar to the holy weapon axes of punishment, but are more exaggerated and huge. The axe blades flash with a cold light, as if they can easily chop everything in the world. Lu Qing's true form slowly rose into the air in an unconscious state, enveloped in endless black light. As smart as she was, she naturally understood that at this moment, Lu Qing's personal servants would not hesitate to kill anyone who dared to approach. Not to mention that these were 30 prince-level personal servants. Countless black clouds rolled and roared, mixed with terrifying black lightning. A black full moon slowly rose above his shoulder. A black coffin slowly condensed behind him, and the throne of thorns beneath him also floated into the air at the same time. However, this sudden and powerful movement, like an earth-shaking war drum, woke them up from their slumber a moment later. More and more members of the Qing tribe poured into the central square like a tide. Thinking back then, Lu Qing was just a... Uncle Luo paused slightly, a gleam of reminiscence flashing in his eyes. Then they rushed to the square as quickly as possible, because Lu Qing's more than 30 personal servants arrived here earlier than Su Lingwei. She raised her beautiful face and looked worriedly at Lu Qing in the sky. Just as she was about to take a step forward, she was stopped. This area has been listed as a strictly forbidden area by the servants, and even Su Lingwei cannot get close to it at this moment. They originally hibernated and evolved deep in the ancestral mountain, enjoying a quiet and peaceful time. This awe does not come from fear, but from deep-seated respect for powerful forces and loyalty to the head of the family. The thick, deathly coldness enveloped the entire Yanjing Mount. But within this coldness, there was strangely a layer of scorching heat. Boom. A burst of black lightning struck straight down, actually directly splitting the top of a mountain near the main peak and exploding it. Those black lightnings also lingered on Lu Qing's body, but could not hurt him at all. He almost a king now. Seeing their master in such a state, they consciously formed a circle and guarded him with great loyalty. Uncle Luoho was standing next to Su Lingwei, also looked at the figure in the sky with a serious gaze. Feeling a lot of emotions in his heart, Uncle Luo saluted respectfully with one hand, took one last look at the sky and said, "Miss, just stay here and watch on Mount Yanjing." The powerful movement that Lu Qing unintentionally released was like a sudden storm, instantly disrupting the peace of all parties. The commotion was so loud that the housekeeper Uncle Luo hurried down the mountain to deal with the follow-up matters. This also caused everyone in Huaxia Theological Seminary and the Dragon Group base to fall into an extremely busy and tense state at the same time. Report. The energy fluctuations on Yanjing Mountain are beyond imagination. A data officer from the Dragon team spoke in a hurried voice, with an expression of panic that was hard to conceal. Data monitoring clearly shows that the energy fluctuations there have reached 5 nuclear levels. 5 nuclear level ones, wow. Everyone gasped when they heard this, their faces filled with shock and disbelief. Immediately afterwards, another staff member hurried over and reported loudly, "Report. The energy on Yanjing Mountain has caused violent fluctuations in the weather. It is estimated that more than 100 0 people will witness this abnormal phenomenon. The current situation has far exceeded all our preset alert levels. Do we need to send someone to Yanjing Mountain immediately to inquire about the specific situation? A series of hurried roars rang out one after another in the underground space. Every data personnel of the Dragon team was busy and sweating. Although it was already difficult for them to monitor the situation of Yanjing Mountain in real time. But the sudden burst of terrifying energy could be clearly felt even without the help of monitoring equipment. Gazing from the rooftop of the highest building of the seminary, one could see a strange sight rising from the main peak of Yanjing Mountain. Like a black mushroom cloud, everyone couldn't help but wonder what the Qing people on Yanjing Mountain were up to. Zhang Tianming and Mr. Luo stood in the middle of the hall, looking bewildered. Old Master Luo tugged at his beard in annoyance. His brows furrowed in the shape of a Chinese letter character. It's just that this intense energy fluctuation happened when the old dean wasn't here. What should I do? Send someone over to inquire. But the entire dragon group has already received the highest order. As long as the Qing clan on Yanjing Mountain does not launch a large-scale attack on the capital, there is no need to ask a single question, even if they turn Yanjing Mountain upside down. Just waiting like this was truly frustrating. What could have happened to trigger 5 nuclear-level energy fluctuations? Moreover, the noise was really too loud. How should we deal with the subsequent finishing work? Especially this time. Zhang Tianming led half of the dragon group to cooperate with Lu Qing's Green Clan and captured hundreds of Blood Clan samples at once. This achievement instantly shocked everyone in the base. After hearing Zhang Tianming's proposal, Mr. Luo hesitated for a long time, then gritted his teeth and slowly shook his head. Forget it. If you want to enter, you must register and report honestly and strictly abide by the rules. However, the aura emanating from him had already grown to a terrifying limit. Just as the base was in chaos, a very loud voice suddenly rang out. It was the recognizable voice of the head of the data department. Don't panic. The Qing tribe has sent someone to deliver a message. It is also because of this that Zhang Tianming has now become a celebrity in the eyes of the old guys in the research department and has a high status. Following the roar from the head of the data department, the originally panicked data department staff all breathed a sigh of relief. In an instant, the extremely powerful and terrifying pressure swept across the entire space like a surging tide. At the same time, Lu Qing, the projection of consciousness, slowly opened his eyes. They said the noise was the aura released by their patriarch. Lu Qing told us the dragon team not to worry. It would be over soon. The sky of Yanjing Mountain has completely changed due to Lu Qing's evolution. Ding! The host has evolved into the first generation of vampires. Mr. Luo looked at the data department boss, who was obviously bored recently and felt helpless. After all, the Qing people are now the treasures of our East. And we need to give them due respect and trust. Ding. The host has successfully absorbed the blood of ancient Cain. The Qing tribe members guarding below retreated again and again under the pressure of this powerful, gradually forming a huge hollow area at the same time. Lu Qing's consciousness projection, which was in the void space, finally completely swallowed the last drop of Cain's blood. At this moment, the system's pleasant voice suddenly sounded clearly. With every increase in Lu Qing's aura, the awe in the eyes of the Qing people below became more intense. Lu Qing's aura became more and more majestic, as if he had merged with the heaven and earth. Every subtle movement of his seemed to cause changes in the world. Ever since the Qing clan officially emerged in the vampire world, all foreign vampires no longer dared to set foot in the East at will. The data department boss had already hurried over to Old Man Luo and Zhang Tianming. His face flushed as he excitedly shouted, "What are you still standing there for?" The Qing clan said this commotion is too loud, and they might have to hypnotize a lot of people. They're asking our dragon team to cover it up. Hurry. I'm too bored anyway, so let's go together. The black wings quietly folded behind him, and the whole person seemed to have fallen into a peaceful sleep. Zhang Tianming nodded thoughtfully. Okay. He wanted to kowtow to Lu Qing on the spot, but was finally persuaded by Zhang Tianming. After these several rounds of communication and cooperation with the Qing clan, in the entire dragon group apart from the old dean, Zhang Tianming has the closest exchanges with the Qing clan, especially the senior researchers in the base research department. When they saw these hundreds of precious blood samples, they were so excited that they almost dragged Zhang Tianming to Yanjing Mountain in person. Mr. Lu also smiled and said, if that's the case, then let's go out. This time the commotion is really too big, and we need a lot of manpowers. Should we communicate with the Qing people first? This isn't something that can be solved simply by holding a press conference. On Mount Yanjing, Lu Qing still had his eyes closed, leaning lazily on the throne of thorns as they spoke. Three figures slowly walked out of the dragon group base. Therefore, the data department no longer has to run around for monitoring as hard as before. This guy was naturally very idle at the moment, but this leisure made everyone in the dragon group feel very happy. But then, they all had the same thought: is this just the aura released by the leader of the Qing clan? 5 core-level auras, that's too abnormal. This pressure seemed to be able to crush everything in the world. And wherever it went, the space trembled in the end. Zhang Tianming hesitated for a long time before slowly saying, how about I go to Yanjing Mountain and ask what's going on? After all, this is an unprecedented situation, and none of us have ever experienced it before. Ding. The host has evolved into the first generation of vampires. What? When the third and last drop of ancient Cain's blood was completely absorbed by Lu Qing, Lu Qing finally evolved to the highest level of the currently known vampire clan, the ancient first generation. This means that he is at the same level as Cain, the first generation and the supreme being of the blood clan, and has become the supreme existence of the entire blood clan. The moment Lu Qing officially evolved into the first generation species, the bloodlines of all the vampires in the entire vampire world inexplicably began to tremble. At this moment, countless vampires simultaneously turned their gazes towards the distant east, because the throbbing sensation came from there, as if the new king of the vampire world was born. Oh my god, this pressure is so terrifying. It feels like my dad is holding 7 wolves and is about to hit me. I'm scared to death, it's so terrifying. It's like playing with your phone in class and then looking back to see your homeroom teacher at the window with a death stare. It's even scarier than scaring a vampire. Ding. Awaken the vampire's supreme power, the Hellfire Cross. Karma Fire Cross, the absolute dark force that is opposed to light, even has the power to suppress the world at the same time. An extremely dark black cross appeared in front of Lu Qing. In this world, the Holy Cross of God represents light, while the dark cross manifested by Lu Qing represents absolute darkness. When innate abilities develop to their full potential, they are no longer limited to attack or defense, but instead become a mysterious power related to rules. Just like the Karma Fire Cross that Lu Qing awakened when he evolved into the first generation. That dark and slightly broken cross, it seems to bring together many elements such as time-space. Rules and planes, it seems to exist in this world, yet has a sense of transcendence as Lu Qing's mind moved. The black cross slowly expanded, filling the space in an instant. The terrifying aura emanating from it directly caused cracks in this space. Lu Qing had an epiphany. It seemed that as long as he wanted, he could control the Karma Fire Cross to crush this space into pieces, even for the world space of the outside blue planet. As long as the power of this cross is pushed to the extreme, it can also cause immeasurable damage. In any space suppressed by the cross of Karma Fire, time will fall into chaos, space will collapse and shatter, and even the rules that govern the world will be broken. It seems that the stronger the ability, the closer it is to the original power of the world. Lu Qing stared at the boundless Karma Fire Cross in front of him, and a sense of enlightenment emerged in his heart. After putting away the Senluo Black Domain, Lu Qing took another look at the space that was on the verge of breaking, and then his consciousness gradually faded away. There is also Uncle Luo, who is out to deal with the final matters, and Avril, who is far away in the west. It combines more elements. in addition to the black flames all over the sky and the black moon in the sky. In the center of the small world, there suddenly appears a huge black cross exuding a mysterious atmosphere. However, I have no clue at the moment. The next step is to replenish the ancestral bloodline of the corpse clan and obtain all the holy artifacts at the same time. Although it has evolved to the first generation of the vampire race, the system does not indicate that it has reached the end of the vampire evolution. And those members of the Qing clan who were not transformed by Lu Qing himself, but had his bloodline also gained great improvement at this moment. In this way, Lu Qing is like carrying a world with him, and the entire Qing clan can be in it. Around the Karma Fire Cross, countless identical black coffins also evolved. They were distributed in a circle with the black coffin on the Karma Fire Cross as the core. Behind the Throne of Thorns, the huge shadows of the 13 holy artifacts emerged, among which the holy artifacts' Axe of Execution and Blood Key had already materialized. Lingwei jumped from the Duke level to the Prince level in one step, and more than 30 personal servants who were originally at the Prince level all evolved to the second generation at this moment. In other words, all of Lu Qing's abilities are now present in this unified small world. At this moment, his breath condensed into a breeze. Below were Su Lingwei Kayukyo, and more than 30 personal servants. At the highest point of the Cross of Inferno, a huge coffin made entirely of black flames lay quietly, with Lu Qing's clone nurtured inside. Lu Qing didn't take this kind of trivial matter to heart at all. With his current strength, he could destroy an entire clan by himself. As for the remaining 11 clans, they plan to join forces to deal with the Qing clan after completing the seal. When I turn around, I can move everything from the ancestral mountain into this small world. Furthermore, after evolving to the final stage, the previous talents and abilities have become even more refined and have basically merged together. Interesting. These vampires who were transformed by Lu Qing himself all automatically burst out with all their bloodline power the moment he woke up, and directly upgraded to a higher level at the same time. On Yanjing Mountain, Lu Qing sitting on the Throne of Thorns slowly opened his eyes. Lu Qing waved his hand again, and the Senluo Black Domain appeared. The Black Domain had now evolved into a small world with its own rules. On top of the stone platform, there is a huge and ferocious throne, which is covered with various bronze weapons. It is the Throne of Thorns, the seal of the evil clan. Lu Qing's mind moved. It should be those creatures that broke out of the gate of hell. Currently, these black coffins are empty, but they can be used as shelter for the Qing tribe members. Lu Qing evolved into the first-generation species alone, and the entire Qing clan was blessed by his bloodline. That is, to fight against the evil tribe that emerges from the gate of hell. And the secret realm that seals the evil tribe is located under the Bermuda Triangle. Lu Qing sat on the Throne of Thorns, overlooking this dark world like a true king. It is this cross that perfects the rules of heaven and earth in the Senro Black Domain. Just when he swallowed the last drop of Cain's blood, some scenes of conversations between the remaining 11 clan heads in this space, as well as information about the seal of the church and the evil clan, flooded into Lu Qing's mind. Those coffins will be used to rest the servants in when the time comes. This kind of experience can only be had after evolving to the first generation. Swallowing the blood of Cain not only brought Lu Qing many inherited memories, but also allowed him to know the secrets of the vampire clan's second holy war. Next to the huge cross is a towering stone platform with 99 rugged steps that look like a stairway leading to the sky. Lu Qing pondered. It seems that there is a higher realm of evolution above the first generation. Moreover, the Tianluo Black Coffin has also been integrated into this small world. On Mount Yanjing, the roar was like rolling spring thunder, exploding one after another. Lu Qing successfully evolved into the first generation of the Blood Clan. The power of his bloodline was like a surging wave, blessing many members of the Qing clan and enabling them to move towards a higher level. Many members of the Qing tribe sat cross-legged in the square, trying hard to calm the surging energy in their bodies. Lu Qing looked up at the huge black cloud covering the Yanjing mountain, with black lightning rolling like a dragon. Black thunder. It's great for tempering the bodies of the Qing people. After he finished speaking, the flesh wings behind him shook violently, and the whole person shot up into the sky from the throne of thorns like an arrow, and instantly disappeared into the rolling clouds. A moment later, all the dark clouds seemed to be dispersed by an invisible hand and disappeared without a trace. Above Lu Qing's palm, a cloud ball flashing with black lightning was quietly suspended. With a smile on his face, he stretched out his hand and waved it. The cloud ball automatically floated above the square, covering the heads of all the Qing clan members. Every one of the Qing clans, except the body tempering training, in an instant. The terrifying lightning in the cloud ball began to jump on the people of the Qing clan like a nimble poisonous snake. And the crackling sound was endless, whether it is Zhu Yi, who is good at long-range attacks among the Qing clan, or the strong corpse clan. They all have a natural fear of the extremely oppressive force of thunder and lightning. However, under Lu Qing's orders, the Qing people endured great pain respectfully, because they knew very well that this black lightning could greatly temper their bodies, and such a trial would be hard to come by under normal circumstances. Watching the Qing tribe members gradually calm down under the thunder and lightning, Lu Qing flashed and came to Su Lingwei's side. However, Su Lingwei did not immediately hold him affectionately as usual. The Lu Qing in front of her unconsciously exuded a powerful aura, which made her feel odd. She wanted to get close to him but was hesitant and could only look up at this man. Seeing this, Lu Qing took the initiative to kiss Su Lingwei on the face and said with a smile, "You have evolved into a little prince, and you still need to work hard." Su Lingwei stood on tiptoe and kissed Lu Qing on the corner of her mouth, then said very seriously, "Of course. Otherwise I will be left far behind. You go and do your work. I'm going to the Zushan mountain to evolve." As she said this, she really turned and walked towards the Zushan mountain. Lu Qing looked at her back with amusement. It seemed that Su Lingwei was really stimulated this time. In the past, Su Lingwei had never paid much attention to cultivation and evolution. But unexpectedly, this time she finally made up her mind to go to the ancestral mountain to absorb the power of blood for evolution. Lu Qing did not stop her. He understood that Su Lingwei didn't want to fall far behind because she cared about him too much. Lu Qing's figure flashed, and he entered the ancestral mountain one step faster than Su Lingwei. He added a few more drops of blood essence to the ancestral mountain holy vein, so that Su Lingwei could evolve faster when absorbing it. Afterwards, Lu Qing entered the ancient space on the 4th floor of Zushan. At this time, Lu Qing the vampire's evolutionary sequence had reached the 1st generation. Only the bloodline of the corpse clan's ancestor had not been completed, and the ancestor Jiang Chen's right leg and body had not been found. Therefore, Lu Qing decided to explore the holy places of other vampire clans first to see if he could find anything. He had a vague premonition that perhaps when the power of the corpse clan's ancestors was fully replenished, a higher evolutionary sequence would appear. On the ancient battlefields, Lu Qing looked at the remaining 11 huge bronze gates. A blood-glowing holy artifact, blood key, slowly appeared beside him. It would be best if we could retrieve all the remaining holy artifacts this time. Crack, crack, crack. The powerful blood force surged, and the thick iron chains on the 11 bronze doors were all shattered in an instant. The holy artifact, blood key, turned into a streak of blood light and flashed across the bronze door. Boom! 11 heavy muffled sounds rolled like thunder, and all the remaining bronze doors opened. Immediately afterwards, several figures appeared one after another, and all of them were shocked by the scene before them. The figure seemed to have guessed something and became a little flustered for a moment. Let's go to the secret realm first to complete the seal. This is the voice of the head of the Gangro clan. How long had it been? How could the ancient bloodline, which was just fine, disappear? This situation happened to 2 clans almost at the same time, which instantly made the other family heads panic. The clan heads then noticed that the clan heads of the Gangro, Ashamian Zidai tribes had not appeared. Soon another figure appeared, after waiting for a while. A blurry figure appeared hurriedly, and angry and panicked voices rang out instantly. Where is the blood of Cain? The blood of Cain is gone. Our clan's sacred site has also been destroyed. The bones of our ancestors have been shattered, as if they were searching for something. The sacred artifact has also been lost. The head of the Zidai clan, who had been waiting for a long time to show up, finally showed up at this moment and said with an extremely helpless voice, "My clan is the worst off. The Holy Land is gone." And even that piece of space suddenly shattered for unknown reasons. It can't be that Qing tribe soon. The figure of the head of the Ashamai clan began to appear. Before the figure fully appeared, the voice was heard. Before, it was because he felt that slight throbbing in his blood that he entered this space again to check. But he did not expect that the ancient blood of Cain had actually disappeared. In the void space where Cain's blood was originally stored, a drop of blood suddenly began to wriggle, and then turned into a vague figure. "Go home and see if your holy land is still there." How so? So I suspect that it was the leader of the Qing clan who took away the ancient bloodline. Who are the enemies? How did they get in? So, should we head east immediately to reclaim the ancient bloodline? This figure instantly shuttled through the entire space, but could not sense the blood aura of the ancestor of the blood clan at all. I don't know, it's not good. The ancient blood has disappeared, and the breath that just came from the east. Ancient blood is not so easy to absorb, even if it is really taken away by the leader of the Qing clan. It will not be able to play a role in a short period of time. Damn it, our clan's holy land was just invaded. The sacred artifacts were looted. As soon as this figure appeared, it seemed to be extremely shocked in an instant. Now I can't even get in. Lu Qing randomly picked a huge bronze door and went straight in. Call. The figure suddenly emitted a wave of breath to the other bloods. This was a way to summon all the family heads. Why has this space become so fragile? It looks like it's been severely damaged and is about to collapse. No, where's the ancient blood? Just as the clan heads were discussing this, a puzzled voice suddenly emerged. Why haven't the other 3 clan heads appeared yet? Impossible. How did the leader of the Qing tribe get in here? I think everyone should have sensed the fluctuations in energy coming from the east earlier. This figure expressed the same doubt. Go back and see if your holy land is still there. As soon as the Zidai clan head said this, the auras of the other clan heads in the void space suddenly fluctuated. One of the family heads didn't even say hello. His figure disappeared in an instant, and he hurriedly went offline in just a short while. The sacred sites of 3 clans were gone. What on earth was going on? Soon only the heads of the Gangro, Ashamai and Zidai tribes were left in this space. They stared at each other in silence. Even without saying a word, they could feel the anger and pain that was almost overflowing from each other. The Holy Land has been destroyed. All the secret treasures and blood crystals accumulated over thousands of years are gone. Even the sacred artifacts are lost. How can I not be angry? The key point is that they have no idea how the other party sneaked into the Holy Land. And they didn't even see a shadow. The tribe is now in extreme panic and anger, however. The heads of these 3 clans did not go offline to appease their clansmen at this time, but stayed here quietly. What were they waiting for? Naturally, they wanted to see what was happening to the other clans. If everyone's sacred site had been looted for no apparent reason. Sure enough, not long after, the head of the Makavi clan, who had just gone offline, came online again with an angry roar. Damn it. Our sacred land has been invaded. We haven't even discovered who the invaders are. I'm so p*******d who did this. As soon as the head of the Makawi clan appeared, the other 3 waiting heads suddenly asked in unison. Is that the case? What were the losses? Is the holy artifact still there? Is the holy land still there? When these 3 family heads asked questions, there was a hint of inexplicable expectation in their hearts. The Holy Land is still there, but the secret treasures and blood crystals are gone. The sacred artifact is also lost. Moreover, our clan's Takana blood tree is also lost. What? Hearing the answer from the head of the Makavi clan, the heads of the other three clans exclaimed in unison. Your clan's most powerful secret treasure. The Takana blood tree is also lost. The Takana blood tree of the Makavi clan was once a treasure that all clans envied. It was an immortal tree that was accidentally obtained from an ancient battlefield thousands of years ago and grew on a mysterious blood coffin. As long as it is continuously watered with blood, the Takana blood tree will produce 100 blood fruits every 50 years. After absorbing and devouring these blood fruits, the prince-level vampires can directly evolve to a higher level. In other words, every 50 years the Makavi clan, which owns the Takana blood tree, can directly give birth to 100 Duke-level clan members without consuming any blood power of the family. If the 13 clans wanted to exchange for the fruit from the Takana blood tree, they would have to pay a huge price. Even so, the other clans still wanted to get as many as possible. Therefore, this blood tree has always been regarded as a treasure of the head of the family, as precious as a holy relic be the Makawi clan, and stored in the family sanctuary. Unexpectedly, it also suffered this time. You three tribes seemed very happy to hear that our blood tree was stolen. Damn it, our sacred artifact is gone. Who on earth could have gotten through the forbidden area we set up? Under the tense gazes of all the clan heads, the Cappadocia clan head sighed helplessly. Our clan's holy land has been shattered. There's nothing left inside, and the sealed object has also disappeared until the end. The old voice of the Cappadocia family head was heard, and the powerful aura of the second generation penetrated into the space. All the family heads looked at his figure at the same time. Looting all the holy places must have been done by a second-generation creature. And, especially after the memory shackles in the blood were opened, all clan heads knew that the body that had been sealed before was related to the mysterious ancestor of the Eastern race in the Holy War. But he couldn't get angry either. After all, everyone's holy land had suffered. He could only snort coldly. Such a big thing has happened in the holy lands of your three tribes. Why are you still standing here instead of comforting your tribe members? Soon several clan heads appeared one after another, and without exception, they all came online with extreme anger. A body without limbs and a head. Continuous roars echoed in the void, and each roar seemed to be dripping with blood. How's the holy place doing? Is that thing still there? Our clan's holy land has also been looted. How on earth could the other party plunder the holy places of all clans almost simultaneously in such a short period of time? The holy artifacts were lost, the secret treasures were lost, and some could not even enter their own holy places. After finally entering, they found that the entire holy place had been destroyed. The head of the Makavi clan was obviously not fooled by these perfunctory words, because he could clearly feel that these three clan heads were no longer as angry as when they first discovered that the Holy Land had been looted. The Cappadocia clan leader spoke slowly in a hoarse voice. This is a great shame and humiliation for our 13 clans. It has never happened in thousands of years. If we have to suffer, we all suffer together, so that we can feel better. Roar. Our tribe's most precious treasure, the Miluo scepter, is lost, gone, which means it was also looted and taken away. The Cappadocia Patriarch's furious aura swept across the entire audience, and he suddenly said in a stern voice, I'm sure everyone has some suspicions. The plundering of your family's sacred sites this time was probably done by the leader of the Qing clan. We had just planned to join forces to deal with the Qing clan. But the next second, the Holy Land was looted by the leader of the Qing clan. It's so disappointing to talk about this. The other three clan heads were silent for a moment, then replied nonchalantly, no rush, wait a little longer. Let's see what's happening in the other clans. The heads of the other three clans hurriedly shook their heads like rattles. We are not gloating. It's not just your clan that has suffered heavy losses. The head of the Cappadocia family's voice was relatively calm, but his body was shaking violently, indicating that he could hardly suppress the turmoil and anger in his heart. As soon as these words were spoken, All the family heads fell silent. The head of the Makavi clan understood instantly that this was an attempt to find balance from the other clan heads. At this moment, the remaining clan heads reached an unprecedented consensus and roared. The Qing clan must be annihilated after realizing this. The head of the Mukavi clan simply stopped caring about the clan's affairs and waited here quietly. That's right. So I suspect the one who looted the Holy Land must be a second-generation species. In fact, they had already guessed it in their minds before. But they just didn't want to say it out loud. The head of the Makavi clan always felt that the expressions of the heads of the other three clans were a bit gloating. And the anger in his heart suddenly grew a little more. The main reason why the family heads were so concerned was because an extremely strange and powerful thing was sealed in the sacred land of the Cappadocia people. Can the second generation enter the restriction in that seal? But the most important thing now is to seal the evil clan first. Once the seal is completed, we will destroy the Qing clan. The head of the Mukavi clan felt heartbroken whenever he thought of returning to the Holy Land and seeing the Taikana blood tree uprooted and only a big hole left on the ground. Everyone was miserable, angry, and terrified. Just as the heads of the remaining 11 clans in the west were heartbroken. The ancient battlefield on the ancestral mountain of Yanjing Mountain was a scene of extraordinary bustle. Lu Qing used Senluo Black Domain to open up the domain space. And the members of the Qing tribe were busy carrying all kinds of items out of it. Among them are a wide variety of vampire treasures and mountains of blood crystals. These were all collected by Lu Qing from the holy places of the 11 blood clans. He passed through the Bronze Gate and directly reached the deepest part of those clan holy places. After breaking all the seals, he not only took possession of all the sacred artifacts of each clan, but also brought back all the treasures that had been accumulated in the Holy Land for thousands of years. Since the evolution of Senluo Black Domain, Lu Qing seemed to be carrying a small world with him, and he could plunder those holy places with his own strength. Some clans have ancient prohibitions in their sacred places, and they face these prohibitions. Lu Qing directly manifested the Karma Fire Cross to suppress the entire space, so that the holy spaces of several clans were directly suppressed and shattered. At this moment, Senluo Black Territory underwent another transformation. Beside the high platform where the Throne of Thorns stood, a large blood red tree appeared, the Blood Tree. This is the Taikana Blood Tree, the most precious treasure of the Makavi clan. It is leafless with only branches as dry as bones, however. Hundreds of blood-red fruits are hanging on the branches. These are the blood fruits that can allow people to directly evolve to the first level after taking them. But they are not yet ripe, a little further away. On the dark ground, there was a huge scepter more than 10 meters high, the Miluo scepter. Lu Qing inserted it deep into the soil. On the top of the scepter was an equally huge skull, and clear spring water slowly flowed out of the skull's mouth. These springs gathered around the scepter and formed a lake of considerable size. According to legend, the spring water flowing from the Miluo scepter is known as the Land of Immortality. Of course, it doesn't really make people immortal. But no matter how serious the trauma of the vampire's body is, as long as they soak in this spring water, they will be healed instantly. As long as you don't die on the spot, you will be able to recover in the spring water. In addition, there are various other treasures of the Blood Clan, which are placed by Lu Qing in various corners of this small world of Senluo Black Domain. Countless blood crystal secret treasures, the lake where the Miluo scepter and the immortal spring convert, the Taikana blood tree and its 100 blood fruits, and thousands of black coffins, in which more than 30 of Lu Qing's personal servants were sleeping. There is a throne of thorns filled with weapons on the high platform, the cross of Inferno standing tall, a black coffin on the cross with the clone sleeping in the coffin, and a black moon in the sky that contains strange power. Today's Senluo Black Domain is not only a complete little world, but also a treasure house of extreme luxury. But the biggest gain this time is not just these secret treasures. Lu Qing collected all the sacred artifacts of the 13 clans and found Jiang Chen's body and right leg. The drop of ancestors' blood in Jiang Chen's body and right leg had already been devoured by him. After swallowing, Lu Qing activated the power of the ancestor, and his body instantly expanded to an astonishing 18 meters. The purple-gold light emanating from his body seemed to be substantial, and he could shake the space just by relying on his physical strength. His toughness is so great that even holy weapons may not be able to cause any harm to him. There's only one drop of the ancestor's blood left, which means we haven't found Jiang Chen's head yet. I've searched all the clan's sacred sites, and it seems the only place it can be found is in that so-called secret realm. Lu Qing looked at the busy Qing people below and fell into deep thought. The holy places of the 13 clans are now empty, so the general's head is most likely sealed in the secret realm, where the church and the vampires jointly sealed the evil clan. No matter if it was the sealed evil clans or the last drop of the ancestor's blood, Lu Qing had made up his mind that he must personally visit this secret realm. But fortunately, there is a little surprise when I collect all 13 sacred artifacts this time. As he spoke, Lu Qing snapped his fingers lightly. Behind the throne of thorns, the 13 holy artifacts that had already materialized flew up one after another. These 13 clans have inherited sacred artifacts for a long time. Each one has a very unique shape and unique power. The torture axe can cause bleeding and increase strength. The corpse hand is the bone of Cain's left hand, which contains the secret of the world's rules. The golem is a conscious, one-of-a-kind girl puppet that can transform into any form. The blood cup can transform blood with a hint of Cain's aura. After taking it, one's strength will increase greatly in a short period of time. The spirit staff is a branch of the world tree, and has a chance to activate new abilities of the vampires. The soul ring can control other vampires and turn them into puppets, making it impossible for them to break free. The butcher's knife, anyone killed by it will have their soul permanently imprisoned and driven. Whoever controls the butcher's knife controls an army of 5 million immortal undead souls. 13 holy artifacts hovered in front of Lu Qing, each emitting a distinct aura. Some emanated the scent of bloody death, while others evoked the aura of allure and decadence. Lu Qing looked at these dazzling holy artifacts and smiled slightly. This is not even your most powerful state. Because since ancient times, no one has ever been able to fully unleash your power, so they have no way of knowing how to truly use the holy weapon. Then Lu Qing released a breath. Under the guidance of this aura, the 13 holy artifacts burst into dazzling light. Amidst faint sounds, the 13 holy vessels slowly merged together, finally. A strange appearance was formed in front of Lu Qing. He master, an ethereal voice echoed. And before Lu Qing appeared a petite and adorable little girl with twin tails. This was the peerless magic puppet girl born from the fusion of the holy artifacts. And on the shoulders of this little Lolita, she carries a giant sickle that is more than 3 meters long. This sickle is similar to the Grim Reaper's sickle, but more domineering and flamboyant. The sickle was filled with the voices of countless undead souls, and it also exuded the power of various plagues, disasters, and deaths. This scythe of death must be a brand new product that is a fusion of all offensive holy weapons, such as the butcher knife and the Holy Grail. Lu Qing looked at the perfect little girl in front of him with great interest and asked, "Are you and this death scythe one?" The little puppet girl nodded with a smile, and then her body automatically rose into the air. The snow-white little hand held the scythe of death and swung it lightly, creating a tiny crack in the black space at the same time. Countless shadows of the undead turned into black light and rushed out. It seems that although they have been integrated into one, they still retain the power laws of all the holy artifacts themselves. This is quite convenient. Lu Qing tapped his fingers with satisfaction. The little puppet lowly looked at the huge sickle, and after flying obediently to the throne of thorns, her body gradually faded away and finally merged into the newly appeared shadow on the throne of thorns. In the end, only the outline of a girl carrying a huge sickle was left. But Lu Qing could still feel that within that shadowy outline, a pair of curious eyes were quietly observing everything around them. Among the islands in the western Atlantic Ocean, There is a famous place. Some people call it the Devil's Triangle, and some people call it Bermuda. Countless ships and planes have mysteriously disappeared and lost contact in this mysterious area. For thousands of years, countless people have tried to uncover the secrets of this place, but in the end their lives were devoured by this mystery. At this moment, a top-level luxury small cruise ship is slowly sailing towards this mysterious area. At present, the luxury cruise ship is still some distance away from the core area of the Devil's Triangle. Even so, the old captain who was in charge of driving the boat was so nervous that his palms were sweating. While vigilantly observing the calm sea around him, he occasionally glanced at the young man fishing on the deck of the cruise ship and the two breathtakingly beautiful women beside him. One is as cool and pure as an immortal, with an enchanting temperament. The other is extremely charming, exuding captivating charisma. The young man bought the yacht and hired the old captain to be the captain of this voyage. At first, when the man told the old captain that he was going to the Devil's Delta, the old captain didn't think twice and was about to refuse. But when the other party threw out stacks of banknotes in front of him, the old captain wavered after all. The reward this man gave was so generous that as long as he completed this trip, he would be able to live comfortably in the future. However, the old captain finally stuck to his bottom line. He could sail the ship, but he would never sail to the core area of that sea area, because almost no one and no ship that has been there can come back. When he put forward this bottom line, an inexplicable smile flashed in the man's eyes, and then he nodded. Only then did the old captain go on board to lead the way. The closer you get to this sea area, the more advanced technological products will fail. We can only rely on experienced seafarers like the old captain, who have rich experience to find the correct and safe route. Another person who wants to go to that sea area to look for treasure. The old captain looked at the man fishing outside with his upper body naked. I was wondering in my heart, this man doesn't look like someone who is short of money. Why is he so desperate and has to go to that sea area? He is so young and has such a beautiful woman by his side. It would be such a pity if he were to leave and never come back. Although the man told him to go back when they reached the edge of the sea, he would continue sailing alone. But the old captain still couldn't help but feel sorry for it. After all, that was a dead end where there was no return. Just as the old captain was feeling sad, there was a sudden burst of noise on the deck outside. It turned out that the man had caught a fish. Did you catch any fish? You shouldn't be so excited about catching a fish. It seems you don't fish very often. A little fish is so happy. The old captain was also intrigued by the cheers outside. After setting the automatic driving, he prepared to go to the deck to take a look. If they really caught a fish, he could help clean it up and make a delicious seafood dinner. After all, since you are paid so much, you have to provide good service. What fish did you catch? The old captain came out of the cabin with a smile on his face. When I came to the deck, I saw the two beautiful ladies standing excitedly beside the man. Looking at the sea below, the man's thick fishing rod was bent into a full bow shape. He took the time to reply, "It should be a grouper, not big." "Wow, groupers, you're in for a treat." When the old captain heard that it was grouper, he immediately became interested. This kind of fish has delicious meat and can be used to make many delicious dishes. But looking at the fishing rod in the man's hand, the old captain began to have doubts. Years of experience at sea told him that if the fishing rod was bent like this, the fish caught would not be small, as the man said. Sure enough, when the old captain walked to the edge of the deck and looked out, his heart skipped a beat. "Wow, you call this small? This must weigh over 800 pounds in the deep blue sea." There is a giant deep-sea grouper that is nearly 3 meters long and round all over. It was struggling desperately in the upper layer of the sea, pulling at the strong fishing line, making a whimpering sound. The old captain's eyes almost popped out. This was the first time he had seen such a big grouper. The last time I saw the world's largest deep-sea giant grouper was when I accidentally caught one a few years ago. It was 2.65 meters long and weighed 683 kilograms. Almost 700 kilograms. The one in front of me is obviously a circle larger than the previous one. What's even more surprising is that the previous grouper king was caught with a net. But the one in front of him was actually caught with a fishing rod. The old captain looked at the man again, his eyes full of astonishment. It takes a lot of strength to be able to pull up such a big grouper. Just as the old captain looked at the man, a smile suddenly appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he shouted softly, "Get up." I saw the muscles on his arms bulging high, and he was holding the thickest fishing rod in his hand. The giant grouper that was still struggling in the sea was directly lifted up. Boom! A giant grouper over 3 meters long crashed onto the deck, shaking the entire yacht. The giant grouper that was pulled up in an instant still wanted to struggle and jump. The next moment a black light flashed, and a huge black sickle directly chopped off the giant grouper's head. The old captain's pupils contracted sharply. He recognized the black sickle and the lowly girl carrying the sickle. Before, this lively and somewhat weird little lowly was rowing, with a sickle tied to a rope at the stern. And now she's here in the blink of an eye. But the man looked calm, just glanced casually and said, "Okay. Go and have fun by yourself, no need to hold me back." The weird little lowly giggled and ran back to the stern carrying the huge sickle. "Uncle Captain, please help me prepare a table of delicious food." The old captain was awakened by the pleasant voice. He looked up to meet the dark eyes and nodded unconsciously, "Oh. Okay, please wait a moment." After saying that, he went into the cabin without looking back, took out a knife and started cutting the giant grouper that had lost its head. "It will take a while to finish it. Come on, let's continue fishing." Lu Qing picked up the fishing rod again with anticipation and sat on the edge of the deck. He found that he had begun to like fishing. Every time he was about to catch a fish, he was still unknown. This feeling was really addictive. Lu Qing stared at the fishing rod quietly while Avril, wearing a swimsuit, knelt beside him, carefully applying sunscreen for him. A series of strange lines on his naked back vaguely formed the shape of a wing. Lingwei brought a glass of cool watermelon juice and glared at Avril with a hint of dissatisfaction. Lu Qing sat leisurely on the lounge chair on the yacht deck, staring intently at the fishing rod in his hand. Avril's cool little hands gently applied sunscreen on his back, and he took the iced watermelon juice handed to him by Lingwei and took a sip comfortably. Ever since his body merged with two powerful bloodlines, Lu Qing's body has become closer to that of a human in a sense. The sunlight, which he once hated, has now become a pleasure for him. Avril and Lingwei, who are also vampires, are no longer afraid of sunlight after their vampire level is upgraded. But they still feel a little disgusted with this bright light. So even though both of them were wearing swimsuits, their graceful figures were mostly hidden under the shadow of the parasols. Lu Qing looked at the deep blue sea in front of him, took a deep breath, and a comfortable smile appeared on his face. Said, "The weather is so nice. You can go down and swim for a while." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a crisp sound of someone entering the water. Lingwei and Avril were like two fish entwined and playing with each other, swimming happily in the blue sea, I have to say. Watching these two mermaids happily shuttle around in front of your eyes is really pleasing to the eye. However, compared with the two mermaids in the sea, the little puppet lowly hanging at the sterns, playing the rowing game with the scythe of death, looks a bit weird. The puppet, reborn after the fusion of the 13 holy artifacts, seems to be more intelligent than before, and its temperament is becoming more and more strange. Don't be fooled by her cute appearance and silly expressions from time to time. This does not mean that the little puppet carrying a giant sickle is not strong. Quite the opposite. Lu Qing has already tested it and found that when this little lowly wields the scythe of death, it is no problem for her to kill a second-generation vampire. Is this person still a human being, moreover? Because the grouper is so large, even if the old captain only selects the best parts for cooking, a large part is still left in the freezer of the cabin. However, Lu Qing only planned to go in alone this time and bring the rest of the family out just to let them relax and treat it as a trip to the sea. His destination for this voyage had already been determined, which was the core waters of the Devil's Triangle. Uncle Luo smiled gently and said, "Leave the rest to me." Looking at Uncle Luo's respectful look, Lu Qing shook his head indifferently. Lu Qing nodded gently, "Okay, I understand. You guys just stay on the boat and wait for me to come back." But Lu Qing just stared at the fishing rod in his hand excitedly and said, "Wait a minute, there's a fish pull up." The silver platter was filled with a variety of exquisite food. The giant grouper had been meticulously cooked by the old captain, creating a delicious feast of sashimi braised fish, steamed fish and fish soup. "Oh, leave it there. I'll catch another one," the old captain asked cautiously towards Lu Qing's back. At the same time in the deep blue sea, a snow-white figure was being rapidly pulled towards the surface. The old captain handed the silver plate in his hand to the exquisite uncle in front of him in a trance, and then saw him carefully place the silver plate on the table on the deck. "Honored guest, the meal is ready. Would you like to continue fishing?" Because the entrance to the sealed secret realm that the 13 clans and the church joined forces to enter is right there. Every step is meticulously crafted, as if this is not preparing a meal but carving a work of art. Uncle Luo hesitated for a moment and said, "Master Lu Qing, there's really no need. After all, that place is said to be quite dangerous." With a loud splash of water breaking, a big fish, more than 6 meters long, was pulled directly out of the water. Drew a graceful arc and fell heavily on the deck. Lu Qing was also helpless about this, after all. In all aspects, the power he now possessed was already at the top level in the dark world. Having witnessed Lu Qing fishing, the old captain was shocked and prepared the meal with extra care. Lu Qing turned his head slightly and glanced at Uncle Luo with interest. At this time the old captain came out of the cabin again, holding a huge silver plate in his hand, after all. "As a housekeeper, I know young Master Lu Qing's dining habits better." Finally, Uncle Luo respectfully said to Lu Qing's back, "Master Lu Qing, you can have your meal." There was no blame in his eyes just now, but the pressure he unconsciously exuded was getting stronger and stronger. Sometimes even just a look would bring huge pressure to others. "Don't worry, just wait patiently," he waved his hand, signaling Uncle Luo not to say anything more at this glance. Uncle Luo lowered his head instantly and said softly, "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have questioned you, Master Lu Qing." A magnetic voice sounded respectfully from behind Lu Qing. He took out the exquisite tableware from the box he carried with him and arranged them meticulously, then took out a bottle of unknown red wine and began to decant it. With a light shout, the fishing rod in Lu Qing's hand bent into an astonishing arc again. This time, the degree of bending of the fishing rod was even more exaggerated than when he caught the giant grouper. Hearing this, the old captain was about to go forward and put the silver tray on the deck, but was gently stopped by the butler, who was still dressed neatly even when going out to sea. Uncle Luo was still standing there in his neat tuxedo, his eyes fixed on the distant horizon, looking at the constantly tumbling big fish. Lu Qing finally revealed a satisfied smile on his face and said, "Ha's a great white shark. As expected, we still have to stay close to the sea. Master Lu Qing, we will reach the core waters of the delta in about half a day." The old captain standing by was already stunned, thinking to himself, did he catch a great white shark? On the calm sea, a blue and white luxury cruise ship is slowly moving forward. If the route of this small yacht could be observed via satellite, anyone would think the captain was crazy, because it always follows a straight route, heading towards the sea area that seems to be lurking like a devil without hesitation. On the deck, Lu Qing picked up a napkin and wiped his mouth. "I have to admit that giant grouper tastes really good, with tender and fresh meat. As for the shark that was caught, it managed to survive. When it was released back into the sea, it fled in panic without looking back." Lu Qing stood up and walked to the front of the yacht. At this moment, he could vaguely feel a strange force coming from the front. The old captain hiding in the cap stared nervously at the screen that had turned into a snowflake. After hesitating for a long time, he finally gritted his teeth and walked out of the cabin. Dear guest, we have now entered the waters of the Devil's Triangle Eye. I have to leave. Lu Qing turned his back to the old captain and waved his hand, saying thank you for your hard work, go back finally. The old captain bowed respectfully and said, please be careful after that. He untied the rope behind the yacht and jumped onto another small boat that had been towing it behind. As he left, the old captain stared at the figure standing on the yacht deck in a trance, muttering to himself, what a magical oriental man. After the old captain left, Uncle Luo took over the job of operating the yacht. In fact, there is no complicated operation. Just keep sailing in a straight line. The deeper they went into the sea, the more obvious the vague pressure between heaven and earth seemed to become. This pressure is quite similar to the atmosphere of the ancient battlefield on Yanjing Mountain. Both originate from a parallel space where a brutal war once broke out. The yacht has stopped where it is, and any further movement would mean entering extremely dangerous waters. However, this is no ordinary cemetery. Lu Qing snapped his fingers lightly, and the small world of Senluo Black Domain opened instantly, swallowing up all the death and yin energy in this world. The yacht sailed smoothly into the circular entrance burned by the black flames. It's really spectacular. Lu Qing stood at the bow and looked at this huge graveyard and couldn't help but sigh. They just sit there quietly as if forgotten forever by time. As expected, he touched a transparent barrier. After feeling it for a moment, smiled and shouted softly, "Opens." The diameter of this deep pit is 10,000 meters long. Countless sea water roared into the pit, and finally seemed to flow into the bottomless abyss. These auras will become the nutrients needed for the evolution of the corpse clan in the future. A black light spread from his palm, slowly corroding a circular entrance in the entire transparent barrier. Lu Qing reached out and rubbed Su Lingwei's head and said, "Wait for me here." Lu Qing finally looked towards the stern, waved to the little puppet girl who was still rowing with the scythe of death, and said, "Come here, it's time to go." Lu Qing smiled and said, "That's natural. Those who mistakenly stumbled in can only helplessly await death." What? The despair and resentment accumulated over the years are naturally immense. When he appeared, Agenha was already above the huge pit, and then fell straight into the pit. What we see before us is only the part that remains on the sea surface. There are more debris buried deep under the sea at this time. There was no trace of the yacht on the entire sea. Is this the entrance? Lu Qing looked at a huge deep pit that suddenly appeared in front of him. These ships and planes must have entered this sea area by mistake and stayed here forever. And the forbidden barrier healed again after the yacht entered, as if it had never been broken. The aura of resentment that Su Lingwei mentioned, to put it more appropriately, is actually the aura of death and yin. Let's go. Along with these calm words, Lu Qing's figure jumped lightly from the deck. Avril smiled charmingly and said, "Haha, don't worry. We sisters have a great relationship now, hee." The little puppet lowly laughed crisply, and her petite body suddenly jumped up and threw herself directly into Lu Qing's arms. Lu Qing stood quietly at the bow until the yacht seemed to hit a strange transparent film and was forced to stop. Then he slowly moved his feet. Surrounding the deep pit is a huge cemetery that stretches for several kilometers. But this is only temporary, perhaps in a few years. Countless corpses will appear here again, and the air will be filled with endless resentment. But the moment it touched his body, the whole person turned into a shadow and then merged into the outline that appeared behind Lu Qing. From ancient times to the present, almost all missing ships and planes can be found here. And even on those ships, you can see countless skeletons that reveal despair. If you open this restriction, you should be able to see. Lu Qing raised one hand and slowly extended his palm forward, then patted Avril's head gently as she came closer, and gave her the same instruction, "Be good. Secret realm, enter." These auras are rare and valuable things to the Qing clan's corpse clan. After being swallowed by the Senro Black Domain, The space seemed a little clearer. Around this entire sea area, there are countless large and small ships and aircraft wreckage floating, ranging from simple wooden structures to sophisticated steel structures. Lingwei's face turned slightly pale and she said, "There's such a strong smell of resentment here." Lu Qing continued to fall, and the whole process lasted about a minute. The moment he sensed the presence of living creatures again, he immediately summoned the throne of thorns and suspended it in the air. Then he waved his hand, and black flames formed a faint barrier around him, blocking out all breaths at this moment. Lu Qing squinted his eyes and looked at the ground below. After entering from the entrance of the Devil's Triangle, there is a complete space here, and the rules of the small world are slowly operating. At the foot of Lu Qing is a continuous desert, and at the edge of the desert is an endless sea. Further out is the edge of the space turbulence, which is also the boundary of this small world. This desert seems to be floating in the ocean at this moment. The remaining 11 clans of the Blood Clan have all gathered here. Judging from their auras, the Blood Clans were all high-ranking Blood Clansmen of the Duke rank and above, totaling more than 3,000. Opposite the 11 clans stood a group of priests in red robes with solemn faces. These were the people of the Western Church. The Western Church and the vampires are almost on the same level, but they rarely have direct conflicts with the vampires and have always taken the spread of faith in God as their mission. Moreover, the more believers there are, the greater the doctrinal power of the church. Each monster looks different. Some have horns on their foreheads, some have two-headed snake bodies, and some have only one huge single eye. Church priests are divided into different levels according to the amount of power of faith they absorb. A vacuum zone was formed as if even in deep sleep. These evil races still unconsciously wanted to avoid it. Lu Qing looked at it with interest. There were about 700 or 800 evil creatures in the iron cages. In addition to being trapped in the iron cage, their heads, hands and feet were also tied and connected with equally thick iron chains, and a silver cross was nailed into their foreheads. Looking at the iron cage below, Lu Qing suddenly felt a throbbing in his body. It was the throbbing of the blood of the ancestor of the Corpse Clan. This square iron cage has a diameter of several thousand meters. Just by looking at its pitch-black color, you can tell that the material that makes up the cage is definitely not ordinary. This ball of purple-gold light seemed to have no sealing effect, but the aura it emitted seemed to be intimidating these evil tribes at all times. To him, the situation below was clear at a glance. At the same time, a holy voice sounded in the space. "Begin reinforcing the seal." Above these sleeping evil clans, a ball of light emitting purple-gold color is slowly rotating. The rank of Grand Priest is equivalent to the Duke of the Blood Clan. The rank of Heavenly Priest is equivalent to the Prince of the Blood Clan. And the Pope at the top is a being similar to the true ancestor of the Blood Clan. In this space, there were not many people from the Western Church, only about 300 or so. But all of them were at the level of Archpriest or above. Lu Qing, floating in the sky, was like a white cloud at the moment. As long as he did not actively emit his aura, the people below would not be able to sense his presence. So he planned to observe for a while. Even though these evil tribes are in a dormant state, they are in the area closest to the general's head. The moment the voice fell, a dazzling white light began to emanate from the Western Church camp. There are 4 popes in the Western Church, but there is only one apostle. Only when the current apostle passes away will the next apostle be born. This is the evil clan. They really look a bit like the demons that emerged from hell in the legend. Lu Qing, sitting on the throne of thorns, instantly cast his gaze on the girl sitting cross-legged in the center of the church camp, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Is that the sealed evil clan? Lu Qing cast his gaze towards the area in the center of the vampire and church camps, where there was a huge iron cage in addition. The abilities of Western Church priests have obvious restraint on vampires, such as holy water and purification power. So most vampires will take the initiative to live when they encounter church priests. In the Western Church, Apostles are seen as the incarnation of God walking on earth. Although the Western Church does not often fight with vampires, if it encounters vampires during missionary work, it will definitely drive them away in this huge iron cage. There stand quietly a number of strange-looking people. To be precise, they do not seem to be humans, but monsters with human faces. Above the Pope there is another level called Apostle. Lu Qing recognized the ball of light with purple-gold light at a glance, and a smile appeared in his eyes. Lu Qing, who was sitting on the throne of thorns, suddenly turned his head in surprise and saw an angel with 6 snow-white wings slowly appearing about 50 meters away from him. Although the apostles themselves are not very powerful, they possess an extremely terrifying ability, the ability to summon holy angels to descend. After all, they claim to represent light and are extremely disgusted with the dark aura of the vampires. But without exception, they all exude a strong dark aura and are simply like demons from hell. Something seems amiss. These evil tribes don't seem to be truly asleep. It was this invisible throbbing that made him feel that the evil tribes below were only asleep on the surface, but in fact seemed to have awakened long ago. And these evil tribes seem to be planning something. Jiang Chen's head is indeed here, however. It seems that these evil tribes are somewhat afraid of the aura of Jiang Chen's bloodline. Could it be that they have fought against the Eastern Corpse tribe before? It is these crosses that prevent these evil tribes from waking up, making them like standing corpses. The apostle this time is actually a woman. The 4 popes and apostles have all appeared. It seems that the strength of the evil clans sealed here is indeed not to be underestimated. Seraph, the church can actually summon an angel. Lu Qing looked at the holy figure less than 50 meters away from him. It was about 3 meters tall and was shrouded in holy light. The last time Lu Qing saw the remains of the church angels, which were the more advanced 12-winged seraphim, in the ancient battlefield of Zushan, however, they had died long ago and turned into immortal bones. Now, this was the first time he saw a living, breathing angel. Although it only has 6 wings, it is at least a living angel. Lu Qing looked at the 6-winged angel so close to her and licked her lips unconsciously. I wonder what it will taste like below. When the 6-winged angel of the church descended, the vampires of the 11 clans all felt a breath of disgust, which was an aura of absolute light. Another nasty yet powerful creature like this. This aura is still so disgusting. The 6-winged angels of the church are so terrifying. It's hard to imagine how those Eastern corpses killed the more powerful 12-winged seraphim during the Holy War. This was obviously not the first time that the heads of the 11 clans faced the church. They suppressed their disgust and began to give orders to their respective clansmen, all blood clansmen. Begin injecting blood clan energy into the cage. As the order was given, the high-ranking vampires from the 11 clans mobilized all their blood power and poured it into the iron cage that imprisoned the evil clan. When the blood-red vampire energy came into contact with the iron cage, it was instantly absorbed. After absorbing the energy, the iron cage emitted a strange luster. On the other hand, in the church camp, 4 popes were tightly surrounding a young apostle girl. Master Apostle, the vampires have begun injecting energy into the cage to reinforce it. It's time to have the 6-winged angels begin the holy light suppression. The apostle surrounded in the middle opened her eyes slightly. There were no pupils in her eyes, only pure white. At this moment, she no longer even had human consciousness. Let's start, a holy and ethereal voice sounded. The 4 popes and all church officials above the rank of archbishop present were all sitting cross-legged on the spot. Silver threads emerged from their bodies, and these silver threads were the power of faith in the bodies of the church priests. All the power of faith gathered on the apostle girl in the center, then passed through her body and finally transformed into dazzling holy light and was transmitted to the 6-winged angel in the sky. After absorbing a large amount of power of faith, the 6-winged angel's body glowed brighter and brighter, and tangible golden light shot out from its golden eyes. It suddenly turned its head and looked to the side. With a hint of human doubt in its eyes, but it saw nothing, so it had to turn its attention back to the bottom. Holy light suppresses. A voice without any emotion sounded. And then the aura of the six-winged angel burst out completely. The holy light on its body suddenly split into thousands of rays, each of which shot towards a sealed evil creature in the cage. Soon each ray of holy light enveloped an evil clan, as if to suppress the souls of these evil clans into a deeper hell. Thenna squeezed his hand lightly, and the entire golden heart burst instantly. You think they're going to be purified? Foolish. They're about to break free from their seal, could it be? Could it be that after thousands of years of sealing, these evil races are finally going to be purified to death? The body of the six-winged angel, which had already begun to fall, slowly turned into white light and dissipated. Lu Qing stretched out a finger and casually pointed at the cage below that imprisoned the evil clan. However, Lu Qing's explanation did not seem to be recognized by the church below and the heads of the 11 clans. As this sigh sounded the heads of the 11 clans, the 4 popes and the apostle girl, watching one terrifying evil creature after another slowly dissolve under the holy light. Their bodies directly melted into black liquid. When the heads of the 11 blood clans slowly surrounded them with their tribesmen, the church also took action. The sounds of flesh being burnt and melted rang out one after another. This strange scene suddenly made a light flash in the eyes of the bosses from both sides present. Puff, however, at this moment, a slight sigh suddenly came from the sky, however, this time. The effect of the holy light seemed a little strange. The bodies of those evil races seemed unable to withstand the seal of the holy light and began to slowly melt away. Great apostle nonsense. These evil tribes have clearly begun to melt. The six-winged angel that stood in the sky, emitting a holy and powerful aura, suddenly had its huge body split into 2 halves. It actually melted. Both the vampire clan leader and the 4 popes were in ecstasy. Alas, you are seeking death. Golden blood continued to fall from the sky like a golden rain. Lu Qing's figure emerged from behind the six-winged angel that had been shattered into 2 halves. The scythe of death had returned to the throne of thorns on its own, and his other hand was covering a golden heart, seraphim. Fall sizzle. They all looked up at the sky and saw a scene that was unbelievable to them. You are the leader of the Qing clan, right? My blood clan was planning to attack you. Now you dare to come here alone, prepare to die. Lu Qing glanced at the apostle of the church, a playful smile in his eyes. The evil clan has been completely wiped out. If your church joins forces with my blood clan, we will definitely be able to kill the leader of the Qing clan. Well, that must be it. Those evil races have finally been unable to withstand the holy light of the angel. It's okay even though you're missing 6 wings. You should still be able to summon 12. But I don't recommend it. We already know that the Eastern Corpse clan has reappeared in the world, since it is your Qing clan who did it at the same time. 6 church masters at the level of heavenly priests suddenly flew into the air and knelt on one knee above the apostle, with a look of awe and fanaticism in their eyes. Please summon the 12-winged seraphim to descend upon our bodies. Just as the 6-winged angel died, the apostle girl who had been sitting there quietly spat out a mouthful of golden blood. Then I will kill you again, unfortunately. Even the pressure of its bloodline couldn't stop me. Forget it on the battlefields. The situation became increasingly tense. The 4 popes of the church knelt on one knee, looked at the apostle with fanatical eyes, and shouted in unison, Apostle, please summon the 12-winged seraphim to descend upon our bodies. The apostle raised her head and looked at Lu Qing in the sky. The fall of the 6-winged angel had already caused this slightly immature apostle girl to suffer a heavy blow. She could never have imagined that there were creatures in the world that possessed the powerful force to kill angels. And at this moment Lu Qing in the sky was also looking at her. And there was even a hint of expectation in his eyes. The apostle slowly stood up facing Lu Qing, put his fingers together, and suddenly stabbed them into his chest. Suddenly countless golden blood gushed out. Holy coming, as the apostles shouted. 4 holy lights descended from the sky. It envelops the 4 popes of the church. What a holy breath, the four popes first sighed in comfort, and then roared in pains. It was as if an unbearable force was erupting from within them. As the pain intensified, their bodies began to undergo strange changes. The sound of bones stretching rang out like firecrackers. Bathed in holy lights, the four popes' bodies continued to grow larger, and pairs of wings broke out of their bodies, gradually transforming into the form of angels. Lu Qing in the sky stared at the four popes curiously, and suddenly a trace of disappointment flashed in his eyes. Just summoning the angel's spirit to come, obviously. The four popes in front of them were using their own bodies as carriers. The 12-winged seraphim spirit summoned by the apostles descended. However, this was not the true angel's arrival. It seems that all the real 12-winged seraphim were killed in the ancient battlefield. Lu Qing sighed with some regret, and couldn't help but think of the skeletal remains of the 12-winged seraphim that he saw on the ancient battlefield. That was the real body. Now it seems that all the 12-winged seraphim have indeed perished there. Below, the carrying process of the four popes has been completed. 4 seraphim with 12 pairs of white wings flapping slowly rose into the air. Their eyes were golden and there was no emotion at all. But the powerful aura emanating from his body made everyone present unable to help but retreat quickly. Heretics die. A roar that resounded through heaven and earth was heard. 4 12-winged seraphim rose into the air together, transformed into a stream of light, and rushed towards Lu Qing swiftly. It's not the real body. It's just a little stronger than the second generation of the vampires. Lu Qing pondered secretly. If I hadn't evolved into the first generation of the vampire race, it might have taken some effort to clean up, but now. All of you are not enough, Lu Qing smiled slightly. And the aura of the first generation exploded instantly, and the entire sky seemed to be covered by a layer of black flames. The scythe of death in his hand, which was formed by the fusion of 13 holy artifacts of the vampires, slowly disappeared and returned to the hands of the little lowly puppet behind the throne of thorns. The little puppet lowly immediately showed a strong desire to fight, and kept making requests to kill in her mind. But Lu Qing shook his head and refused. You can kill one, but there's a lot to do today. You need to save time. Lu Qing looked at the 4 angels rushing towards him from below, his eyes gradually covered by black flames. Even though all the 12-winged seraphim have fallen, Lu Qing guessed that the 4 spiritual bodies of the 12-winged seraphim that have descended before him are definitely not the strongest means of the church, and that the apostle should be able to summon even more powerful beings. What exactly will it be? Lu Qing couldn't help but feel curious. Moreover, the body of the last ancestor of the corpse clan is right below, which means that the last drop of the ancestor's blood will be swallowed and absorbed soon. There are also those evil tribes that seem to have melted, but are actually brewing greater power. And it seems that they are about to reveal their true faces. That's why Lu Qing said that there were a lot of things to do today. Holy light punishments. 4 12-winged angels waved their wings and rushed to Lu Qing in an instant, bringing endless holy light like a surging tide. However, the next moment, the holy light that was so holy that people could not help but kneel down and worship, it was blocked by a layer of more ferocious black flames. The holy light came to a complete standstill as if it had hit a hard reef. Countless forces of faith were constantly consumed and turned into tiny golden raindrops that fell down. In the eyes of everyone, the sky at this moment seemed to be divided into 2. One half was endless black fire, and the other half was holy white light. Lu Qing's eyes were filled with black flames, and he licked his lips excitedly. So this is what the power of faith tastes like, not bad. But you can perish now. As the words fell, an extremely powerful pressure suddenly appeared in the sky. The moment the pressure appeared, one of the 12-winged seraphim suddenly let out a terrible roar. And then his holy body became stiff. What's going on? Why is this pressure coming from inside the body? The other 3-headed, 12-winged angels looked at their companions in confusion. Karma Fire Cross, Lu Qing stretched out his hand, and the black cross summoned from the Senluo Black Domain instantly appeared beside him. Then I will also manifest my final form. If you can't summon a more powerful spirit, then I will have no choice but to devour you." The thing condensed from countless essences finally slowly took shape. It turned out to be a vicious dog that was 100 meters tall, exuding a tremendous ferocious aura. Immediately afterwards, a little black light appeared from his chest, and the black light became more and more. When he appeared again, the cross of Inferno in his hand had automatically disappeared, and the other three-headed, 12-winged seraphim were looking at his body in confusion. At the same time, the apostle's body began to dissipate into white light, and the white light slowly combined into a shadowy figure with a naked upper body and holding a holy sword. It turned out that these evil tribes took advantage of the opportunity when they were sealed and purified by the holy light to dissolve their bodies and eventually merge into one. Only a few prince-level vampires and clan heads managed to escape, each with an expression of extreme fear on their faces. A holy aura even more powerful than before emerged from the sky. Her hand, which was still on her chest, was thrust deeper. Hearing this, the apostle girl, who had been relatively calm, finally showed a hint of anger on her face. But they no longer had the chance to speak, because their holy bodies were gradually disappearing. Roar this time. The apostle girl seemed to be enduring great pain, and her whole body was crawling on the ground. Then he stretched out his hand, and the last part of the ancestor's body flew directly towards him. And the black flames on his body refined it into a drop of purple-gold blood. The cross is the sacred symbol of the church, but the black one in front of us represents extreme darkness and evil. This is a cross. Everyone looked at the object that emerged from the holy host and fell into panic. It turned out to be a strange black cross. Lu Qing glanced at the giant three-headed dog below and the god that had already taken shape in front of him. Roar when the black cross fully appeared. The 12-winged seraph roared unexpectedly. At this moment they saw a scene that made them shudder. God is coming, as the last voice sounded. The apostle girl's body slowly rose into the air. Its three huge heads roared towards the sky. And with a big mouth, the flesh and blood of the clan vampires gathered around it were sucked away directly. The black liquid that gathered all the power of countless evil tribes continued to surge, and finally condensed into a thing that was 100 meters high. At the same time, in the cage that had been silent before, the evil race that had melted into liquid suddenly burst out with the most violent momentum. He grasped it with his backhand, and his figure turned into a black light and disappeared. Boom! Immediately afterwards, the entire world seemed to roar, and a purple-gold giant, also 100 meters tall, appeared between heaven and earth. Lu Qing's face was filled with unprecedented excitement as he swallowed the last drop of the ancestor's blood. This was the destructive power under the suppression of the cross of Inferno, which directly turned the remaining three-headed seraphim into dust. Lu Qing in the sky didn't even glance at the 12-winged seraphim, but cast a playful look at the somewhat stunned apostle from afar. A three-headed dog of hell and a manifested god. This is really lively. That's right, it truly disappeared. Just like weathering, constantly turning into the finest powder. After devouring the flesh and blood of the vampires, the three-headed dog finally turned its gaze to the two figures in the sky that exuded the strongest aura, and let out a roar that resounded through the heavens and the earth. The holy body of the 12-winged seraphim that kept roaring suddenly swelled violently, as if something was about to drill out of his body, god form. The three-headed dog of Helen, the purple-gold giant. These three huge figures almost filled up the entire world. The remaining clan heads and church members below looked at the three behemoths in front of them and could only retreat to the edge of the space in fear. This is no longer a battle we can participate in. They are all like gods above the sky. After Lu Qing absorbed the last drop of the ancestor's blood, he finally completed the power of the corpse clan's ancestor, and a strange phenomenon of double blood fusion occurred. Ding! The host absorbs the last drop of the ancestor's blood and evolves into the complete ancestor. Ding! The fusion of the ancient bloodline of the vampire clan and the ancestral bloodline of the corpse clan is complete. Ding, the Supreme Evolution Sequence is activated. Supreme Evolution Sequence. Devour the strongest bloodline of all species and evolve into the Supreme Body. Current sequence incomplete. The bloodlines that can be devoured are the blood of Odin of the Western European gods, the blood of God of the Church of Light, the blood of the devil of the Abyss Hell, and the blood of the ancient Eastern gods. As the system prompt sounded, a series of changes occurred in Lu Qing. After the fusion of the two most powerful bloodlines, he no longer belonged to the Blood Clan or the Eastern Corpse Clan, but evolved into a completely new existence. Senro Black Domain shrank into a small black round bead, automatically flew up and embedded in his brow, and the internal space had become a complete small world. Karma Fire Cross automatically dissipated and transformed into a heart containing the power of rules. Flying into his chest, the black flames in the sky shrank rapidly, and finally condensed into a black armor with mysterious patterns on his huge body. After the scythe of death shattered, two pairs of sharp wings that covered the sky and the sun reappeared behind him. The clone nurtured in the black coffin rushed out rapidly and eventually merged with the original body to become a new spiritual consciousness. And above his shoulder a black full moon rose automatically, emitting a strange power of time and space all the time. Is this the ultimate form at this stage? Lu Qing squeezed his hand casually, and the sound of the air being squeezed could be heard clearly. He clearly felt that at this moment all his abilities were integrated into one and gathered in his body, as if he could easily break through the spatial barrier with just a wave of his hand. However, this is not the strongest form. According to the system prompt, the Supreme Evolution Sequence has been activated. Only after swallowing and fusing the other four strongest bloodlines can he complete the final sequence of the entire evolution, even saw-facing the two powerful creatures in front of him. He already has the strength to completely crush them. Haha, the Supreme Evolution starts with you. The calm voice seemed to echo directly in everyone's hearts. The huge wings behind Lu Qing flapped lightly, and the next moment, he appeared directly next to the three-headed hellhound, followed by a simple but incredibly powerful punch boom. The space seemed to be shattered, and dense cracks instantly appeared in that area of space with his fist as the center. The three heads of the hellhound were actually smashed by this punch. Roar! A roar of pain and anger came from the chest and abdomen of the hellhound. The flesh and blood on the three heads squirmed violently, as if they were about to recover. No need to waste energy repairing it, Lu Qing sneered, and inserted his huge palm directly into the wound of the hellhound. Then, the three-headed dog of hell began to struggle frantically, as if it was suffering from great pain in its body. However, no matter how it struggled, it could not escape Lu Qing's grasp. Immediately afterwards, the huge body of the hellhound began to shrink and melt at a speed visible to the naked eye, and all of its blood essence was swallowed up by Lu Qing along his arm. With a soft sound, Lu Qing pulled his hand out from the completely dried-up hellhound's body, pulling out a whole blood-red spine. The remaining flesh of the hellhound began to melt and wrap around its spine. Finally, under Lu Qing's refining, a ferocious sword whose main body was made of the spine of a three-headed dog of hell appeared. This big knife is 100 meters long, blood red all over, emitting a fierce blood-red light. The hideous spine is clearly visible in the transparent blood-red blade. Lu Qing held the long sword in one hand, a hint of satisfaction in his eyes, and with a flash, he returned to the sky. He gently swung the long sword in his hand. An endless holy light and blood-red light collided violently. But the holy light only lasted for a moment before being easily shattered. Then the figure of God was split into two halves. An endless power of faith flowed along the blade and finally into Lu Qing's body. Kill the three-headed dog of hell with one punch. With one strike, he chopped off the manifestation of God. Everything was annihilated into nothingness. The huge wings hung high in the sky like a shield covering the sun. Lu Qing stood in the air with a blood-flaming long sword in his hand. His purple-gold eyes seemed to contain the sun, moon, and stars. Unfortunately, this manifested God is not the real God. And that three-headed dog of hell is not a demon. The blood of Odin of the Western European Protos. The blood of the god of the Church of Light. The blood of the demon god of the Abyss. The blood of the ancient Eastern gods. Which one should I go for first? After evolving to the highest form, I should be able to break through this world. A faint voice seemed to echo from between heaven and earth. Lu Qing took a last look at the church and the vampires below who were like ants. Then turned his head and slashed lightly at the void in front of him. A dark and evil space crack appeared. And the gate to hell opened. Demon of the abyss, here I come. The next moment, Lu Qing's figure disappeared in the gate of hell. And this world has returned to silence again. When the scarlet gate of hell suddenly opened before Lu Qing's eyes, he didn't even have time to see how much malice was hidden in the darkness surging behind the gate. The previous second was still in the secret realm. The next second, his body was violently grabbed by an extremely violent spatial turbulence. It was as if the limbs were grabbed by invisible giant hands and torn in different directions. And the bones made a crunching sound. The blood vessels under the skin were throbbing. And the vampire blood that had just merged with the scattered energy absorbed before collided in the body, causing a surge. The hot blood rushed up his throat, but he swallowed it back. Damn, is this the spatial rule of the abyss? Lu Qing gritted his teeth and tensed all his muscles. His black vampire bat wings quickly spread out from behind him, trying to use the wing membrane to cushion the impact of the turbulence. But after flapping its wings twice, it was twisted by the more turbulent dark purple airflow, and the edges were charred black, and tiny blood beads oozed out from the cracks in the wing membrane. As soon as it came into contact with the turbulence in space, it instantly evaporated into a wisp of black smoke. He could clearly feel that this turbulence contained a more primitive aura of destruction than that of the evil clan in the abyss. If he was hit head-on, even if he had the vampire's self-healing ability, he would probably be torn to pieces. I don't know how long I rolled in the turbulence, when my consciousness was about to be swallowed by the severe pain and dizziness. Suddenly, there was a solid touch under my feet, not the familiar ground, but the cold, hard-tracked black stone ground. Lu Qing staggered to his feet, folded up his broken bat wings, and looked down at his palm. The skin on the palm of his hand was scraped to a bloody mess, but the wound was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. But the healing speed was nearly 30% slower than in the outside world. Moreover, there seemed to be a trace of corrosive energy remaining in the wound, trying to penetrate into the body through the blood. He raised his head and finally saw clearly this so-called abyss hell. The sky was a dull blood gray with no sun or moon in sight. Only the lava fragments splashed by the volcanic eruption in the distance drew fleeting scarlet arcs on the sky. The air was filled with a strong smell of sulfur and the stench of rotting flesh, which burned the lungs when inhaled. There was a crack every few steps on the black stone ground under my feet, and dark green venom oozed out of the cracks. The venom dripped onto the stone, making a sizzling corrosion sound. With a hiss, the black mist was cut in half. After falling to the ground, it struggled for a few times and then dissipated into the air. In the front are the soul devourers. They have no fixed shape, but are just a bunch of wriggling black mist. In the black mist, you can vaguely see countless human faces struggling in pain. This place, even breathing, is terrifying. Lu Qing dodged sideways and the blood blade slashed across. With the experience of the first one, Lu Qing no longer hesitated. The black shield on his body has become thin, and many places have been corroded with small holes by venom and attacks from the evil tribe. The skeleton warrior's movements came to an abrupt halt, and he fell to the ground with a clang, turning into a pile of broken bones. But their strength is at least twice that of the first generation of vampires, obviously. The gravity environment of the abyss makes the physique of these evil races stronger. The skeleton warrior in the front swung his sword, and the iron sword whistled as it broke through the wind. A black blood blade instantly condensed in his right hand. This was a weapon condensed with the power of his own vampire clan, and its sharpness far exceeded that of ordinary steel. but it can barely nourish the vampire blood in the body, just like nutrients mixed with poison. Although dangerous, it is useful. Dark purple blood, the soul devourer's body fluid, and ghostly green soul fire fragments splashed onto the black stone ground, creating a strange scene. There was also a shallow cut on the arm, but the wound was healing slowly. The first soul-devouring demon pounced first, and the black mist opened into a huge mouth, trying to swallow Lu Qing whole with every step closer. Unsettling whispers were heard. Following behind the Soul Eater was the skeleton warrior. The battle lasted for nearly half an hour. When the last skeleton warrior fell to the ground, Lu Qing stopped and breathed slightly. But just as he protected himself, he heard a sharp roar in his ears. He did not stay any longer. After determining the direction, he walked towards the source of the powerful energy fluctuation. Their bones had a dark yellow luster of decay. Their hands held rusty iron swords, and their joints were wrapped in dried flesh. It seems that we can't even take a breath here. Lu Qing's eyes turned cold, although it was weak. It gave his vampire power a hint of dark purple lines, as if it was slowly adapting to the environment of the abyss. While Lu Qing was summarizing his combat experience, he was also feeling the changes in his blood vessels, the few strands of black energy he had just absorbed. Lu Qing was stunned for a moment. He could feel that the black energy was corrosive. With a puff sound, the blood blade pierced into the soul fire, and the dark green flame was extinguished instantly. Following the sound, I saw a dense group of low-level evil clans swarming from behind the black stone slope not far away. Lu Qing did not dare to be careless. The speed of the vampires was fully demonstrated at this time. He stepped on the iron sword like a ghost, and the blood blade pierced the eye socket of the skeleton warrior. Only a faint wisp of black energy was left, which was unconsciously absorbed by the shield on Lu Qing's body. He walked towards Lu Qing with stiff steps, with a faint green soul fire beating deep in his eye sockets. He looked up at the depths of the abyss hell, where he could faintly hear even more powerful energy fluctuations, as if some terrifying existence was sleeping. Lu Qing clenched the blood blade in his hand, his eyes becoming firm before he could think about it. More than a dozen skeleton warriors rushed to him, drinking the blood of the demon gods. If you want to become stronger, you must go to a more dangerous place. He was like a black lightning that shuttled through the evil clan, and every swing of the blood blade could accurately hit the core of the soul-devouring demon or the soul fire of the skeleton warrior. Lu Qing frowned and circulated the blood clan power in his body to form a thin black shield on the surface of his body, barely isolating the corrosive smell in the air. The gravity in the abyss is about 3 times stronger than outside, and the energy is even more violent. The black stone ground continued to extend beneath my feet, and with every step I took, I could feel a faint vibration coming from the ground, as if some huge monster was wriggling in the depths of the abyss. Lu Qing restrained his own aura, and the black shield on his body had been condensed and complete again. But a faint dark purple airflow was still wrapped around the edge of the shield. That was the abyss energy he deliberately left behind. It could not only disguise the breath of the local evil tribe, but also sense the changes in the surrounding energy at any time. After walking for about half an hour, the foul smell in the air suddenly became stronger. Even covering the smell of sulfur, Lu Qing paused, hid behind a black rock 2 people high, and stuck his head out to look. There was a sunken canyon not far ahead. The rock walls on both sides of the canyon were covered with dark green mucus, which flowed down the rock walls and accumulated into a bubbling poisonous pool at the bottom of the valley. Around the poison pool, a group of ugly evil creatures are gathering. That's the Rotten Bone clans. Their bodies are made up of rotting flesh and exposed bones, and their skin is a disgusting dark green. With every step it took, foul-smelling mucus dripped from its body, and in its hands were bone spurs made from the bones of its own kind, with undigested flesh hanging on the bone spurs. The most conspicuous one is the leader of the Bone Rot clan. It is nearly twice as tall as ordinary Bone Rot clan members and has no skin on its head. The exposed skull was covered with a dark purple hard shell, and the bones of the right hand had transformed into a huge bone claw. The tip of the bone claw glowed with a dark green luster, obviously filled with poison, the Bone Corruption Clan. According to ancient vampire texts, this clan excels at group combat, and their leader can also manipulate corrosive energy, making them quite formidable. Lu Qing frowned. He wanted to avoid this group of evil people. But when his eyes swept over the leader of the Rotten Bone clan, his pupils suddenly shrank in the gap of the leader's skull. There was actually a small dark red crystal embedded in it, which was emitting a faint but familiar aura, which was very similar to the energy fluctuations of the demon god he had sensed before. Could it be that this group of bone-rotting people is related to the abyss demon god? Lu Qing's idea came to him. If he could get the crystal from the leader, he might be able to find the trace of the demon god faster. He was about to go around the side of the canyon when he heard a hissing sound. The poisonous pool at the bottom of the valley suddenly surged up, and a member of the Bone Rot clan accidentally stepped into the edge of the poisonous pool. The dark green slime instantly climbed up its calves. With a sizzling sound, the bones of the bone-rotting clan were corroded at a speed visible to the naked eye, and it let out a shrill roar. But he didn't even have the chance to struggle, and turned into a pool of pus and merged into the poison pool. This scene made Lu Qing's pupils shrink suddenly. He could feel that the venom in the poison pool was extremely corrosive. Even his vampire body might not be able to withstand it. This is not a solution, we must deal with the leader first. Immediately afterwards, dozens of bone-rotting tribe members turned around at the same time, pointing the bone spikes in their hands at the black stone, and surrounded it with staggering but quick steps. He avoided the venom attack, and at the same time, two longer blood blades condensed in his right hand and slashed at the nearest bone-rotten tribe member. A fierce look flashed in Lu Qing's eyes, and his bat wings flapped violently, and his body rushed to the side like an arrow. He avoided the bone spurs around him and stabbed the bloody blade straight into the leader's chest. But the leader reacted extremely quickly and swung out the bone claws of his right hand, commanding the remaining Bone Rot clan to surround him again. The 7 heads of the Abyss Hydra raised at the same time and sprayed 7 streams of dark green venom towards Lu Qing. Lu Qing took a deep breath and spread the bat wings behind him again. This time he did not hide his strength. It stabbed towards Lu Qing's chest. Lu Qing stepped back half a step. The black vampire power surged wildly in his body, and the protective shield on his body surface instantly became thicker. The first to rush over were 3 ordinary bone rot tribes. Waving bone spikes, Lu Qing clenched his fists and looked at the leader of the Rotten Bone tribe and the Abyss Hydra in front of him, knowing that a fierce battle was inevitable. It was an Abyss Hydra. Its body was as thick as a bucket, covered with dark brown scales, and the scales were covered with dark green venom. The venom drew arcs in the air, blocking all his ways of dodging. A small hole was instantly corroded in the protective shield on the body surface, and a burning sensation came from the skin. I see. This multi-headed snake is the key to the demon god's territory. What was even more troublesome was that the dark green luster on the leader's bone claws suddenly lit up, and a highly corrosive energy spread along the blood blade to his arm. At the same time, the blood blade swept across horizontally, and 3 black blade auras whizzed out. The leader with a skull covered with a hard shell seemed to sense the presence of an outsider. It raised its head, and the dark green soul fire deep in its eye sockets turned towards the direction where Lu Qing was hiding, and let out a low roar. Lu Qing's eyes focused, and he suddenly increased his speed and rushed towards the leader of the Rotten Bone clan. But just as he stepped back, he heard a deafening roar behind him. But more bone corruptors came up. They seemed not to be afraid of death and rushed towards Lu Qing one after another. Some even pounced on him directly, trying to corrode his shield with the mucus on their bodies. With a clang sound, the bone claw and the blood blade collided with each other, and sparks burst out. When the leader of the Bone Rot clan saw the Hydra appear, he roared excitedly and waved his bone claws. The most terrifying thing is its heads. There are 7 of them, each with a bloody mouth full of sharp fangs, and dark red flames dancing deep in the eye sockets. Looking back, Lu Qing's expression instantly became solemn. The poison pool at the bottom of the valley suddenly exploded, and a huge black shadow rushed out of the poison pool and landed in the center of the canyon. But before he could think of a countermeasure, the bone-rotting tribe in the canyon suddenly made a move. If you want to stop me, let's see if you have the ability to do so. Although Lu Qing was fast, he could not withstand the large number of the Bone Rot clan. We've been discovered. Lu Qing no longer hid and walked out from behind the black stone. The blood blade recondensed in his hand. Looks like we have no choice but to force our way in. Lu Qing only felt a huge force coming from the blood blade, and his arm went numb. He didn't expect that the power of the leader of the Rotten Bone clan would be so strong. And on the middle head of the Hydra, claws of corrosion. Lu Qing's heart trembled, and he quickly let go of the blood blade, retreating quickly, while concentrating the power of the vampires to cut off the corrosive energy. Lu Qing clearly sensed a breath similar to that in the crystal of the leader of the Rotten Bone clan. And it was even stronger. It was the breath of the Abyss Demon God. Sun Hai's shield was stained with mucus in several places, and a sizzling corrosion sound appeared on the surface of the shield, and the black energy began to become unstable. With the 3 swish sounds, the heads of the 3 bone-rotting tribe members were chopped off at the same time. The dark green blood spurted out and fell on the black stone ground, leaving small pits emitting white smoke. The dark green venom fell on the black stone ground, instantly corroding bottomless holes. Pungent white smoke wrapped in a burnt smell spread out, and even the air seemed to be dyed a poisonous color. Just as Lu Qing avoided the venom attack, he heard the roar of the Bone Rot clan behind him. 3 escaped bone-rotting tribe members brandished their bone spurs and pounced from the side and rear. The venom on the tips of the bone spurs glowed with a cold green light in the dim light. Get out of here! Lu Qing's eyes became fierce, and he condensed a blood-red short blade with his left hand. Without looking back, he could lock the enemy's position with the fluctuation of the abyss energy. With 2 soft swish sounds, the necks of the 2 bone-rotting tribe members were cut off precisely. Dark green blood splattered on his bat wings, and the wing membrane instantly made a sizzling corrosion sound and emitted tiny white smoke. Before he could treat the injury to his wing membrane, the 3rd bone-rotting creature had already pounced on him, and its bone spurs pierced his back. Lu Qing suddenly turned sideways, bent his right knee and kicked back. His knee accurately hitting the chest of the Bone Rot clan, there was a crisp crack sound. The sternum of the Bone Rot clan was kicked to pieces, and its body flew out like a kite with a broken string, slamming heavily against the rock wall of the canyon, turning into a pool of rotten flesh and sliding into the poison pool. After solving the trouble behind him, Lu Qing just turned around and saw the 7 heads of the Abyss Hydra raised again. This time no venom spewed out of the snake's mouth, but a dark red flame condensed. The flames grew stronger and stronger, even distorting the surrounding poisonous fog. The next second, 7 pillars of blazing fire shot towards Lu Qing. Wherever the fire pillars passed, the black stone ground was roasted red and emitted an even stronger smell of sulfur. Venom and fire, this thing has so many ways to attack. Lu Qing cursed inwardly as the black stone ground beneath his feet began to heat up. He didn't dare to stop, flapping his bat wings with all his might, his body moving flexibly through the gaps between the pillars of fire. But the coverage of the fire column was too wide, and his left arm was still touched by it. The black shield was instantly burned and melted, causing a sharp pain in the skin, and the surface flesh even began to carbonize. Damn it. Lu Qing gritted his teeth and quickly used the power of the vampires to repair his wounds. At the same time, he stared at the Hydra he discovered. Whenever the Hydra attacks, the center head is half a beat slower than the other 6 heads. Moreover, the scales on the skull were darker in color than the surrounding ones and seemed to be harder. Could the head in the middle be its core? A guess flashed through Lu Qing's mind. But before he could verify it, The leader of the Rotten Bone clan rushed up with a dozen other Rotten Bone clan members. The leader's bone claws once again glowed with a faint green light. This time it did not attack directly, but pressed its bone claws to the ground. A dark green corrosive vine sprang out from under the black stone ground and wrapped around Lu Qing's ankle. The vines are covered with sharp thorns, which are stained with the same venom as the poison pool. Once you get entangled, the consequences will be disastrous. Lu Qing quickly flew into the air to avoid being entangled by the vines. But just as he was in the air, he saw the 7 heads of the Hydra suddenly turn towards him at the same time. The snake opened its mouth wide, and a powerful suction force came from its mouth, as if it wanted to suck him whole into its stomach. Not good. Lu Qing's heart tightened, and the force of flapping his bat wings increased instantly. But his body still flew towards the Hydra uncontrollably. At this moment, he caught a glimpse of the leader of the Bone Rot clan standing behind the Hydra, with the bone spur in his hand pointed at his back. It was obvious that he wanted to launch a fatal attack while he was being sucked in. Want to launch a sneak attack? Lu Qing's eyes turned cold and he suddenly changed his strategy. He no longer resisted the suction of the Hydra, but instead followed the direction of the suction, flying towards the leftmost head of the Hydra. When the head saw Lu Qing flying towards it, it opened its mouth to bite, but Lu Qing got close. He suddenly poured all the Blood Clan power in his body into the Blood Blade, and the Blood Blade instantly grew to 3 meters in length. With a black gust of wind, it stabbed towards the eyes of the head with a puff. The Blood Blade accurately pierced the eye socket of the Hydra, and dark red blood mixed with brain matter spurted out. The Hydra let out a shrill roar, and the left side of its head instantly went limp, losing its life. Taking advantage of the moment when the Hydra was distracted by the severe pain, Lu Qing used the reaction force to fly backwards, just avoiding the bone spurs stabbed by the leader of the Bone Rot clan. The leader didn't expect Lu Qing to suddenly counterattack, and he couldn't stop in time. So the bone spur pierced into nothingness, revealing a flaw on his chest. Now, a gleam of light flashed in Lu Qing's eyes, and the blood blade in his right hand condensed again. The body rushed towards the leader like an arrow, and the bloody blade pierced the dark purple hard shell on the leader's skull. Clang with a crisp sound, the blood blade was actually bounced off by the hard shell, leaving only a shallow scratch on the shell. The leader let out a mocking roar and swung the bone claws of his left hand towards Lu Qing's head. Lu Qing quickly dodged to the side, but was hit on the shoulder by the corrosive energy from the bone claws. A large hole was corroded in the shield instantly, and the flesh on the shoulder began to smoke. This hard shell is so hard, Lu Qing was shocked. He could feel that the hardness of this shell was far beyond that of ordinary steel, and could even withstand his full-strength attack. At this moment, the multi-headed snake behind him resumed its movement, and the remaining 6 heads sprayed venom at Lu Qing at the same time. Lu Qing didn't dare to fight with the leader of the Bone Corruption clan anymore and quickly retreated. But the venom still touched the edge of the bat's wings. A big hole was corroded in the wing membrane in an instant, and his flying ability was greatly affected. Puff. When he retreated to the edge of the poison pool, Lu Qing suddenly stopped and turned to look at the pursuing bone-rotting tribe and Hydra. As long as we destroy the middle head, this Hydra will lose its combat effectiveness. Lu Qing snorted coldly, and his body instantly caught up with the leader. The bloody blade pierced the leader's back and directly penetrated his chest. The crystal was scorching hot to the touch, and contained rich demonic energy, exactly the same as the aura he had sensed before. This won't work, we must first find the Hydra's weakness. Lu Qing pretended to be injured and staggered back towards the poison pool. At the same time, he fused the Blood Clan power in his body with the energy of the abyss and poured it into the blood blade, which instantly burst out with a dazzling black light. Lu Qing drew out the blood blade, walked to the leader's body, squatted down, and used his fingers to pick out the dark red crystals in the crevice of the skull. The leader of the Rotten Bone tribe thought that Lu Qing was exhausted, So he let out an excited roar and chased after him with all the remaining Rotten Bone tribe members. Lu Qing muttered to himself, and his body suddenly rushed towards the poison pool, and was about to fall into the poison pool with a dull thud. The blood blade pierced into the eye socket of the middle head of the Hydra without any suspense. Black energy exploded instantly, destroying the core inside the head. Lu Qing dodged the attacks while carefully observing the movements of the Hydra. He found that every time a Hydra lost a head, the other heads would attack less frequently. With this crystal, we should be able to find the territory of the demon Lord Kargath. But it is not easy to get close to the head in the middle. The other 6 heads will fight to protect it. And the leader of the Bone Rot clan is also holding them back. The Hydra let out a deafening roar and its body twisted violently. The remaining 5 heads instantly lost their life and collapsed to the ground. Lu Qing took a deep breath. His eyes swept across the poison pool at the bottom of the valley. And suddenly he had a bold idea. The leader let out a shrill roar, fell to the ground, twitched a few times and then stopped moving. Lu Qing finally identified the Hydra's weakness. A sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth, and the blood blade in his right hand condensed again. This time, a dark purple airflow extracted from the energy of the abyss was wrapped around the blood blade. The leader of the Rotten Bone tribe was too close to stop them and could only let out an angry roar. The bat flapped its wings with all its might, and its body made a sharp turn in the air, flying towards the center head of the Hydra. The leader's eyes were filled with fear at this moment. He didn't expect that Lu Qing could actually kill the Abyss Hydra. So he turned around and was about to escape. The smell of blood instantly attracted the attention of the multi-headed snake, and the remaining 6 heads turned to Lu Qing at the same time, with more murderous glare in their eyes. The Hydra didn't expect Lu Qing to suddenly counterattack. The head in the middle had no time to react and could only watch the bloody blade piercing towards its eyes. The game is over, he deliberately slowed down, allowing a bone spur of the bone corruptor to rub against his arm, corroding a small hole in the shield and allowing dark red blood to drip onto the black stone ground. Moreover, the head in the middle would occasionally transmit dark red energy to the wounds of other heads, as if repairing the wounds want to run too late. Beside the poisonous pool at the bottom of the valley, only the corpses of the Hydra and the bone-rotting tribe were left, as well as a black figure that was gradually moving away. After getting rid of the multi-headed snake, Lu Qing turned around without stopping and looked at the leader of the Rotten Bone clan behind him. Lu Qing gripped the crystal tightly, his eyes becoming more determined. He didn't linger any longer, treating his wounds before heading deeper into the abyss. The head in the middle is indeed the core. It's providing energy to the other heads. The multi-headed snake also twisted its body and moved towards the poison pool, obviously trying to force Lu Qing into the poison pool. Lu Qing followed the guidance of the energy channel, passed through the lava canyon, crossed the plains full of bones, and finally came to a huge black castle. The castle walls are made of solidified lava, engraved with twisted abyss runes. The runes flash with dark red light and emit a suffocating sense of oppression. At the top of the castle, a black flag was flying, with a hideous skull painted on it, and the skull's eyes were burning with green flames. This was the symbol of the abyss demon Kagath. Is this the territory of Kalgath? Lu Qing hid behind a rock in the distance, observing the castle's defenses. He discovered that the castle was surrounded by patrols of abyss demons, and the strength of these demons far exceeded that of the previous bone-rotten tribe. Each demon possesses at least the power of an earl, and there are several demon generals whose strength is comparable to that of a vampire prince. What made him even more alert was that a dark red energy barrier was covering the sky above the castle, and an aura of destruction was flowing in the barrier. It was obviously a defensive barrier set up by Kagath himself. Lu Qing tried to release a trace of abyssal energy to test it. As soon as the energy touched the barrier, it was instantly swallowed up, triggering the barrier's counterattack. A green lightning bolt struck his hiding place, but luckily he reacted quickly and dodged it in time, turning the rock into powder by the lightning. The defense is tight. Lu Qing frowned, thinking of a countermeasure. A direct attack was obviously not going to work. The barrier's counterattack power is extremely strong. And since Kael'geth has not yet appeared, no one knows the true strength of this demon god. He needed to find a weakness in the barrier, or lure Kar'geth out of the castle on his own initiative. At this moment, the castle gate suddenly opened, and a group of demons came out carrying a huge cage. There were several vampires imprisoned in the cage. They were breathing weakly and were obviously other vampire members who were captured. The demons carried the cage to the altar in front of the castle, and a demon general raised his battle axe, ready to kill the vampire as a sacrifice to Kael'geth. A hint of coldness flashed in Lu Qing's eyes, whether out of blood ties or to lure Kar'geth. He couldn't just sit back and watch. He took a deep breath, activated the power of the abyss vampires, raised his aura to the extreme, then jumped out of the rock, swung the long sword in his hand, and a blood-red sword energy slashed towards the demon general. "Who?" The demon general exclaimed and hurriedly raised his axe to block. However, the dual energy of chaos and vampires contained in the sword energy far exceeded his expectations. The battle axe was chopped off in an instant, but the remaining force of the sword energy continued to split his body in half. Seeing this, other demons surrounded him, brandishing their weapons. But Lu Qing did not linger in the fight. Instead, he rushed to the altar, chopped open the cage with a knife, and shouted to the vampires inside, "If you want to live, follow me." The vampires in the cage were surprised and delighted, and hurriedly followed Lu Qing to retreat. The demons in the castle sensed the unusual movement and sounded a shrill alarm. More demons rushed out of the castle, and even 2 demon prince-level generals caught up. While Lu Qing was covering the vampires' retreat, he kept an eye on the direction of the castle. He knew that his provocation would soon attract the real master. "You bold human vampires! How dare you run wild in my territory of Kar'geth?" A deafening roar came from the depths of the castle, and the destructive power contained in the sound made the air tremble. Lu Qing looked up and saw that the barrier on the top of the castle suddenly cracked. A figure wearing lava armor flew out of the crack and landed steadily in the center of the altar. The person who came was none other than the abyss demon Lord Kael'geth. Lu Qing quickly dodged to the side, and the giant axe hit the rock, which instantly turned into magma and caused a small explosion. Lu Qing's pupils shrank, and he hurriedly pushed the vampires around him to a safe area, then mobilized all the energy in his body to condense a shield of chaotic and sacred dual energy. Black lightning was wrapped around the axe blade, and the axe body was engraved with abyssal runes, emitting an aura that could destroy everything. His head was wrapped in a helmet. He instantly appeared behind Kael'geth, condensed a fist of chaos energy in his right hand, and smashed into Kael'geth's back. He discovered that although Kael'geth's lava armor covered his entire body, there was a diamond-shaped depression on his chest. Instead of lava flowing in the depression, it was flashing with a faint blood-red light that seemed to be the weak point of the armor. His speed instantly tripled and he circled behind Kael'geth. A blood-red spike condensed in his right hand and pierced the depression in Kael'geth's chest. Puff! Lu Qing spat out a mouthful of blood and felt a sharp pain in his chest. He looked down and saw that the skin on his chest had been burned by the lava, and his flesh and blood were blurred. "With just this little ability, you dare to challenge me?" Kael'geth's near-red his figure flashed, and he appeared in front of Lu Qing in an instant, and chopped down the axe of destruction again. He deliberately slowed down the speed of space travel, and his shoulder was scratched by the axe wind again, aggravating the injury. Lu Qing took a deep breath and came up with a risky plan in his mind: pretend to be defeated, lure Kael'geth close, and then take the opportunity to attack the heart of the demon. However, the axe wind still grazed his shoulder, and the flesh on his shoulder was instantly burned, revealing the bones. But Kael'geth's attack was far beyond his expectations. The moment the energy wave hit the shield, it shattered like glass. Lu Qing was blown away by the huge impact force and hit the rocks in the distance heavily. Clang! It's you who killed my men and wanted to take away my sacrifice. He was 3 meters tall, with boiling magma flowing on his lava armor. Every step he took on the ground left a burning footprint. In his right hand, he held a huge axe of destruction. What a fast speed, Lu Qing was shocked. Kagath's speed was far beyond any previous enemy, even faster than the incarnation of God. Lu Qing could only rely on space travel to dodge continuously and occasionally launch a counterattack. But he was still unable to break through Kagath's lava armor. Instead, the wounds on his body became more and more. Thinking he had victory, Kagath strode forward, raised his great axe of destruction, and prepared to deal a fatal blow to Lu Qing. But Kagath's attack not only hurt his body, but also disrupted the energy channels in his body. As long as the heart of the demon can be destroyed, Kagath's power will be greatly weakened. Before he finished speaking, Kagath swung his giant axe violently, and an energy wave mixed with lava and lightning burst out from the axe blade. Heading straight for Lu Qing, the fist hit the lava armor, making a harsh metal collision sound. Only a pair of eyes burning with green flames were revealed. And when his eyes swept over Lu Qing, they were filled with undisguised murderous intent. Your attack has no effect on me, Kagath laughed wildly, swinging the axe of destruction in his hand faster and faster. Lava and lightning intertwined into a dense attack net, which continuously compressed Lu Qing's range of movement. But the problem was that Kagath's attacks were too intense, not giving Lu Qing any chance to get close to his chest. Just as the giant axe was about to fall, a strong red light suddenly burst out from Lu Qing's eyes. And the power of the Abyss Vampire Clan, the power of chaos, and the power of the Corpse Clan in his body erupted at the same time. Lu Qing pretended to be exhausted, staggered backward, and blood continued to flow from the corner of his mouth. We can't go on like this, we must find his weakness. Lu Qing dodged while carefully observing Kale's body. Wherever the energy wave passed, a deep trench was split in the ground. Magma gushed out from the bottom of the trench, and the air was distorted by the burning. Seeing this, Kagath's eyes flashed with a hint of pride. What? Can't run anymore, beg for mercy now. And I can even make your death more painful. More importantly, he could feel that all the energy in Kagath's body came from his chest, which should be where the heart of the demon was. Fortunately, the vampires have a strong self-healing ability, and the wounds are healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. He did not dare to be careless and immediately activated his space travel ability, a basic ability he had mastered after swallowing Cain's blood. Kagath's body remained motionless, but he turned and swept his axe across, and Lu Qing teleported away again. Kagath raised his great axe of destruction and pointed it at Lu Qing. Today, I will crush your bones and let your soul burn forever in the flames of the abyss. The blood-red spike carrying triple energy pierced precisely into the depression in Kagath's chest. Kagath's pupils suddenly shrank, and a light of disbelief flashed in his eyes. He had never imagined that this seemingly defeated human vampire actually had such fast speed and deadly attacks. No, Kagath let out a painful roar, and felt a sharp pain in the hollow of his chest. The demon's heart was pierced by the spikes, and the hot demon's blood gushed out of the wound. He turned around suddenly and tried to smash Lu Qing with the axe of destruction. But the energy in his body began to become disordered, and the axe fell down weakly just after it was raised halfway. Lu Qing didn't give Kagath a chance to react. He opened his mouth, aimed at the wound on Kagath's chest, and took a deep breath. The hot demon blood poured into his throat like magma and spread throughout his body in an instant. The energy of destruction and rebirth contained in the demon's blood was extremely violent. As soon as it entered his body, it clashed violently with his vampire blood. Lu Qing let out a painful roar. The skin on the surface of his body began to crack. Blood seeped out from the cracks, and the blood vessels in his body swelled and hurt as if they were about to explode. The vampire bloodline tried to devour the blood of the demon, while the demon's blood tried to destroy the vampire bloodline. The two forces fought madly in his body. His consciousness began to blur, and he could fall into a near-death state at any time. Seeing this, a hint of madness flashed in Kagath's eyes. He used up his last bit of strength, raised the great axe of destruction, and smashed it towards Lu Qing's head, even if he was going to die. He would drag this human vampire to be buried with him. Elder brother, at this moment, a golden holy word suddenly came from a distance, and Su Lingwei's figure appeared at the edge of the battlefield. The pages of the Codex of Dawn in her hand were fully opened, and the golden chain wrapped around Kagath's arm, preventing the giant axe from falling. Avril also rushed over with several personal servants. The personal servants released blood spears at the same time, piercing Kale's limbs and nailing him firmly to the ground. "Why are you here?" Lu Qing endured the severe pain in his body and looked at Su Lingwei in surprise. "We were worried about you, so we followed you." Su Lingwei ran to Lu Qing's side, seeing him covered in wounds and unconscious. Her eyes were filled with worry. "How are you? Do you want to retreat first?" "No, I can't retreat." Lu Qing shook his head. The conflict in his body became more and more intense, but he could feel it. The destruction and rebirth, characteristics contained in the demon's blood, are gradually changing his vampire bloodline. "Help me guard it, don't let anyone disturb me." After saying that, Lu Qing sat cross-legged on the ground, closed his eyes, and tried his best to guide the power in his body to merge. Su Lingwei and Avril exchanged a glance, and immediately led their personal attendants to form a defensive formation. Looking around vigilantly, there were still a large number of demons in Kagath's territory, and they had to buy enough time for Lu Qing. Deep in Lu Qing's consciousness, the vampire bloodline and the devil's blood are engaged in a final confrontation. The vampire blood turned into a blood-red figure, and the demon blood turned into a green figure, and the two fought fiercely in the consciousness space. The blood-red figure continued to devour the green figure, but was constantly burned by the green figure's destructive energy. The green figure tried to destroy the bloody figure, but was constantly weakened by the bloody figure's devouring ability. Just when the two were deadlocked, Lu Qing's will suddenly intervened. He used himself as a bridge, injecting the power of chaos and the power of faith between the two. The power of chaos neutralized the violent, destructive energy, and the power of faith repaired the damage to the bloodline. The blood-colored figure and the green figure gradually stopped fighting and began to slowly merge. After 3 days and 3 nights, the conflict in Lu Qing's body finally subsided. He slowly opened his eyes. A purple-black light flashed in his eyes, and the wounds on the surface of his body had completely healed. And he was even stronger than before. He stood up, feeling the surging power in his body. His speed strength and self-healing ability had increased tenfold, and he could also manipulate small amounts of abyssal energy at will, such as condensing abyssal flames and releasing corrosive venom. More importantly, his vampire bloodline has evolved into the prototype of the Abyss Vampire. It can maintain the vampire's devouring ability while utilizing the destructive power of the Abyss. The two powers complement each other and no longer conflict. Success! Lu Qing clenched his fists, feeling the changes in his body, and a confident smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He looked at Kagath, who was nailed to the ground. Kagath was already dying. His demon heart was destroyed, and the energy in his body was almost exhausted. He could only stare at Lu Qing helplessly. "Kagath, thank you for the blood of the demon." Lu Qing walked up to Kagath and looked down at him. "I accept your power." After saying that, Lu Qing raised his hand and condensed a ray of abyssal flame, throwing it towards Kagath. The flames instantly enveloped Kagath. Kagath let out a final scream as his body was engulfed by the flames and eventually turned into a wisp of black smoke, dissipating into the air. After dealing with Kagath, Lu Qing turned to look at Su Lingwei and Avril. His eyes filled with gratitude. "Thank you. We're a couple. What's there to thank me for?" Su Lingwei smiled and shook her head. "Where are we going next?" Lu Qing looked into the void in the distance, a hint of expectation flashing in his eyes. "According to the clues of the Blood Clan, there is an entrance to the world of nothingness in the temple of the Holy Cross Church. There hidden is God's true self. My next target is him."
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.